everybody. I do see a quorum present. And so we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. It's good to see all of you and hope you're healthy and happy. Madam Clerk, our first order of business, please.
Yes, sir. Our first item is the adoption of the consent agenda with modifications.
What's the modifications, Mayor?
The clerk will put them up. Just give it a second.
We're going to put them up.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and start reading them. File 200417. This is a request for approval of an agreement with Crow LLC for contract software. There was a change text file. File 200403, Black on Black Crime Task Force Directors Agreement, revised backup. File 200397, transfer of property assets between GRU and general government. There's a request to remove that item. File 200377, Department of Technology Enterprise Resource Planning Workday Project Change Order 6. There's a request to remove the item from the regular agenda onto the consent agenda, and there's also additional backup.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Hold on one sec, y'all. I need to get my participants. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we adopt the consent agenda with modifications.
Okay, is there?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Simmons. Not sure who we have with us today, but Larry or Larry's designee. Do we have any members of the public that wish to speak to any items on the consent agenda or adoption of the consent agenda?
I believe we have Adam here with us today, but Adam, we are unable to hear you. You are speaking.
If you all bear with us, we'll just work out this little technical glitch here. Madam Clerk, are you hearing anything from our associates with the call circle?
We're chatting with them right now. They asked to stand by just for a moment.
Good thing.
All right, that should have fixed the problem. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Outstanding. Adam Sasley here. Sorry for that hiccup. We do have Nathan Skopp on the line. Mr. Skopp, are you there? Mr. Skopp. Mr. Skopp, are you available? We still seem to be having some difficulties here. I do apologize. We'll work them through. Mr. Skopp. Bear with us one more time.
thank everyone for their patience. We're just trying to work out a few technical difficulties here before we move on. Madam Clerk, do you want us to, would it be helpful to go into recess for a few minutes while y'all work this out?
That sounds just fine.
Okay, just send me a text when we're ready to get back up and rolling, and then we'll call it back to order. So we'll be in recess until we can work out this technical difficulty. It shouldn't be too long for all of you that are watching, so hopefully just hang around and we'll be back with you shortly. We are in recess. Just give it a sec for everyone to get back with us. Okay, Adam, back to you for members of the public who wish to speak on any items on the consent agenda.
Hello?
Adam or Larry, it appears we're still having some troubles.
Sorry about that, Mayor. Let me go to Veronica Roblet. Veronica, if you're there, please go ahead. Veronica?
Yes. Can I be heard? Can
Yes,
you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Robledo, resident of Gainesville. And I was just calling in. It's not exactly clear from the agenda, so I apologize if I'm commenting at the wrong time. But the item of the moratorium on development within historic Black neighborhoods, I just would like the commission to consider moving that to a later meeting. From what I can tell in the backup materials, the city staff has not followed through with what they were asked to bring to this meeting, including a draft of the moratorium and other backup materials. So I think this is a very important topic. And
yeah, thanks, Veronica. That actually is on our regular agenda, not our consent, and we will be discussing
Okay.
adoption of that and that item later today.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yep, no problem.
We'll go back, Mayor, to Nathan Scott. I apologize for the tech glitch. Nathan, if you're there, go ahead.
Yes, Larry. Thank you. Good afternoon, mayors, commissioners. Nathan Scott. Can everyone hear me?
Can.
I'd like to speak to the adoption of the consent agenda. There appear to be at least 18 items on the consent agenda. I think that is somewhat egregious in a virtual meeting environment where the city commission is just rubber stamping everything on the consent agenda without having a formative discussion, particularly on financial related items as they relate to the city. Let's call the commission's attention to CA4, CA5, and CA6, all of which are audit items. Particularly on CA4, you have the temp force agreement where the auditor found, and give me a second, that the bill rates exceeded allowed amounts, amongst other things, invoices not timely paid, a lot of audit issues on the quarterly update, audit status on open audit items. City Commission doesn't want to spend any time doing that. I mean, it spends time issuing press releases and what have you, but this is the people's business. This is the expenditures of taxpayer money, and it would be beneficial to our community at large if the City Commission would take an interest on addressing the financial issues and mismanagement at city government rather than virtue signaling and hosting conferences with TV20 with Biden signs in the background saying that they ought to shut down football games. I'm a little bit disappointed with the commission's lack of attention. Likewise, on CA7, you have a transfer of property from GRU to city government. Well, let's put this in perspective. Any property that GRU owns, commissioners, is property that has been bought and paid for by GRU customers. You guys just don't get to transfer assets like that. GRU should be given consideration and fair value for the land that's being deeded to the city. Because it's been a rate base for how many years now? So I don't think that, this rubber stamping that's going on by putting things on the consent agenda is appropriate. There are times where items can be placed on the consent agenda, but when you put 18 items on there and just try and docket it through in a virtual environment, I just think the commission is showing that it just has no interest in wanting to do the jobs that you guys were elected by a small majority of the voters of Gainesville to do. Thank you.
And Mayor, the only other speaker on the consent agenda should be Joe Beatty. Joe's standing by. Joe?
Well, that's interesting. Nobody spoke to me. Hello, this is Joe Beatty. And good afternoon, commissioners. It's interesting. I was commenting similar to Mr. Scott. I would endorse all of his comments. And my comments are, I'd like to comment on the consent agenda and request that several, almost all of the items be removed and placed on the regular agenda, either today or at a future meeting. The consent agenda is being used not as intended for items routine in nature, but rather as the burial grounds for information the commission would rather not be easily accessible to the public or that we don't even know to request. Items that may be embarrassing or belie the narrative that the commission would rather the public believe than that which might be apparent if presented and openly discussed. There was a time these types of items were on the agenda for informational purposes for the benefit of the public as well as commissioners. Just like this commission has chosen to bury their email and other information, so too has the consent agenda been used as a burial ground for the information the public might like to know, the good, the bad, and the ugly. First of all, your welcome to the commission meeting page on your agenda doesn't really tell the people that we do have the right to request that things be removed. And these are the following for the public as well as the commission, the items that are on this consent agenda that I'm asking be removed. CA3, Audit Report Cybersecurity Readiness Review. CA4, Management Request Temporary Employment Services Invoice Targeted Audit. CA5, City Auditor Quarterly Update. CA6, City of Gainesville Financial Year 2019 Individual Audited Financial Statements and Independent Auditors Reports for the Wild Spaces Public Places Funds, our tax funds, Community Redevelopment Agency funds, Employees Pension Fund, Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan, and other. CA7, I see from my agenda seems to have been removed. I don't know if you've done that yet. CA8, the First Amendment to the Master Services Agreement, the University of Florida Board of Trustees and the City of Gainesville. I'm sure all citizens would like to know a little bit more about that. CA9, Interlocal Agreement concerning the preparation and funding of the Alachua County Bicycle Pedestrian Master Plan. That's certainly one that's been touted, and it's certainly of interest to all of us. CA11, Acceptance of the City Beautification Board Annual Report. CA12, Second Amendment to the Interlocal Agreement between Alachua County and the City of Gainesville for recycling processing.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
CA13, Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Guidance Grant.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. I appreciate that.
The last, I would just say, it's time that.
Do you have anybody else, Larry?
Yes, sir. Brian O'Brien, I believe, has called in since we started this deliberation. Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, thank you, sir. And hello, Mr. Mayor and the commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I would completely agree with the comments that Ms. Beatty just made, that the commission has repeatedly been utilizing the consent agenda improperly and sweeping some issues under the carpet that should be discussed. Mr. Poe and Mr. Areola run the Audit and Finance Committee. They have failed to ask any questions at these Audit and Finance meetings, rubber stamp everything that comes along, good, bad, or ugly, and pass it on to the commission to be rubber stamped through on this consent agenda. It's a very, very dangerous use of these procedures you have developed. So all of the items that Ms. Beatty recommended be pulled from consent, I would agree with. I also would like to comment on this idea of changing things at the last second on the agenda. I see the agenda was reprinted last night. We have new items being added and deleted. It's not consistent with the best interest of the community to be dealing with an ever-changing agenda that citizens cannot possibly keep up with. Once you've studied the agenda, you folks slip new cards in the deck. But especially with regard to this item 4 on the consent agenda update, file number 200377, the ERP planning. This has been a long ailing project that is another attempt by the city to bury all the old math. And I'm very upset that despite being riddled with problems, you once again are attempting to bury this away from the public's eyes. Spending an additional $1.6 million on a project that was troubled from the get-go, was audited 3 times and determined to be unsatisfactory, the way that the city was implementing it. I know that this is not Cynthia or Ms. Bigby's doing. They are new to the game here, and I really do not appreciate the city commission shuffling that under the rug. The citizens would like to know why their money is being wasted and have reasonable chance to comment on that. Thank you.
Mayor, that's our last caller on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor to adopt the consent agenda with 3 minor modifications and 1 removal item from the agenda. I'll just say that by and large, the items on the consent agenda are informational in nature. They're not action items, they're reports, various reports that are routine in nature, various agreements that are routine in nature, such as our transit agreement with UF, our bike ped master plan agreement. For anyone to say that anything is being hidden on consent is absurd. Our consent agenda is accessible to everybody on the same terms as our regular agenda. The items are there for people to see. The backup is there for people to read. While there are some last minute additions or corrections from time to time, they are usually minor in nature, changing some words in the text or that sort of thing, but nothing that's substantive. I think it's deceitful to indicate that we're trying to hide something or keep something out of the public view. This is a business meeting, and we certainly want to put the business of the people out there for them to review and comment on, which our speakers were just able to do. But things that are routine in nature, like accepting reports or ratifying budgeted agreements, is best done on consent, while discussion items and deliberative items are best kept to our business discussions in the afternoon or ordinance and resolutions in the evening. Commissioner Johnson, I see your hand up. Was it for the motion currently, or is that for something coming up?
It's for something coming up, Mayor. Okay,
very good. So Madam Clerk, we will then move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Item, please.
Our next item is the adoption of our regular agenda.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move adoption of the regular agenda with one modification, and that modification is to remove the discussion about the continuation of the moratorium discussion. And the reason why is that there was very specific direction given to staff, specifically the city attorney and city manager, to come back with to the commission with a draft of the first ordinance, as well as the additional 15 additional pieces of that motion. And I feel like this discussion is unnecessary. It's unnecessary. It's an unnecessary delay. And we should be discussing right now, if the next discussion that we're supposed to have after this was the ordinance, then that's what we should have in front of us to discuss. Many of the questions that they have posed in the presentation have been answered. If there needed to be additional clarification, that could have happened upon first reading of the ordinance. It was very, very clear, and that's why I'd like to remove it. So I move, I already said the motion.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Just adopt our regular agenda, removing the moratorium discussion? Okay, I don't hear a second. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to second the motion. That is not my recollection of the original motion that I seconded, which was that we would allow for there to be further specific discussion. It's generally not, at least as far as I've been on the commission, practice for ordinances to come up after, one lengthy discussion. And so, I had my officers contact me in the intermediate time, as I hope that you all spoke with your officers. And the direction that I thought we were giving was for there to be a finding of fact to come back to the commission so that we could then give direction and answer their questions as they have many. That was my understanding. So I'm happy to second your motion, Commissioner, and support you in that. But that is not my recollection.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So is that a second to the motion?
Yeah, that's a second to the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to read the motion that we passed. It's very long. It's 16 pieces, but the very beginning of that says, direct the city attorney and city manager to come back to the commission with the first draft of an ordinance to enact a moratorium for a period of time to be determined by the city attorney and city manager, effective immediately for major residential and non-residential development, with a map of boundaries encompassing Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, Spring Hill, Duck Pond, Duval, Sugar Hill, Porters, North Lincoln Heights, Oakview, and Northeast neighbors, not including downtown. Do you want me to continue?
No, I don't think you need to. What I hear absent from that motion is that ordinance would come back at this specific meeting. So it asked them to draft it, but it didn't say bring it back at the October 15th meeting or the next city commission meeting.
I'm happy to find it, but that was my understanding of the motion.
Okay. Okay, well, we have a motion on the floor. What I'm just going to say is I think it's important to have this discussion today because what I believe that our, especially attorney's office is, I believe the information they don't have right now is what specifically would go into that ordinance. And that depends on the finding of fact. And I will say very clearly to my colleagues, the reason I supported the motion last time is because I wanted to see the finding of fact before I decided whether I would support a moratorium. Everything depends on me whether there is a finding of fact or not. And so that at least some of that data has come back to us. I think it's important that the discussion be had with the commission on whether that data constitutes a finding of fact for various things, whether there is displacement, whether there is a policy in place that has led to less affordable housing, whether we've seen increases or decreases in rentals versus homesteaded property. And after that discussion, depending on the direction the commission gives, then the attorney's office can craft an ordinance that is in the spirit of what the commission determines to be the finding of fact. But we certainly weren't there last meeting. There was no finding of fact. And I think we need to decide as a commission where we are now that we have that data. And then that would allow us to move forward with a specific ordinance that might enact a moratorium. And I don't see any downside to doing that. I mean, if we delay this and come back later with an ordinance, we're still, whatever, 2 weeks or 4 weeks down the road. Commissioner A. Santos?
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I think the attorney's office has questions and stuff like that need to be answered. So I think that's one of the reasons why we should discuss it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I won't support the motion.
Okay, Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious, from the attorney's office and the manager's office, can you write the ordinance without findings of fact being very specifically picked out by the commission?
It's probably best answered by Ms. Shalley.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. And yes, if you'll recall at your meeting on August 31st, when you made the motion directing the drafting of an ordinance, I advised you that I didn't want anyone to be angry with me or disappointed when I didn't come back with an ordinance because the necessary policy decisions hadn't been made yet. And in particular, what staff needs to know is what is the problem that we're trying to address? And that problem has to be backed up by what you all are calling the findings of fact. There has to be actual data that shows there's a problem, not just that people believe or perceive there's a problem. Then what you have to do is determine, is development causing that problem? And if so, what kind of development? Because then that's the development that you halt in a moratorium. Then you have to also figure out, because this all has to be in the ordinance, how long does the moratorium need to be? And how you determine that is what is it that you're expecting staff to go off and do during the moratorium period to address the problem. So as of yet, none of those things have been determined by the City Commission, and those are all necessary elements of a moratorium ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to adopt the agenda with one modification, which is removal of the moratorium discussion. We'll turn it over to Larry for public comment on that motion and then come back to the commission for a vote. Larry?
Thanks, Mayor. Our first speaker on the adoption of the regular agenda is Veronica Robledo. Ms. Robledo?
Yes, thank you. Veronica Robledo from Gainesville, Florida. I think it's a little bit unclear as to what staff is supposed to or expected to be coming back with. I've heard mention of finding of facts and specific data that is needed. And so the first part of my comment is kind of more of a question to the commission. Has there been clear direction as far as what beyond drafting a moratorium data that staff is responsible for finding? And if that has not been acquired, then I don't think it's helpful for the commission to have this discussion in speaking in hypotheticals. So I would support moving this item to a later date. Thank you.
We have two additional speakers, Mayor, on the adoption of the regular agenda. Nathan Scott, followed by Nancy Darren. Nathan?
Yes, thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayors, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the adoption of the regular agenda, I have a couple concerns, might prompt some not having to call in to the extent that you're able to address the concerns ahead of time. With respect to the first item, equity update, again, GARIF trainings that was so important to this commission for race and equity has been canceled at least twice. And contract required payment, I believe, up front, at least partial payment. So I'd like to know from the equity inclusion officer to give some color as to what is actually going on, because Mr. Feldman said the financials were not his responsibility. So I need to make sure that taxpayer money is being appropriately managed, and why this commission has twice canceled the GARIF training, all-day training that's a notice public meeting. Also need some clarification with respect to the resolutions, whether those are going to be held in the evening. The agenda is not clear as to those items. And then also with respect to the changing of the, particularly on the resolution on the GRU bond issuance, that's the issue I have. I need to know whether those are at 5:30 or will proceed in order according to the agenda. It's not clear because you've got commission comments and proclamations. Third, with respect to the changing of the commission's virtual rules. Apparently, the commission did not listen to the citizen input about recorded general public comment, which would otherwise, if orchestrated, displace people that would call in and never have the opportunity to participate in the live or virtual meeting. Before the commission proceeds with that item, it needs to adopt some procedures to safeguard. If you call in, how do you know is the recorded comments going to be played in the order they were received? How do we know there's no shenanigans? So I think the clerk comes upon them before the commission votes on that item to further explain and provide some documentation as to what the procedure is going to be, so the public understands. But clearly, the commission didn't listen to the citizens. Stated that people that call in should be given precedence over recorded comments that you guys could just stack the deck on. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that, Mayor Poe, I think it's reprehensible that you would refer to 3 citizens that called in independently as deceitful just because they dare question the groupthink of the Gainesville City Commission when it comes to respect to items that the commission clearly does not want to speak about. That's that's breaking your own civility pledge to the citizens of Gainesville that you are supposed to represent, you and the commission, Mayor Poe. It's just, you need to check yourself, because, we have every right to question things, and you guys routinely dismiss it. You're very dismissive your constituents, and it's just not appropriate. You act like, but you guys are the only
Mayor,
ones
that's
that can
3
be right,
minutes.
and that's just not good governance. Thank you.
And as I mentioned, Nancy Darren is on the line to provide comment on the adoption of the regular agenda. Ms. Darren?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nancy Darren. I support the agenda with the modification. I was taken aback that there wasn't more brought back because I too expected there would be at least a format of an ordinance, and then on all these other aspects of the very long motion. But Commissioner Ward's items as well, asking for more details, unless I misread, I didn't see that addressed either. And these are so critical, especially finding of fact is COVID and how it's disrupted everything in our lives. And this is a perfect time to pause to really re-examine how we're going to move forward and how we're going to have to reimagine things. So I think that if you go ahead today, we certainly need a robust discussion and drill down into a lot more details. And it's findings of fact, looking at the Chapel Hill ordinance and the Clemson ordinance, to look at the human aspects, the reality of COVID, and how devastating to BIPOC communities that this has been. And so there may not be always historic, quantified in the past findings of fact, but I think the whole world has turned upside down, and we're going to need different measures of measurement and success, and that will have to be part of the conversation. Thank you.
And Mayor, that's our last speaker on the adoption of the regular agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get clarification on the motion. Is to remove and to have staff come back with an ordinance? Is that the motion, or just to remove, to talk about it at another time?
Well, right now it's just to adopt the agenda with the one
to remove
modification to remove that item. Yeah, I believe it's Commissioner Johnson's view that the ordinance should have been included on this item, which is I don't want to speak for you, Commissioner Johnson, but why you want it removed, so when it does come back, it would be included with
correct. That's correct. Thank you.
Yeah, but right now the motion is just to adopt the agenda without that item included on it.
Okay, thank you.
And I just to answer one of the callers' questions, was there clear direction given to staff? I guess that's a subjective question, depending on who you are, but I'm going to say that I think it was, because staff came back with quite a bit of data on everything from changes in homesteaded properties to changes in demographic makeup of different neighborhoods to changes in heirs property, whether properties had electric service or not currently, sort of indicating whether somebody's living there or not. So there's quite a bit of data. If you think that it constitutes clear, then okay. If not, then maybe there's something else you're expecting them to come back with. But it was quite a bit of data for us to process. I know, at least I'll speak for myself, for me to process. And I don't want to go rounds with Mr. Scott, but I will maintain that it is deceitful to say that we are hiding or burying things because they're on the consent agenda. The consent agenda is in plain sight, just as the regular agenda is. It is completely accessible to the public, and the public has an opportunity to comment on items on the consent agenda at the beginning of our meetings, just like they would for any regular agenda item. And so, I chose my words carefully. I know what I said, and I think that that he and others could be more careful with the words they say. It's fine to say that you want an item removed from consent because you'd like to see discussion about it on a regular agenda. But it is deceitful to say that we're hiding it or burying it because it's on consent. And that is a view that I will be consistent with whenever that comes up. Commissioner Ariola, before we move to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how this vote's going to go, so I think, if you can indulge me, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask a governing question to our charter officers. If we don't have this discussion today, what changes from where we are today, where to get us to a point where we have a written ordinance? Or Mr. Mayor, you can answer that, but somebody's got to sort that out.
Well, I think we heard from Ms. Shelley. I don't know that I mean, from what she said, I don't know that the attorney's office will be able to draft an ordinance.
That's what I'm saying.
It's direction from us first onto what we want to include in the ordinance or not. And Ms. Shelley, is there anything else you want to add to that, or is that basically?
And that's perfectly fine, and that's an appropriate answer from our officers. I think the point I'm trying to get at here is, if we're going to legislate this moratorium, we have to legislate it at some point. So my confusion is through the roof.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and move to a vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Ariola,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
No.
Commissioner Simmons,
No.
Commissioner Ward,
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
No.
and Mayor Poe.
No, that motion fails 1-6. We'll call it with Commissioner Johnson in the affirmative on that. Is there another motion to adopt our agenda, regular agenda? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Commissioner Simmons seconds. Moved by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Simmons. And I'm sorry, I meant to respond to Mr. Scott's question too about resolutions. The resolutions will be on the evening agenda. We'll take a break. We will take a break after commission comment, before proclamations and special recognitions. And then we'll come back at 5:30 with the proclamations portion, and then everything else will come after that. I apologize for not answering that procedural question. Okay, Larry, do we have anybody to this item?
No, sir. We've taken all callers as it relates to the adoption of the regular agenda.
Okay, let's move to a vote.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
You are on mute there, Commissioner.
No.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 6-1 with Johnson in dissent. Okay, Clerk, next item.
Our next item is business discussion item 1, equity updates, with the recommendation that the commission hear updates and take action where necessary.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Marshall. Welcome. And I think you were going to probably address this anyway, the training portion, but if you could sort of highlight that when you do for Mr. Scott's edification. He and I believe all of us would appreciate that. And welcome. We're happy to hear this update from you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, Tanisha Marshall, Office of Equity Inclusion Director. So our office has been pretty busy and hard at work since the strategic plan that we did this summer. And so today we just want to kind of give you some updates on some of the work that we've done, but additionally get some clarifying questions answered we have with regards to our equity goals. And so today, Ben and I are going to be presenting to you. So I'm going to share my screen. Can everyone see? Okay. So as I said, we're going to give you some race and equity updates and kind of tell you what our office has been working on over the last couple of months since we adopted our goals in July. So we're going to start with talking about our strategic plan. If you see that we put our strategic plan in the backup, back in August, right after we had the strategic plan for the city, our office worked with strategic initiatives. Laura Gretz, who was really awesome, by the way, worked with our office on creating our own strategic plan. And the goal in creating that strategic plan was to make sure that our goals and what our office is working on aligns with what the city has adopted. And so one of the most important things that we felt was going to be beneficial to our office was setting our new mission, our new vision, and our new values. And so if you look, our new vision for the Office of Equity and Inclusion, we aspire to help create and sustain a citywide culture that understands that diversity, equity, and inclusion are essential to the city's mission and strategic direction. Okay. Looks like Siri wants to talk as well. So we felt that this was really important because we wanted to make sure that whatever we do and whatever we're working on aligns ourselves with the city's strategic plan and the city's strategic vision and the mission and their goals. And so our new mission, our office is going to provide expertise, tools, data, and programming to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. But if you specifically look at our core values, this is one that we really worked on and thought that was really important. Each member of our team approaches our work with the heart of a public servant because we recognize without the public, that's what we do. That's what we do. We serve the public. Without the public, we don't exist. So we want to make sure that we're definitely approaching our work with the heart of a public servant. And we're dedicated to fostering an environment of transparency, equity, integrity, and accountability. During this planning session, we also adopted some new strategies. For the strategies that we've adopted, we want to increase education and awareness about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And a little later, I'll talk about some of the training that we have set a calendar for that's already started, to be honest with you, that we're going to be pushing out throughout the city so we can increase education. Again, going back to the city strategic plan that was adopted, equity has been woven throughout the entire strategic plan. And it's really important for staff to understand what that means. We hear the word all the time, but some people still don't understand what that means. So increasing the education of that is really important, and it's something that we've already started to work upon. Second, we're enhancing policy developments using an equity lens. Everything that we'll do once we really start moving into our equity work is going to be done from an equity lens to make sure that we aren't creating inequities in any types of policies, procedures, or processes that we're developing here at the city. We're also expanding outreach to include more small minority and women business owners. And for our compliance team, they felt that it was extremely important for them to provide timely, fair, and objective responses to complaints and concerns. If you continue to look, again, I don't have this up on the screen, but it is in your backup. Attached to our strategic plan is our work plan. And those are the goals that we'll be working towards for FY21, which we'll actually go into some of that during this presentation. But just wanted to highlight that with our strategic plan, we do also have a work plan that we'll be working towards. And again, we'll be discussing that a little bit later in the presentation. So let's talk about our training. We have a training schedule that has been set and confirmed, and we're super excited about that because, again, we feel like this GEAR training has been a little bit of a struggle trying to get scheduled. We never would have guessed that we're going to be in a global pandemic when we start trying to roll this work out. But we do finally have a racial equity training and implementation timeline scheduled where we do have training scheduled through August of 2021. And so recently, just this week on Tuesday and Wednesday, the charter officers were the very first ones to take the GEAR training that was advancing racial equity, the role of government. And that training was over 2 days. And really, when we got into the meat of the training, we really go into the historical perspective of why we are where we are now. And then we brought that to our current day and how government can play a role in advancing racial equity. Again, it was given over 2 days. I think that it was really good training. And I will admit, this is some difficult training to roll out in a virtual environment. I feel that this is training that's best served in person. However, for safety purposes, GEAR is not traveling, and we all know why. And so we're trying to do this training the best that we can in a Zoom platform. All of our charters were really engaged in the training. I feel like it was a really good training, and I'm excited that the next steps in this process is that we're rolling this training out to our senior leadership. Each charter officer has provided our office a list of who they've identified that they feel is really important to take this training. And so starting on November 23rd and 24th, our senior leadership will start to get that training. I do want to address the commission training. I will say that the training was a struggle trying to get scheduled. We initially had our training scheduled along with the city commission. At the last minute, we were kind of trying to figure out if the governor was going to renew his virtual training. And being proactive, thinking that that wasn't going to happen, I began to immediately work with GEAR to see if we could come up with some other option that we could train our elected officials in some other type of forum. But at the last minute, the governor decided to renew his order. We had already gone back and forth trying to figure out other platforms to train our city commission, and we weren't able to accommodate flipping it again at the last minute. So if you have checked your email, I did send out an email last week that talks about the training options for our elected officials for now. And that training for elected officials will be given workshop style, and it will be, again, across several different jurisdictions. So you'll be able to register for that training. It's still the same training that the charter officers received. You just won't be training with us. There are 13 different sessions that you can sign up for. So you don't all have to take the same date. It's still the same training. And so that's for now how we plan on training our elected officials until we figure out a time that we can come back and train together as a group. But I felt it was really important to not push this training back any further, because we've already set our dates for 2021, and we didn't want to delay the training any further, because the training really is the first step in our racial equity work.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall, if you could please pause for a question, and we'll turn to Commissioner Johnson.
Yes. Thanks, Mayor. Ms. Marshall, I wanted to ask, what was the difference between meeting in person for 2 days, and I think it was scheduled on the 13th and the 14th, and then this new way of doing it?
So training will still be done virtually. It won't be done physically in person, if that's what you're asking.
Was there any difference in the curriculum or the any type of information? I'm confused about them offering this new way of doing it pretty recently, as opposed to us getting, I would say, in a kind of an individualized city-specific workshop, which is what I was expecting.
So I will tell you that the training that the charter officers received, there was not much material that was Gainesville specific, besides some things that were highlighted out of the report. So definitely won't be any huge variation in the training, except that it won't be done with us.
Okay. You can go on. I will say this before you go on, is my preference would have been that we could all be in the same room, or at least the same Zoom room, receiving this training, because I'm sure that we would be able to, one, ask questions of each other, ask questions of the moderator or the presenter, and maybe even get some very Gainesville specific or at least localized questions answered. I'm wondering if we'll ever have an opportunity to do that based upon the information that we got from the training.
Yes. So in the email, I did address briefly, at least I think I did, that the workshop that I've offered to the elected officials is something for now, and that we will look at how we can bring the commission back together as a whole to do a specific training. But I stressed the importance that I didn't want to cancel the training again because GEAR couldn't accommodate the last minute change again. And I do, again, extend my apologies. It was me being proactive because at the very last minute, it didn't look like the governor was going to extend his virtual meetings. So I had to make a decision. Did we completely scrap the training and wait for another date? Or did we move forward and continue the training? And I made the decision to move forward and continue the training simply because our training schedule has been set. It really was important for the charter officers to get this training prior to the senior leadership. And so that was the decision that was made. However, again, the workshop that you will attend is not much different than what the training the charter officers just received, because there was not much Gainesville specific information that was put out. The training is a very high level overview of advancing racial equity in the government that really talks a lot about the history of structural and institutional racism and how it was built into the government and how we as leaders can help dismantle some of those systems. So again, not super Gainesville specific, really high level overview.
Okay, thank you. I would like to say that I've taken the training already. Just a heads up, I've taken it at a conference. If that's the one that you're talking about, I didn't realize that it was that one specifically. So I have taken it already. Two, thank you for clarification about future workshop, because I don't remember seeing it in the memo that you sent. So it sounds like there will be another opportunity to discuss this based on what we learned after we all take it individually. We'll come back together and then discuss it as a commission, correct?
Right, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Johnson, I very much concur with you. I mean, we're dealing with obviously less than ideal circumstances here, and I was very much looking forward to those 2 afternoons with the rest of you, and being able to have some, some I don't know, just individualized discussion. So what I'll do is after everyone's, I'm not going to be able to take my training until, gosh, I think it's early December. It's just the way my schedule worked out. That was as early as I could get in to do it. But after everyone's had a chance, I'll work with Ms. Marshall and the clerk to see when we can have a follow-up meeting to unpack some of what we learned and then get more into the specifics. And I think some of that, and what I'm hearing from you, and certainly my desire, is to have a little bit of unstructured time to have an open discussion and sort of the ability to bring up specific questions or concerns that we have as we develop this and start implementing this plan. And so if you'll just sort of trust me to follow up, with the clerk and Ms. Marshall to make sure that happens, and we'll figure out what that looks like and what works best. The other challenge we have, obviously, is we're not going to be able to do anything virtually unless the governor has a change of heart and chooses to prioritize public safety once again. And so how do we do that allows everyone who wants to participate to do so in a safe manner? I know that there are some of us on the commission that don't feel safe meeting in person. I know there are some staff, either with personal health challenges or health challenges in their family, that are concerned about. And, so where do we do it? How do we make sure it's safe and still, has value to it? And then, of course, how are, our neighbors going to be able to participate and be a meaningful part of that conversation as well? So that's going to take us a little time to work out. I mean, I think once we get into November here and have a few in-person meetings, we'll learn what works, what doesn't, what's concerning and alarming, and what we're okay with. And then I think getting into early 2021, after we've all taken that training and understand a little bit better about how to structure meetings that can be both productive and safe, we'll work to get what I'm hearing you want, and I think probably the rest of the commission wants as well, if that works with you. So, Ms. Marshall, back to you.
And for all the reasons that you just pointed out, Mr. Mayor, logistically, it just really turned into a nightmare at the last minute, because we didn't know if the governor was going to renew his order, and at the last minute he did. So we thought it was best to continue training and circle back with the commissioners at a later date.
Well, and Ms. Marshall, I think that you probably, I don't know. I know you asked me how safe I felt, like say down in room 16, and I not and not safe. And so I think even, I don't know, we're going to need a little time to figure out how we can do this, in a safe way that still allows us to do good work. So we'll hopefully everyone can lend me your patience as we try to figure that out. All right, onward and upward.
Okay, so continuing to talk about our training, again, the charter officers did get their training on Tuesday and Wednesday this week, and we start with our senior leadership next month, and then we take a break for the month of December. And then in the month of January, we really start to move fast and furious, and that's when our equity core team starts to get their training. Our equity core team will get training from January all the way through August in several different series of trainings, starting with learning how to use the racial equity toolkit. And as you remember, there's 6 steps in the toolkit. They'll actually break that up, steps 1 through 3, and then take a break and do some technical assistance training to kind of answer any questions or concerns, really get into the meat of steps 1 and 3 with the equity core team to assess their understanding. And then they'll come back and they'll do steps 4 through 6 with training, and also offer, again, a technical assistance type workshop over 2 days, just so they can understand that the core team is grasping the concepts of using the racial equity toolkit. And the next step after the racial equity toolkit is the racial action plan training, where that's actually a 2-day training as well that'll be done with our core team as well. One of the exciting things about this training is that the core team gets to do a symposium where they actually get to present to their leaders what they've learned during this process. Part of this process is that they get to do a pilot project where they take a pilot project, which could be real or one made up. They walk through the racial equity toolkit. They get the chance during the symposium to come back and explain to their leaders and directors how this actually works and how this pilot project went. So that's something to really look forward to, because it really shows at that point that our staff have a really working understanding and knowledge of the racial equity toolkit. But also one of the things that came with the training package is a train the trainer. We identified during this process staff that will go through the train the trainer training. That's cool. And so those employees at that point will be able to train other city staff on GEAR processes. They'll be able to train on the racial equity toolkit. They'll be able to train on the racial equity action plans. They'll be able to help deliver GEAR's training to any city staff. It is our hope that in the future that this becomes a part of our new employee orientation, that we give an equity 101 type class to new employees that are coming in, so they understand what equity is. So when they start hearing it in the departments, they already have a working knowledge of what that is. So that is just a little bit about our training and implementation timeline. It is going to start moving really fast, starting again this week already, but next month with our senior leadership. And we've probably got about 40 people already signed up for that training. So again, I think I jumped ahead of my own slides. Again, the core team, they get the training from the equity tool, communicating for racial equity, tools for organizational change, and again, developing the racial equity action plan. So are there any other questions on the training piece?
see any hands up, Ms. Marshall, so I think you can keep going.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about the commission adopted goals, but first, we're going to talk about something called results-based accountability. And at this point, I am going to let Ben take over and give you this portion of the training on results-based accountability. Because at the end of this presentation, we're going to put the goals that the commission adopted back in July back up on the screen and ask a couple of clarifying questions, but also tell you what we've been working on with those goals. So, Ben.
Ben Howard, Office of Equity Inclusion. This afternoon, I'm going to talk about results-based accountability. Results-based accountability was originally comes from a book called Trying Hard is Not Good Enough by Mark Friedman, and has been applied to government agencies all over the world, nonprofits. The United Way uses it. Results-based accountability is a disciplined way of thinking and taking action to improve the lives of community builders and neighbors. It uses plain language, it gets to action quickly, and one of the reasons why it is so important to understand is because it's built into the equity toolkit. So when the city gets to the point where we are rolling that aspect out citywide of the equity work, having a working knowledge of sort of the basics of results-based accountability will make it easier to use and understand. Next slide, please. Thanks. So there's 4 key terms in results-based accountability that we want to talk about today. The first one is outcomes, which is also sort of used interchangeably with results, results-based accountability, but we're going to use outcomes. And this is the conditions of well-being that we want for the community. Outcomes are stated in plain language, and they're not about a specific program, and they're not about data. We'll do some examples of each of these in a minute. Indicators are how we measure those conditions of well-being for the community. And they refer to whole populations, not to populations that might be participating in specific programs. Strategies are actions or things that we might do to improve these conditions of well-being. And these can be a policy change, a partnership, some kind of specific program or initiative that we're doing. And finally, performance measures are how we measure how well a program or service is working. So those are the 4 key terms that we're going to use and kind of come back to over and over again as we use this results-based accountability system. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's some examples. So an outcome would be safe community for youth. So in this example, the population that we're talking about is the youth population, and we could define that by a certain geographic area, but let's just say it's for the entire city, right? We want a safe community for youth. That's something that applies to that whole population, and it's not about data, it's not about a particular program. The indicator that we might use is the youth crime rate. Now, there are many other indicators that we could use. There are arguments for why we would use one indicator versus another. Usually in results-based accountability, you pick between 3 and 5 indicators, but just for the sake of sort of being simple and straight to the point in this presentation, we're just going to use the one. A strategy that we might use is to increase youth after-school programs, right? The assumption would be that maybe youth are getting into trouble after school when they don't have structured things to do. So we create a bunch of youth after-school programs. And a performance measure for how those youth after-school programs are going might be the % of youth that are enrolled in those after-school programs that we create. And so on this next slide, I'm going to kind of show you how this thinking comes together. So we have the ends, which are the outcomes and the indicators, and the means, which are strategies and performance measures. And then on this next slide, we'll see how this all kind of plays together. So we start with the outcome, and if we look at this circular thing on the left-hand side, we have the safe community for youth, we have our indicators, the youth crime rate, we have the strategy that we use to create more after-school programs, and then we have performance measures, which is the % of youth that are enrolled in after-school programs. And the reason why this system, results-based accountability, is so impactful is because at the end of a cycle of doing whatever our strategy is, we get to look at both the performance measure of if that particular strategy was successful in the way that we intended it to be measured, in this case, the amount of youth, But then we look at separately at the outcomes and the indicators. Did the youth crime rate go down? Has the community become safer for youth? And so it's very possible that we enrolled many, many kids, a huge percentage of kids, into after school programs. The strategy was successful in its performance measure, but that the youth crime rate did not go down. And then that would lead us to kind of rethink some of our assumptions about what was causing the youth crime rate in the first place. And so the reason why the language is so important is because oftentimes we say, what are our goals, our strategies, our outcomes, our results, and we conflate all of these things. So we say goals, we set goals, right? We want this to happen, but the thing that we're calling a goal is in fact a strategy. And so when strategies are mistaken for outcomes, performance measures end up being mistaken for indicators. And that can cause problems because we can be really successful in our program of enrolling youth in after-school programs, but not be successful in the bigger picture of the youth crime rate. And so clarifying up front when we do strategic planning around what the outcomes are, how we're measuring those outcomes, those indicators, and then what the strategies are and what the performance measures are and how those are going to be measured. Next slide, please. So what we've done is we've created this template for how we separate those things. So we start on the left-hand side and define the outcomes. These are the conditions of well-being that we want for the whole community, or the population that we're talking about. In general, this will be, neighbors in the city of Gainesville. We define what the indicators are, and then we'll say these are the strategies that this particular department is going to do, or that this partnership is going to do, right? And then we'll define who's responsible for it with the accountability piece. We'll set a timeline for when those will be complete. We'll set performance measures for those strategies, and then there'll be some schedule for when we're going to report back, if it's quarterly or monthly or whatever it may be. And so what we've done is, using this structure, this thinking of results-based accountability, we've taken some of the goals that we got from the City Commission and kind of plugged them in. And I think those were in your backup, and Ms. Marshall is going to ask some questions, some clarifying questions, so that we can all be on the same page and use this process to serve each other well and accountably, and to serve the citizens that we work for, the neighbors that we work for. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. So I've shared another document on my screen. I hope that everyone can see the new document that's up. The document that we have on our screen took what we heard the commission say back in July and the goals that we adopted, and we put them into this metrics that Ben just talked about. And we wanted to make sure that what we heard was correct. There are some things that we had to, again, go back and kind of plug in, that we want to make sure that we're on the right page. We're using this results-based accountability format to make sure that we're on the right page, and that this is still what the commission was asking us to do. So I want to go on this first page, talk about, again, the outcomes. What we've heard from the strategic plan and the strategic planning sessions is that we want an economy that's working for all neighbors. So thinking about our disparity study, and we're making sure that we want that the racial disparity in employment rates in government, and that racial disparities of income and wealth in government, and that we're increasing the number of women and minority-owned businesses in the city. And so, again, we've plugged that into our matrix. And for some reason, I can't move this page. Oh, there we go. So that's the indicator. The strategies is, again, what works to improve the conditions of well-being, and those are the actions. This may be a policy change, a partnership, a program, an initiative. We talked about creating the implementation of a budget equity tool to ensure our budget dollars are being spent equitably. Who is involved in this action is the Office of Equity and Inclusion. It would include the Office of Budget and Finance in the city manager's office. We've put a timeline to this to have this completed by the end of this fiscal year. And how are we going to measure this? The budget tool is ready for use by fiscal year 2022, and that the percentage of our city dollars are used for contracting, consulting, procurement that are proportionate to the racial demographics of the city. Again, that is what we heard the commission, that's what we thought we heard the commission say in our goals that were adopted back in July. So we just want to clarify that that's what we actually heard you guys say. But also too, we wanted the percentage of contracting, consulting, and procurement dollars spent with women and minority-owned businesses. And we want to increase the number of minority-owned businesses in our database. So I just want to stop right there because again, when we talked about the adoption of the budget equity tool and how we spend our budget dollars, these are things that we think that we've heard you say, and we want to make sure that we clarify that that this is actually what you mean before we start working on this goal. So I want to pause right here and take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Marshall. We've got a question from Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the first item there, I think we probably should have GRU part of that too. I think it should be across our whole entire city, not just general government. In terms of the budget equity toolkit and stuff like that, our dollars.
Correct. And I apologize for that. Did not mean to leave GRU off. Anything else?
Anybody else have any questions or additions? Okay, please continue.
Okay, so moving down again, we talk about the disparity study. Again, this is going to play a really big part in any type of programs that we may be able to create that are race or gender based. Once the disparity study is done, we'll know if we have that legal basis to be able to create those types of programs. And so this is a goal that we have that, again, really going to be determined by what comes out of our disparity study. I'm having a hard time seeing my screen with everyone. So, also, we talked about our workforce development. And if you see on this area right here, we talked about the percent of our employees by racial groups throughout all levels of the organization relative to the percent of the city population by racial groups. Again, this is one of the goals that we've heard the commission talk about. So we wanted to make sure that we were, again, as we're putting our goals into this matrix, that we're on the right page. We're going to be evaluating our recruitment efforts, developing citywide recruitment plans. We'll be looking at our hiring manager training to remove biases from the interview, hiring, and promotion processes, but also looking at potentially creating retention strategies. I will say that some of those discussions have already begun. I've had some conversations with Cheryl McBride and Lisa Jefferson around workforce development. We've sent over some baseline data to our strategic initiatives, who's been disaggregating some of that data. So that work has already began. But again, as I've said before, workforce development is going to be a really huge task. We're going to have to take this in bits and pieces. And so who's going to be working on that piece? Obviously, our office. Big partner in this one is going to be our human resources office, because they're the one that houses all the data. And the GRU Office of Inclusion, which Yvette Carter, she's a really huge asset to this work as well. And so again, the performance measures is how we'll look at this. Is our baseline data by department is disaggregated by race and position, and the percent of our departments implementing new recruitment plans. We'll look at the percent of our hiring managers that have completed anti-bias training, and we'll look at the percent of departments implementing new retention strategies. Additionally to this, we'll identify high priority policies in our hiring, promotion, and discipline process, which is one thing I think we heard Commissioner Johnson talk about was the discipline. That's an additional thing that we'll be looking at as well during our workforce development, and we'll review those policies and recommend changes and bring those back to the commission. Again, who will be working on those are those same departments. and we'll look at the number of identified policies that have been successfully updated. Again, we do have a policy process that these will have to go through as we're starting to identify these. And once they go through that policy process, we'll bring that back to the commission. But I just definitely wanted to highlight that we would be looking at discipline as well, because I know that was something that Commissioner Johnson brought up, and I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page, and that if there was anything additional at this time that the commission wanted us looking into with our city policies, that we were able to bring that up now so we could get that into our plan.
Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question on the most one you just spoke about, and I know in the past we have looked at gender and racial kind of goals based on like a citywide kind of thing. So like all the executive assistants across the whole the city. Yet some departments may. I mean, are we going to start looking at things at a department instead of kind of citywide? Does that make sense in terms of that question?
Well, that absolutely makes sense. I will tell you that the data that we have and we've collected already, we've already started to break that down by department, to see departmentally what each department looks like it's broken down by gender and by race. So we've already started to break that down and look at each individual department.
Okay, because I think that's a more important metric of who you're kind of working with on a daily basis and making decisions. So thank you.
Before we move on, was there anyone else, or was there any other particular area that you felt was important that we add or include into our work plan?
I see no other hands, so you can continue.
Okay. So one of the things that we heard that came up during the conversation around our goals was some type of youth program. And that was one that I didn't feel that we really flushed out a ton. This was one that we filled in some of the blanks, and I think that we needed definitely maybe more conversation around, because we weren't really sure what was meant during that part of the conversation about youth. So we're talking about creating like a youth employment program, or we're trying to increase the percentage of youth that maybe graduate from high school on time. Again, it was just kind of thrown out there blanket, and there wasn't really a lot of discussion around it. So I definitely wanted to have a little bit deeper discussion of what that actually meant. And I can't remember which commissioner brought it up.
I think several, but we'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Ariola.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that that's subject to evolution right now. Youth programs have long been a part of what the government has done. I think that the direction that the commission wants to go in of developing a more sort of comprehensive youth development policy will identify some of the answers to those questions to really specifically figure out what kind of outcomes we want, so we can get the indicators, the strategies, and the performance measures. So I think that's something that's a little bit to be determined, but we're going to have our workshops to really flesh that out, and then we'll be able to sort of identify the framework for a comprehensive policy, which can then be referred to in the action plan that you're referencing. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ariola. I think, Mr. Marshall, for me, it's a sort of pretty direct ask, which is we want to make sure that the way in which we're serving our youth and assessing their health and well-being goes through the equity lens, and we are ensuring that we are measuring and assessing those metrics the same way we are for any other part of our community, including internally with the city of Gainesville. So, I think some of it is going to deal with some outcomes that we've been looking at for a while, which is disproportionate minority contact with GPD, with things like suspensions, and disciplinary action in school and outside school at youth activities, looking at health outcomes, and then ultimately getting to, are we equitably providing services that help to address those outcomes, that's a word I have trouble with, particularly with the findings from the report. I mean, I think, if we need a place to start, that's where we start, and looking at our findings there, which probably have changed and frankly will have changed significantly more when we go back and remeasure those outcomes because of the disruption caused by COVID-19. So if you need a starting place, that's where I think we can start. We take those findings from there. We can take what we've already done through GPD analysis and Parks and Rec analysis, through the work done by Boost. And then I think what we're going to have to do is figure out a way to update all that, because I don't like governing by anecdote, but I think we all have heard the anecdotes about the widening gap between our community's youth because of the impact of COVID-19. So if you're starting, I think that's where it is. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, the only thing I would add to that would be looking at youth employment as well, particularly in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic as well, and how that's affected the youth being able to find jobs, which, frankly, a lot of people are out of work right now.
Yep. Okay. All right. Please continue, Ms. Marshall.
That was the clarification that I needed. Thank you. So next, what we've heard was the implementation of a citywide use of engagement toolkit. I think we've recently had a presentation on the engagement toolkit. That's something that will be led by, I think, our communications office. And so we will continue on to our next one. So lastly, we talked about reestablishing a relationship with the Friendship 7 by reaching out to these individual institutions to see where they are in their equity efforts and build some type of collaborative relationship. And so the mayor did send out a letter to our Friendship 7, inviting them to have a conversation with our office about their equity efforts. I will say that those conversations have already begun. And so we just wanted to make sure that we're, again, on the right page with where we're headed with this goal, is that we want to establish this partnership so we can start actually working towards some of the inequities that we see in our community. And so just wanted to make sure that, again, we were on the right page with that goal as well.
Ms. Marshall, is there anybody you have not heard back from yet?
Yes, there's some that I've not heard back from.
Okay, let me know and I'll make a follow-up.
Okay. And lastly, one of the things that we talked about that was in our EO policy 1, there was an old citizens advisory board, a diversity and inclusion citizens advisory board that had stalemate for quite some time. And so we're looking at reestablishing that citizens advisory board and rewriting the duties and responsibilities. What we've come up with so far is having a board that really ties themselves to the city's strategic plan. And so they can help us come up with ideas of resolving some of the racial inequities that they see in their community as well. So I've been exploring some ideas with Brian from our city attorney's office on what that could look like. Again, it's a board that's already written in policy, and that board does report to our office, not the city commission. And just wanted to make sure that, again, because it's going to be an equity board, that the commission is okay or comfortable with that board reporting to our office, or does this need to be a board that reports to the city commission?
You know, I have one idea, and I'm not, suggesting I'm on target with this or not, Ms. Marshall, but we also have the Human Rights Board, which, based on my sort of recollection, observation over the last 12 years, is that they probably have capacity to do more work than they actually get, right? Because they only really do anything if there is a challenge, that needs to come before them. And so many times they have scheduled meetings that get canceled because there's just nothing that comes up. And when they do, it's usually a case, right? I mean, it's a heavy agenda if they have 2 or 3 cases to look over. So because it's already impaneled and because you already work with that board and they are selected and answer to the commission, we could potentially think about expanding their scope and asking them to do some of this work. I think what we would need to do is come up with some parameters as a commission in consultation with you and your staff, and then bring it to them, ask them to put it on their agenda, have a discussion if they're willing to take that on. We want to make sure they volunteered for this and, agreed to serve on the board, understanding that it had certain responsibilities. And so if we're going to expand that charge, I think it's fair to allow them to tell us whether they want to do that or not. But that may sort of be the best of both worlds. I don't know, does anybody else on the commission have any thoughts or opinions about that? As opposed to impaneling a completely new, I understand that it's empowered now, but it's, we don't have one. So instead just going to a board that we already have that actually reports, ostensibly to the city commission. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I think that's a good idea.
I'm going to quote you on that, maybe out of context. So that seems to be the fashionable thing to do these days. Commissioner Johnson.
Does this mean that we would use the people that are currently on the board, or that it would be open to new members?
Well, it would be who's currently there. We're not, just because we changed, because we asked them to do more doesn't mean that somebody gets kicked off that's been duly appointed. But I think we would give them an opportunity if they said, hey, this isn't for me, or this isn't what I signed up for, they could, resign and we could, fill the board with new appointments.
My thoughts are that there was a lot of excitement in the community about people being a part of an effort specifically related to equity. And I'd like to give the opportunity for our neighbors to be a part of that. So how we do that, I think, is a question that I have if we are not establishing a new board. But
yeah, that's a fair point. So, I don't think we have to figure that out today. What I would love is if Ms. Bryant could maybe let us know, A, is the Human Rights Board completely staffed, and B, when the terms come up for that. Because it might mean if there's openings and people's terms are coming to an end, it could be an opportunity for anybody that wants to participate to do it through that. I'm okay creating another different board, but it just seems there's a lot of alignment between what the Human Rights Board does and the fact that they have capacity to do more work. So, but I don't, if it means that we're going to be, walling people out of participation because it's too limited on there, then that's more important to consider rather than, using something that we already have. So, so Ms. Marshall, let's learn more information about that, and then we'll make a final decision sort of the next time we bring this back and talk about it, if that's okay.
Okay, and we do have a Human Rights Board on the 29th of this month. And so what I can do is put that on our agenda to have a conversation with our board members to assess, how they feel about potentially.
Yeah, just test the water. And, they might say no. And then that tells us a lot of what we need to know as well. So that's fine. And and then we'll just figure out exactly what we want to do mean, I think it's one or the other, Ms. Marshall. So, at least that narrows it down.
I think one of the clarifying questions for me was, is this a board that, reports directly to the city commission?
And I think that part is important to say yes, that we need to appoint them and that they need to be answerable to us.
Okay.
Is there any disagreement with what I just said? I'm not seeing any, but I'm assuming that would be the will of the commission. Okay, Commissioner Johnson, is that an old hand?
That is an old hand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what I can do is, again, we have a human rights board on this meeting. I can, test the waters with our board, but I can also bring back a model of what this board could look like if it's a newly created board.
All right, perfect.
So that was the last of our goals, and I think that we got the clarification that we needed from that. So now I just wanted to open it up and see if there were any additional questions. Again, we already have started working on some of these goals. The biggest one, again, is going to be our workforce development. That's going to be a huge task, but recognizing that we have all, I think, collectively decided that we need to start with our recruiting practices and looking at that data. So again, some of these have already started. Our goal is to bring you back updates quarterly or as needed before that quarter, or put in an agenda item if there's something that we need to update or we need clarification on. And so at this time, I want to give the floor to the commission if there are any additional clarifying questions for myself or for Ben.
All right, thank you, Ms. Marshall and Ms. Howard, Mr. Howard for all that. Our fabulous clerk just informed me that we have 3 human rights boards position coming open in February, just FYI. Love the turnaround time on that. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. And so, we don't necessarily have using this equivocal language, we don't have a motion on the floor and there's not necessarily need for a motion. I think you got the feedback you needed, Ms. Marshall. I'd like to open it up for public comment if any of our neighbors have any thoughts they'd like to share with us as we sort of fully roll out this equity plan.
I think that's back to me now, Mr. Mayor. Adam Sessler is here. And we do have one caller, Nathan Scop. Nathan, you are up.
Yes, good afternoon, mayors, commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the GARA training, I want to note for the record that the special meetings, which were 2-day city commission special meetings to roll out the GARA training to the commissioners while they were together, as alluded to by Commissioner Johnson, has been canceled twice. Most recently, that GARA training, that 2-day special commission meeting, was scheduled for October 13th and October 14th. The revised agenda was issued, canceling those meetings last Friday on the 9th. So the commission's known about this for a while. GARA's known about it for a while. GARA's been paid taxpayer money to provide training, but that hasn't happened. And we hear a lot of discussion about COVID, but to me, it seems to be a little bit of a pretext, because what we heard in this presentation was that, in fact, that now the commission is not going to have special meetings to receive the GARA training. They're going to be engaged in individual study. And that appears to be a material change in the scope of the contract that the city agreed to with GARA. That GARA would, the tasking was that GARA would provide approximately 16 hours of live or virtual training. Originally, it was supposed to be live, then it was virtual to the city commission. And it would allow the public to participate in the meeting by listening to the GARA presentation, learning from that, and also seeing how our taxpayers being spent in terms of the quality of training. Now we don't have the opportunity for that because you guys have been told that you're going to go individual study. So I'm a little concerned here in terms of how taxpayer money is being expended. This does appear to be a substantial material change in the scope of the contract in terms of how the training to the commission is going to be delivered. I don't have confidence in the Equity and Inclusion Office to have the wherewithal to negotiate a reduction in scope and recover our taxpayer money that could be reallocated to funding some of these other things that you guys want to go spend money on related to race and equity that's going to require additional funding. Sounds like you're going to give GARE even more money if they have to come back and give a out of scope presentation, because you're not holding them to what they were originally provided. And I that squarely falls on the shoulder of the Equity Inclusion Office, because I think this is another example of something that's being poorly managed under pretext of hiding behind and making excuses about COVID. Mayor Poe, you said that the commission's afraid to have training in person. Well, you're not required to. The meeting on October 13th and 14th was virtual. It would allow the public to listen to the GARE training and you guys to get educated on the GARE talking points. But individual study is substantially different from that, denies the public the ability to learn and listen. Likewise, too, you said you're afraid to meet in person. Mayor Poe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you've been teaching classes at Santa Fe in person since August. Previously, you had COVID town hall meetings in person in room 16. So I'm not sure where this misplaced fear is. It sounds like political theater. But the bottom line here is we've expended a large sum of taxpayer money to GARE to provide training, and it keeps getting changed by the moment, and as recently as this week.
Mr. Scott, that's the end of your 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. You get my points, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we have one more caller, Mayor. Will the caller on 9480, we are talking about equity updates. Your comment, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Nancy Darren. And what a great conversation with the whole RBA process. I really appreciate it. I'd like to offer the whole focus on well-being, I think, is essential and central. And this is things to incorporate that could be very valuable here. 3 things. That genuine progress indicators, there are all kinds of inclusive measures of well-being, the Human Development Index, the Genuine Progress Indicator, happiness indicators that could all be incorporated into this. A couple of years ago, the American Sustainable Business Council put out a report called The Power of Sustainable Purchasing. I gave hard copies and sent the link, I think, to various departments, both at the city and county, but it looks at the 5 sustainability criteria and how important the purchasing practices are, and that would be a very valuable part of your workforce development and recruitment efforts. And then centering around social determinants of health, which is entirely focused on well-being of all. And I think if we measure and we look at performance and outcomes and our strategies based around these 3 built into the RBA process, I think we'll have a great deal of success. So I will resubmit. I don't know to which department, but I will resubmit all those things that I've submitted in the past few years. And I have books if anybody wants to have an extra book to read. So thank you. I think this is really great and a very valuable approach that really focuses on community, health, wealth, and well-being. And in a post-COVID world, relocalization is going to be essential if we're going to thrive in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darren. Mr. Mayor, that is all we have in this section.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Darren, you can send any of those materials to Ms. Marshall, the Office of Equity Inclusion. She can then sort of spread those out as appropriate. And as far as the GARE training or anything else, it's very frustrating that Mr. Scott, you don't seem to have any empathy for all of the people involved in trying to govern during these very difficult times. The Miss Marshall and her staff worked with our clerk's office tirelessly to try to get something scheduled. But because the governor waited until literally the last hour to extend the virtual meeting exemption under his order, they were not able to figure out whether we could do something virtually or not, which means they could not pass along to GARE what the expectation was, whether this would be in person or virtual or some hybrid. So we're doing the best we can. It doesn't always work smoothly. I did not characterize that I was afraid of meeting. It is not my preference. It is not, I am not comfortable with that. We have members of our staff and the commission who may have underlying health conditions, whose family members may be at risk, who are the sole income earners for their family. And if they are unable to work, their family is at risk, just like so many other families in our community and around the nation. And so I would just ask for a little empathy in allowing us to try to figure out how to continue doing the city's business during a global pandemic, the likes of which we have not seen in over 100 years. This is not normal. This is not business as usual. And so, you know, I think that moving ahead with this, getting our individual training will help our city commissioners, our staff move forward with a common framework, and then we'll build from there. It is not a final, you don't take a 6-hour class and then all of a sudden you're completely competent in equity and inclusion. It is a step towards being able to make good policy that's going to permanently improve the life of every one of our neighbors here in Gainesville. And we encourage you and everyone else to take that journey with us with an open mind and an eagerness to learn. So with that, Ms. Marshall, I want to thank you and your staff for bringing us up to date. I think I can speak for the commission that we are eager and enthusiastic about this work. And, you know, we're still sort of in the preparatory stage, but what that will allow us to do is get to the actual policy implementation phase as soon as possible. So some of these changes we can start seeing a real material benefit to so many people in our community because of this. So with that, Madam Clerk, and I was reminded too that we did have a hurricane threat happen right in the middle of all this as well, that completely pounded Baton Rouge, where our trainers were located and had to evacuate. So that complicated matters as well. Again, we'd ask for a little empathy for people whose lives are being significantly disrupted because of a variety of disasters. Okay, thank you for all that. And let's go ahead and move on to our next item, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is business discussion item 2, discussion of city commission subcommittees with a recommendation to discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, so there was a request that we bring this back up. We have had composition of the commission change, and we wanted to give people opportunity to jump off of any subcommittees if they felt like their service had worn its course or they had other priorities that they wanted to focus on, and anybody to jump on subcommittees if they had an interest in doing so. So I just throw it to the commission to sort of ask, you know, where we are with any of that. This could be the shortest discussion ever. Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Thanks. I'll start, Mayor. Thank you. At the last Race and Equity Subcommittee meeting, we decided that we would pause, mainly because we felt like a lot of the discussions that we were going to have needed to be elevated to the commission as a commission level discussion. So, you know, provided the quarterly updates that Tanisha Marshall is going to do, and anything else related to equity that individual commissioners can bring back. That should satisfy some of the work that needs to be done, at least within the next year. And then if there needs to be any kind of special meetings called, with that, where only a few of us would be meeting and then bring it back to the commission, then, we would keep the option open to do that. But overall, we're going to pause and have any discussions that we need to have about race and equity at a commission.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And the other thing I might throw out there is that, if we start compiling a list of sort of significant policy decisions that we need to make specifically surrounding race and equity, then we can just have special city commission meeting for that and invite the whole commission. Because I agree with you, we're getting to a point where it almost becomes redundant for the committee to hash a bunch of things out and then bring it to the commission when really it's going to be a collective decision to get these things moving forward. So I appreciate they all had that conversation, and I'll be I'll be in close communication with Ms. Marshall, and of course any of you can bring these requests up at a commission meeting about sort of what's getting to the decision point phase of these discussions, and if they can fit on a regular city commission meeting agenda, then great. If it's better to just make them stand alone, and sometimes that's better for our neighbors as well, if they know that we're going to have a special meeting on race and equity issues, that they're particularly keyed in on that and more likely to participate. So I think all that is helpful all around. So I appreciate that. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Digital Access Committee, we had a meeting on Monday, and I apologize for not having credited backup for that. But since we didn't have the meeting until Monday, it was not possible to really do that. The items that we're working on specifically, and members correct me if I'm leaving something out here, primarily are issues of data governance and protection as they relate to all the data that we work on and have access to as a city about our residents, as well as, of course, broadband. I would imagine will come back soon enough as we move that RFP forward. With the intent of working through mundane details and having longer discussions at that level without having to spend everybody's time in a full commission meeting or workshop on them, so that we can bring more streamlined, bigger issues directly to the commission. And again, if a committee, if I'm misrepresenting that or misunderstanding that, please speak up. But that's where I've been chairing from as a position of understanding.
Yeah, thank you. And something, I think we'll need to work with the clerk on. If you are going to continue meeting, I don't believe that room 16 in the basement is ideal. And so I think trying to work with the clerk to schedule those meetings for the commission chambers, where we have we're going to have plexiglass dividers. We're going to have more space for people to spread out that attends those meetings. And hopefully we're working through this as well, but staff doesn't necessarily need to be in that room. And so they can still be in their offices, virtual, and interact with the commission that way. But we're going to have to figure all that out, and we'll work with the committees to be able to use that room. The other two places that might be usable, obviously, are the GRU multi-purpose room. There's a little more opportunity for spacing there, although I don't know how good circulation is in there. That's something we need some facilities folks to look at. And then GPD as well. That's a little smaller, but still probably could space and has some recording capability. But obviously none of those are ideal. So we'll work with you as each committee chair to figure out how we can work that in the schedule. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just report on the Zero Waste Subcommittee. We just had our first, substantive meeting this week. And the original kind of motion that we passed back in February was to sunset the board in November 30th. And that definitely because of COVID, we got pushed back quite a bit. So I would like to move that we sunset the Zero Waste Subcommittee on May 31st of 2021.
Okay, is there a second to that? Seconded by Ward, moved by Hayes Santos. And before we move to public comment and then a vote on the motion, have you all had an opportunity to meet with the Climate Advisory, formerly Water Policy Committee meeting with the county since we changed the sort of scope and charge of that committee? Commissioner Ward?
Mr. Mayor, we've had minimal meeting. We had one meeting since then, and the only really the only business we did was to appoint the citizen board and to set another meeting for December.
Okay. Again, you're going to have to work with them to figure out how to do that safely. This is really just going to be a challenge. And not, this is, I don't want to get off topic here, but, you know, for example, our joint meetings with the UAB, with the county commission present a massive, massive challenge. I mean, because just putting like 12 of us in a room, socially distanced with the ability to record and then allowing, you know, citizen participation is really going to be tough. So, you know, once we have a plan, we'll let you know. There'll probably be concern or criticism about it, both from y'all and our citizens. But we don't have a choice as long as the emergency order doesn't change from the governor. Commissioner Ariola.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. While we're on the subject, did the former Water Policy Board discuss how the county and city were going to change the rules so that an additional member could be added? Was that part of the discussion as well?
We did, and I thought we had agreed to appoint you. Right?
That would be news to me.
We'll just verify that and give an update. Okay, so the motion is to extend the authority of the Zero Waste Subcommittee to terminate on May 31st of 2021. Adam, any members of the public wish to speak to that?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have nobody on queue for this issue.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Thanks all for.
Mr. Mayor, may I just interrupt? We do have a late comer, just as I said that there was nobody available. Mr. Scott, you are on the line.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I just want to offer this. Commission's concerned about being able to conduct committee meetings and either in person with some protective measures, but I heard space concerns articulated. You know, I know that they need to be televised and what have you. One of the things that maybe the commission could consider if it wants to avail its fears regarding COVID and pandemic, which, you know, you referenced the pandemic of I believe, 1918, which had substantially more fatalities in the world and the U.S. than COVID-19. Had over in the U.S. alone estimated actual fatalities over 645,000 deaths for influenza in that pandemic compared to COVID, which in Alachua County we don't seem to have the same level of issues as other places. But what I'd like to suggest to avail your concerns for not only members of the public that would like to participate safely, but commissioners that seem to live in fear, is that perhaps you could talk to UF and avail yourself of the Phillips Center, which has a lot of space for some sort of bigger auditorium, bigger than the City Commission's chambers, and bigger than the GRU multi-purpose room where the audio and video is terrible. And you constantly have problems, whether they be audio and or visual. But, you know, you guys have such a partnership with UF, perhaps you ought to reach out to your buddies. And certainly they're not listening to you about about not having attendance at football games, Commissioner Ariola, but maybe you can use your influence to have them provide their open facilities to the City Commission so that you can conduct business and everyone can participate in a meaningful manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. All right, Mr. Mayor, that is all we have on this topic.
Okay, thank you very much. We already voted on the item, so we will move on to our next item, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is business discussion item 3, Mayor Lauren Poe, Indigenous Peoples Day.
All right, thank you. So, of course, later on our evening agenda, we have the proclamation, but I wanted to share this draft resolution with y'all and get your feedback, and then hopefully direct the city attorney to draft the formal resolution for approval at a future meeting. I've been working with some folks. Actually, this dates back to 2 years ago with the first proclamation I issued recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day. But we are working to formalize this day and then have some annual recognition and celebration of our Indigenous peoples. So, you know, kind of elevate the celebration to what we see, for example, with the Pride Fest and Black History Month and some of the other groups and organizations. We have the Hispanic Festival, you know, downtown as well. So, you know, I'm sure y'all read the resolution, but there's two main things in there that are, you know, sort of actionable that I just want to point out. The first is that what this resolution would do is make October 12th an official designated not holiday. Wouldn't be a paid holiday, but it would be officially recognized by the city of Gainesville annually as Indigenous Peoples Day. And the second thing that it would authorize is for us to put some sort of physical commemoration outside at City Hall that this is not our land. This land was taken and is being borrowed from the original inhabitants, and that we honor and respect that as we occupy this land for our city business. And we can work on the language of that marker. There are many examples around the country that already exist that are, you know, very concisely written and clear as to, you know, what the purpose and intent there is. And then the rest of the resolution really lays out the justification and cause behind doing this, which, you know, if you have any questions about that, I'm happy as well. And then, you know, what I can share with you is the folks I've been working with, including people of our Indigenous community, ancestors of our Indigenous community, and folks from, you know, UF as well, who you know, do their research and teach in this space, are committed to helping bring more outward commemoration and celebration during this time every year. So, you know, they're quite sure that they can bring folks that can help share history, story, culture, you know, everything else that helps our community understand and learn and appreciate the contributions that our Indigenous neighbors have made over time. Now, what will come up later, you know, and we'll talk about this in budget process, I will ask for some sort of, you know, increment to be set aside to help facilitate some of this. I don't expect it to be a huge amount, but, you know, we're going to have to pay for some people to come in and lead these discussions and lead these cultural activities, similar that we do for some of these other celebrations. So we'll start working up, you know, a budget for that, what that might mean and what the deliverables for that would be. But because this doesn't happen until the next fiscal year, we have time to work that out. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually really like this idea and your suggestion of some kind of outward commemoration. The law school, when I was still a student and right after I graduated, was conducting symposiums on Native American law. So they were doing a day or 2-day event where they did bring in speakers to kind of give that education portion, because you don't traditionally get it even at the law school level or in undergrad. So I am in full support of this, and however I can help bring about that, because I still have some of those connections to the larger Native community. I would love to be part of it, and I would love to see a sign out in front of City Hall similar to the one we have next to the law school, commemorating the land and giving some acknowledgement to the tribes that were here before us.
Beautiful.
Thank you,
I love that idea of working in and hopefully coordinating efforts with the university. So it's we see that synergy between on and off campus recognition. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to suggest too the coordination between the city, University of Florida, and the county. I don't know if the county have anything like this, but I think it would be great if we all could acknowledge this and work together in bringing this to light to not just the city of Gainesville, but for the whole county. So I would love to know if the county has something like this in place, as well as UF, so we can participate together.
Sure, I'll definitely reach out. I'll just go ahead and have the conversation with the new chair. I'm assuming, well, I want to say who I'm assuming. I think we know who the new chair of the county commission is going to be, but it's of course up to the newly impaneled county commission once the election's over to decide that for themselves. And so whoever that is, I'll reach out and have a conversation with them, and then we'll work together. So when this rolls around next year, we special planned and coordinated. I think that's a great suggestion from both of you. Thank you. Okay, anybody willing to make a motion to authorize the city attorney to draft a resolution?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Ariola, seconded by Ward. Thank you very much. And we will now, I'm sorry, Commissioner Santos, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we want to put in the motion to start the process for a sign and where that might be placed? And things like that?
It's in the resolution.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, that we will do that. So we'll just have to work. I want to work with the representatives from the indigenous group. So it's not us writing it, but them, and then we'll help place it. Is my idea. Not my idea, is my thinking on how we would advance that. Okay, Adam, over to you.
Yes, we have one public comment. Nathan Scott, you have the floor.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, mayors, commissioners. Nathan Scott. So, Mayor Poe, I guess appreciate your insight on this. I do have some questions. What I understand is that the city, despite the federal holiday of Columbus Day, is wanting to create a resolution for Indigenous People Day, claiming the hardships that you cited. And also spend some additional money, which the city really doesn't have as an increment to go fund next year, which you guys haven't lowered our property taxes to rollback rate, blaming the county, but at every meeting you find ways to spend more and more money, and there's no fiscal responsibility. But what concerns me, and this is a question I have to you, Mayor Poe, is that the under your philosophy or your what you stated, it would be equally true that the city of Gainesville is equally occupying land that was owned by Native Americans, and that seems somewhat militaristic, and that under your same line of logic, city government should immediately vacate all land and owned by the city and pay rent to the rightful owner. And if there isn't a rightful owner, then what you're saying sounds somewhat suspect. So I just appreciate what's being done. Native Americans certainly it's questionable as to whether some of their rights and history things could have been done better. However, this one here, if you're really going to do something, the city's equally guilty. So, I'd like to understand your flawed logic on this one. And likewise, too, in terms of getting additional perspective, I'd note that the Reagan Black Tie and Blue Jeans barbecue dinner is tonight with keynote speaker Ari Elder, who's prominent African American. And, I'd like to invite you, Mayor Poe, since you're interested in listening to different perspectives, to come listen to that keynote speaker and maybe appreciate a different perspective since you're open to hearing different opinions. Thank you. And that's at Alachua at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We have one more caller. Caller on ending in 0244. We're discussing Indigenous Peoples Day. Is your comment on this agenda item?
Yes, please.
All right. And what is your name?
I'm Debbie Martinez.
Hello, Ms. Martinez. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to mention, it's just even hard to even talk about this without being upset, but following the tragic, brutal murder of George Floyd and the protests that erupted in our country, I think the American people should be very proud of the numbers of people that stood up in solidarity about this injustice, that it spurred a protest throughout the entire world. Over 4,000 cities and towns throughout the world protested against the prejudice and bigotry against people of color and their indigenous people. So I think it's important to notice this and to make note of it and how indigenous people were brutalized, not just to have a plaque, but actually cite the cruelty in which they suffered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Mayor and Council, we do have yet another caller ending in 4438. We're discussing Indigenous Peoples Day. Is your comment on this topic?
It is.
Welcome. What's your name?
And so I just wanted to add to the Hello, my name is Zoe, and I just wanted to add to the conversation, being that I am of African American and Native American descent, that acknowledgement brings about healing. And so this is a great thing to actually acknowledge that some things happened, history took place, but to also seek a path for healing. That was all that I needed to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I think that's all we've got on this topic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for participating. And what I will just say as we move forward, this will be a process, and we'll do our best to reach out to anybody who wants to participate in this process to make sure that what we do at this time next year is meaningful and representative of the community we are, acknowledging and working on a process of reconciliation. And so anybody that's listening or hears about this, and wants to participate in this, I think it'll be a phenomenal opportunity to get involved in a really positive way and do something that will have lasting impact to our community as a whole. So with that, Madam Clerk, we'll move to a vote, which is to authorize the drafting of the resolution by the City Attorney's Office to be placed on a future agenda.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Pope.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, Madam Clerk, and while you're reading this into the record, I'm just going to hop off for just a few seconds here. Commissioner Ariola, you have the gavel, but I should be back quite shortly.
Next is discussion item 4, continuation of moratorium discussion with the recommendation that the commission hear a presentation by staff and take any action it deems necessary.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We shall patiently await the mayor's return. Shouldn't be long. If staff could prepare, I guess, queue up ready for their presentation. Although I will leave it to the mayor to set the table.
Can y'all see that?
Yes, sir, we can.
Excellent.
Andrew, if you can just move it though to the presentation mode.
Not quite. We've got your screen, but we don't yet have the full presentation. It's still on the desktop view.
There you go.
That good?
That's good.
Awesome.
Mr. Mayor, are you back yet? Not quite.
I've got a couple of good dad jokes. I'm happy to break out.
Keep them to yourself. Just don't keep them. I'm sure they're funny, but don't grace us with such brilliant humor. We're undeserving. Mayor?
I'm back.
The table is set. The floor is yours.
Okay. I will perform a lateral pass to, I believe, Mr. Persons.
Mayor, I think I'm just going to jump in to.
Okay, yes, Mr. Feldman.
So we've worked closely with several departments within the general government. GRU provided us some assistance and some data as well. But as we talked about earlier in the meeting, we need some further direction from the City Commission, particularly as to helping us define the nexus between development and the facts that we're going to show you, which, as the city attorney pointed out, will be critical in terms of crafting an ordinance to move forward. So in this presentation, you're going to hear us refer to 4 questions, which I'll briefly summarize right now, just to lay some context. First is we need the commission to, in its legislative function, to determine some findings of fact and to create that nexus that I spoke about between those facts and development. And we're going to give you a neighborhood by neighborhood presentation of the data. Second, we need the commission to tell us what type of development is causing any sort of identified negative impacts on neighborhood. That would be the type of development that you would put a moratorium on. The third is, what would you like us to do to correct that if you find that there's a negative effect of development, what would you like us to do during the moratorium period? And then fourth, how long is that period? So as we're going through the presentation, if you can keep those questions in mind, we will be circling back to that at the end to try to engage the commission in a discussion around those 4 points. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Persons, who, let me tell you, did a tremendous amount of work in a very short period of time to put this data together. So, Andrew,
Right, thank you,
and
Mr.
your team.
Feldman. And before we turn to Mr. Persons, let's go to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. I just had one question, Mr. Manager. What was your second point?
So the second question is, what type of development does the commission feel creates the fact pattern that you're trying to correct? Is this construction of retail? Is it construction of multifamily? Is it construction of both? Is it all development? Is it development of projects of a certain size? We need to get an understanding from the commission as to what you believe is the type
This meeting is being recorded.
what type of development is hitting that piece, where they're creating those facts that you want to try to correct.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Simmons. And with that, I will, Commissioner Johnson, I saw your hand come up and then came back down. Are you good for now?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Your hand's back. The hands are going up and down. Okay, then we will go to Mr. Persons.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. Andrew Persons. I'm the interim director of the Department of Sustainable Development. And thank you to the city manager for the nice compliment, but it was all my staff's doing. They should deserve all the credit for crunching all these numbers in such a short time. So I'm going to cover briefly a little bit of sort of where we were, but I'm going to really pretty quickly dive into the neighborhood by neighborhood snapshots that we put together.
And Mr. Persons, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Commissioner Simmons, I still see your hand up. Is that a new hand or was that the original hand? Okay, we're all good. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. So back in October or August 31st, that was our last presentation. Here we are on the 15th, where we'll be discussing the moratorium details. And then, as I mentioned, going through some of the analysis within the moratorium boundary. So these are the questions that the city manager had referenced that we'll be asking the commission to consider and provide direction on today. I won't restate them. I think you did an excellent job. So as a starting point, we looked at the Chapel Hill moratorium. It's been discussed by the commission. Their moratorium was really focused on some of the issues that we heard the commission was concerned about at that August 31st meeting, specifically the ideas of that these areas were experiencing gentrification and potential displacement. So we used the Chapel Hill ordinance, moratorium ordinance, not necessarily the specific contours of it, but we looked particularly at what findings of fact that they had made in terms of what data points they were looking at. So there were a number of data points, but the ones that stood out for us were that there was a lot of changeover. They focused a lot on changeover in the neighborhoods that they were contemplating the moratorium for. So they had changeover of single family homes to investor or student occupied. There was approximately 50% of the homes in the North Side neighborhood changed ownership in the last 10 years, becoming investor owned properties. And they also looked at vacant properties, properties that were developed, but had, there was nobody living in it, sort of figuring that those properties may be more susceptible to being purchased by investors and converted to rentals. These were the 16-part motion that we had on August 31st, and we're already working and talking about most of the items on the list. So this is the moratorium boundary shown here in orange. The original direction of the 31st was to look at these specific neighborhoods, and what we did was essentially filled in some of the interstitial spaces so that was one contiguous moratorium boundary. And we looked at the individual neighborhoods within those boundaries, and we analyzed them across a number of factors that I'll talk about later, a little bit later. But first, we wanted to start with looking at the demographic change. So what this data represents from 2011 to 2018 is the American Community Survey data, which is produced by the census. This is sample data that they do basically on a monthly basis to perform at the end an annualized change that is aimed at smaller geographic areas, in this case, census block groups. So some of the block groups, like, they don't match perfectly with the neighborhood boundaries. And I can, if you like, I can actually sort of walk through neighborhood by neighborhood or even block group by block group about the change from 2011 to 2018. But you can see as I walk through the years here, the demographic changing across the moratorium area. So, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, I can read through those, or I can touch on some of the high point trends that we saw.
Yeah, that's what, because I mean, I have to be honest with you, the spreadsheet was very difficult for me to read just the way it was formatted. You know, after the first page, I couldn't figure out what correlated with which neighborhood.
A lot of data.
Yeah, well, and it just wasn't, it wasn't easy for me to physically align. Mm-hmm. And so if you can walk us through really what I'd like to see. I mean, it's fine to go over every year, but for me, and you know, Commission, tell me if you want to see something more detailed, is the difference between 11 and 18. Like, yeah, where did we end up with our last full year's worth of data?
Sounds good. I can absolutely do that. And if you'd like, I can some of the neighborhoods, as I mentioned, are broken up into different block groups. So I'll cover both of those if that's acceptable.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay. So starting with the duck pond, there's the main duck pond portion, which is census block 2005. There was, between 2011 and 2018, there was a decrease of Black population in around the 6.3%. There was an increase in white population of about 5%. There was a decrease in Hispanic population of 8%. And then there was an increase in the Asian population of 0.6%. In the other portion of the duck pond, which includes parts of the public and general neighborhood on the northeast part of town, there was a decrease in the Black population of 0.6% and a decrease in the white population of 13%.
Say that again.
Of 13% decrease in the Black population.
Wait.
The white population, sorry.
Decrease in white population by 13%?
Yes.
Okay.
There was an increase in the Hispanic population of 4% and an increase of the Asian population by 6%. Duval neighborhood is split up into three block groups. The first block group is 6002. There was a increase in Black population of 4%, an increase in white population of 1.6%, a decrease in Hispanic population of 0.6%, and a net change of 0 for the Asian population during that time. The next portion of Duval, which is 6003, there was a increase in Black population of 2.1%, a decrease in, increase in white population of 1.6%, a decrease of Hispanic population of 0.6%, and no net change for the Asian population.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Simmons.
Mr. Persons, on the screen that I have, you're showing the boundary and demographics, and it's not, I don't think it's correlating with what you're saying. Can you remove the screen so we can see you, or actually look at the actual neighborhood that you're talking about? Because I just see a screen, the boundary demographic screen, and it's not correlating with what you're saying as you're going block by block. I would like to see a block by block slide of what you're saying, if that's possible.
Yeah, I don't have the individual blocks broken out. I only have the moratorium area. This is the spreadsheet I'm reading from is in the backup.
I know that's what I'm looking at. Well, what page is it in the backup? Because on the screen it's that moratorium boundary demographics, but what you're saying, if it's in the backup, what page is it in the backup?
It's part of the spreadsheet. I don't know the exact name of the attachment.
So,
backup.
So
Okay.
Andrew,
Yes.
maybe it would be easier if when we hit the neighborhood by neighborhood piece, then you review the demographics for that neighborhood.
Sure, I can do that too.
Yeah, we can do that. And Commissioner Simmons, it's titled Demographic Changes. It's 2001-50C, and it's the 5th from the last piece of backup.
Okay, well, can he show that on the screen? Can he change the screen to say that?
I'm sure he can. It's not going to be helpful because it's like a 12-page spreadsheet. So
okay.
I think what the city manager suggested is as we go through each neighborhood, talking about it, that will, I think, be more clear visually, if that's okay with you, Commissioner Simmons.
So for that, can we just take the screen down, what I'm looking at? Because it's not what he's, all I see is a map with the boundaries.
Yeah, we can, Commissioner Simmons. I think when we go forward, it gets into each neighborhood. And then if he can bring that data up when we see that will be.
Right, that'll be helpful for me.
Okay, let's do that.
All right. So we also looked at the median household income during the same time, also using American Community Survey data. And there was change across the moratorium area. And I'll wait till we get into the neighborhoods to cover the change as well, if that's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure thing.
All right. We also looked at the homestead property trends in the overall city. So in 2008, this is the available data that we had from the property appraiser, which went back to 2008. The city had approximately 56% of the properties in the city were homestead. There was a general decrease in time over the next decade to the essentially the current rate, which is around 50.6% in 2019. So overall, there was a decrease of about 5.7% as a rate of decrease across the homesteaded properties in the city during this time. So now we're going to get into the individual neighborhoods. So starting in the Oakview neighborhood, and if anyone has any needs any sort of directional cues, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to move through these. So in the Oakview neighborhood, we looked at the homesteaded parcels. In 2008, there were 119 homesteaded parcels that were about 50% of the overall neighborhood boundary. So this was below the city average at the time back in 2008 of 5.6% or 56%. There was a decrease of 25 parcels between 2008 and 2019 that were homesteaded. That was represented roughly a 10% change or 10% decrease in the homesteaded parcels. That put the number, the 39%, under the citywide average of 50% roughly in homesteaded parcels that we have today. And the rate of change was faster than the overall city rate of 5.7% decrease during this time. We also looked at the number of heirs properties in each of these neighborhoods. Oakview actually had no heirs properties in the boundaries. And we also looked, thanks to getting GRU data on electric service, we looked at properties that had no electric service in the past 6 months, figuring this was a pretty decent proxy for identifying properties that may be vacant and had been vacant for a time, similar to what Chapel Hill had looked at. So in Oakview, there were two parcels that had no electric service in the last 6 months. And I can tell you the Oakview demographic change. Give me a second. So there was in Oakview between 2011 and 2018, in that census block group, there was an increase in Black population of 24%. There was a decrease in white population of 14%. There was no change in the Hispanic population, and there was a decrease in the Asian population of 7%. So moving on to Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue, as you could see, has 102 parcels that were homesteaded in 2008. That was well below the overall city average of 56% in homesteaded parcels at the time. There was a net decrease over the past decade of 14 parcels that went from homestead to non-homestead. That rate of change was about 3.6%, which was slower than the overall city average of 5.7% change. But as you can see, the Fifth Avenue neighborhood started well below the citywide average for homesteaded parcels and remained well below the citywide average of homesteaded parcels within the past decade.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Person, does this reflect businesses and residential homes?
No, homestead is just for residential homes.
Okay. And what about electricity? The electricity, will that also include residential and businesses within that block?
That includes both, yes.
Okay, thank you.
In the Ayers property, there are 28 Ayers properties in the Fifth Avenue neighborhood. And there are 28 unique owners as well. And then the electric service, there are 57 parcels with no electric service in the past 6 months. It's approximately about 9.7% of the overall parcels. In terms of demographics, the Fifth Avenue census block had an increase in between 2011 and 2018, an increase in the Black population of 7.2%, a decrease in the white population of 19.8%, a decrease in the Hispanic population of 1.7%, and an increase in the Asian population of 12.7%. I meant to mention this with Oakview as well, but the median household income in the Oakview neighborhood increased by $16,000 over the 2011 to 2018. In Fifth Avenue, the median household income increased by $10,368 during that time.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Persons, what is unique owners?
Unique owners meaning that the number of parcels that are heirs properties, meaning that there's 28 heirs properties and there are 28 owners of those heir properties. Some of the neighborhoods have heirs that own multiple pieces of property in the neighborhood. But in the case of Fifth Avenue, there are 28 heirs who own 28 properties.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Persons, I missed the demographic makeup on Fifth Avenue. Can you tell me I thought I heard an increase?
Yes, that's correct. Fifth Avenue census block group went from increased in Black population of 7.2%. There was a decrease in the white population of a decrease of 19%, a decrease in the Hispanic population of 1.7%, and an increase in the Asian population of 12%.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the Pleasant Street neighborhood. In the Pleasant Street neighborhood, similar to Fifth Avenue, back in 2008, there were 90 homesteaded properties, which represented about 37% of the overall neighborhood parcels. That's below the city-wide average of 56% of the time. There was a net decrease of 6 parcels during the past decade that became non-homesteaded. That was a rate of about 2.5%, which decreased slower than the citywide average. But similar to Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street started at below the homesteaded average for the city and remained below the homesteaded average for the city during this time. There are 19 heirs properties in the Pleasant Street neighborhood. There are 18 unique owners. And there are 20 parcels without electric service in the past 6 months within the neighborhood. And the demographic information, there was a increase in the Black population of 28%, a decrease in the white population of 23%, a decrease in the Hispanic population of 10%, and a decrease in the Asian population of 3.4% during this time. And the median household income increased by approximately $12,000 during that time. Moving on to the duck pond. The duck pond in 2008 had 477 homesteaded parcels. This is well above the city's average for homesteaded parcels in 2008. There was a net decrease of 20 parcels during the past decade. That decrease was a rate of 2.6%, decreased slower than the citywide average of 5.7%, and the result still remains higher than the citywide average for homesteaded parcels today. There are 4 heirs properties in the Duck Pond neighborhood with 4 unique owners. And there are 16 parcels with no electric service in the past 6 months. And the demographic information, the Duck Pond is split into 2 census block groups. So the first census block group, there was a decrease in Black population of 6%, an increase in the white population of 5%, a decrease in the Hispanic population of 8%, and an increase in the Asian population of 0.6%. The Duck Pond portion that includes part of the public and general neighborhood, there was a decrease in the Black population of 0.6%, a decrease in the white population of 13%, an increase in the Hispanic population of 4%, and an increase in the Asian population of 6.9%. And the median household income in the first portion of the Duck Pond, that census block group 2005, there was an increase in the median household income of $2,405. In the portion that includes a little bit of the public and general neighborhood, it was an increase of $34,696. That's median household income. Moving on to Northeast neighbors. Northeast.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Andrew, public general, where's the boundaries for that?
Let's see. Okay, there you go. Can you see my cursor?
Uh-huh.
That's public and general neighborhood. It's informally named that because it's near the public and general restaurant there.
The restaurant. Okay, got it. Okay. And what was the increase in population? Demographics?
The demographics for that portion?
Uh-huh.
It was a decrease in Black population of 0.6%, a decrease in the white population of 13%, an increase in the Hispanic population of 4%, and an increase in the Asian population of 6%.
Do you have the separate heirs property for that location as well, or is that just lumped in with Duck Pond?
It's lumped in with Duck Pond because it's Duck Pond, the neighborhood boundaries are split by a census block group. And so public in general is just an adjacent neighborhood that shares some of the boundary with that census block group data.
So the Duck Pond neighborhood is historic, and P&G's is not historic, but it's considered one neighborhood just based on the census.
Right. It's part of they share boundaries with census block groups. So like they don't, the census doesn't necessarily, those tract boundaries or the census block group boundaries, they don't neatly match with our individual neighborhood boundaries. So we have to select those census block groups, which are smaller geographic areas, but often with some of the neighborhoods, they are like some of the neighborhoods are split by two or more census block groups. So I'm just providing the data from both of those block groups for the commission.
Okay, so on your original page, when you had the dates 2011 through 2018, I believe, does that have P&G information in that original first slide as well?
Yeah, exactly. The data for like the Duck Pond, for instance, that includes both of those census block groups from 2011 all the way through 2018, which is all that American Community Survey data.
So in any way, would the Duck Pond data be skewed with P&G neighborhood data as one?
I mean, I would say there's always that that possibility that, you know, you have different neighborhoods with different demographics. I would say that it's the best available data that we have. That census data, we don't have like neighborhood by neighborhood demographic information without the census. This is why the census is so important to do.
Right, because with the P&G neighborhood, you didn't even identify Ayers property, or did you?
No, and it was not listed as one of the neighborhoods inside of the moratorium. So we only looked at the areas within the moratorium boundaries.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Ward, is that an old hand? Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm assuming so, if you can take that down. Thank you. All right, Andrew, please continue.
All right, moving on to Northeast Neighbors. In 2008, there were 151 homesteaded parcels. It was above the citywide average of 56%. At the time, there was a net change of 10 parcels that went from homestead to non-homestead at a rate of 3.8%. This was slower than the citywide average of 5.7%. And the Northeast Neighbors boundary still remains above the citywide average for homesteaded parcels at 54%. There are 4 Ayers properties with 4 unique owners in the neighborhood. And there are 10 parcels with no electric service in the past 6 months. The demographic information for Northeast Neighbors, Northeast Neighbors is split into 2 census block groups. There's one which includes portions of the Duck Pond, and then there's another which includes parts of the greater Northeast community. For the portion that splits with the Duck Pond, there was a decrease in Black population of 44%. There was an increase in white population of 44% during that time. There was an increase in Hispanic population of 9%, and there was a net zero change in the Asian population. In the portion of Northeast Neighbors that includes part of the greater Northeast community, there was an increase in Black population of 24.4%. There was a decrease in the white population of 14%. There was a net zero change to the Hispanic population, and there was a decrease of the Asian population of 7.8%. And the median household income for the neighborhood in the portion of the block group that includes part of the Duck Pond, there was sorry, I'm looking across the screen, an increase of $1,311 of median household income. In the portion that includes the greater Northeast community, there was a decrease in median household income of of $9,347 during that time. Moving on to Duval. In Duval, and you can tell like some of the scale of these neighborhoods are very different. Duval is obviously much larger than some of the other neighborhoods we've looked at. But there are, in 2008, there are 434 parcels that were homesteaded at a rate of 53.1%, which was slightly below the citywide average at the time of 56%. There was a net decrease of 26 parcels at a rate of 3.2%. That's slower than the citywide average of 5.7% during this time. And the result is that they are below the citywide average today of homesteaded parcels at 50.6%. So they're at 49% right there. There are 107 heirs parcels in Duval with 89 unique owners. And there are 68 parcels with no electric service in the past 6 months. The demographic information for Duval. Duval is split into 3 census block groups. The first, which is 2002, there was an increase in Black population of 4%, an increase of white population of 1.6%, a decrease in the Hispanic population of 0.6%, and a net 0 change in the Asian population. In the next portion of Duval, which is 6003, there was an increase of Black population of 2.1%, a decrease in the white population of 11%, a decrease in the Hispanic population of 0.4%, and a decrease in the Asian population of 0.1%. In the final portion of Duval, which includes part of the Cedar Grove 2 neighborhood, there was a decrease in the Black population of 1.9%, an increase in the white population of 1%, increase in the Hispanic population of 1%, and a net 0 change to the Asian population. The median household income in the census block 6002 of Duval, there was a net increase of $5,851 in the median household income. In the next portion of Duval, the 6003 block group, there is an increase in median household income of $2,214. And then in the last portion of Duval, which includes part of Cedar Grove 2, there was an increase in median household income of $28,048 during that time. Moving on to Porter's. In Porter's, there was 84 homesteaded parcels in 2008. It was below the citywide average at the time for homesteaded parcels. There was a net change of 0 parcels. And as you can see, as I go back and forth, some parcels that had been homesteaded in 2008 were no longer homesteaded in 2019, but there were an equal number of parcels that were picked up that had been non-homesteaded before and then became homesteaded by 2019. So Porter's remained at 48% of the overall parcels were homesteaded during this time, and still remains below the citywide average. There are 17 heirs properties in Porter's with 16 unique owners, and there are 20 parcels with no electric data or no electric service in the past 6 months. The demographic information for Porter's, there was a net decrease in the Black population of 10%, a net increase of the white population of 10%, an increase in the Hispanic population of 2%, and an increase of the Asian population of 4% during this time. And the median household income went down $1,021 during the 2011 to 2018. The Spring Hill neighborhood, in 2008, there were 85 parcels that were homesteaded. It was below the citywide average at the time. There was a net change of 14 parcels that lost their homestead during this time. That rate of 7% is faster than the citywide rate of 5.7% for the same amount of time. And it started at below the citywide average for Homestead and remained below in 2019. In Spring Hill, there are 28 heirs properties with 24 unique owners. And there are 33 parcels with no electric service in the past 6 months. The demographic information for Spring Hill, which includes portions of Sugar Hill and Azalea Trace. There was a net decrease in the Black population of 8.8%. There was a net increase of the white population of 21%, a decrease in the Hispanic population of 0.6%, and a decrease in the Asian population of 0%. It was a net, there was no net change. The portion of Spring Hill that includes part of downtown, there was a net increase in the Black population of 4.2%, a net decrease in the white population of 3%, an increase in the Hispanic population of 5.7%, and a decrease in the Asian population of 3%. And the median household income in the portion that includes Sugar Hill and Azalea Trace, there was an increase in the median household income of $14,395. And in the portion that included downtown, there was a decrease of $1,916 during that time.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Persons, for the Spring Hill neighborhood, in this presentation, you included Sugar Hill and Azalea Trails. Is that in the census tract? Is that one census tract?
Yeah, that's part of one of the census block groups. It includes Azalea Trace and part of Sugar Hill. And then the other part includes part of downtown. So it's split by 2 census block groups.
And the heirs property is collective, that Sugar Hill, Azalea Trails, and Spring Hill.
Well, in the area that you see here outlined, that's where we analyzed for heirs property.
Which, on what border? What am I looking at?
You see the lines here. I'll trace them with the cursor.
Okay, on Main Street, Depot.
Yep, 4th Ave, down 11th Street here, and then Southeast 11th Avenue here. So we looked at heirs property within this boundary, but the census data includes areas outside of just this boundary.
Okay, I'll let you finish. I'll ask questions later. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, North Lincoln Heights. In 2008, there were 109 parcels that were homesteaded. It was below the citywide average at the time. There was a net change of 17 parcels that went from homestead to non-homestead at a rate of 7.5%, which is a faster loss than the citywide average. And the North Lincoln Heights neighborhood started below the citywide average for homesteaded properties and remained below the citywide average in 2019. That's what it looks like in 2019. There are 29 heirs properties with 28 unique owners in the neighborhood and 16 parcels with no electric service in the past 6 months. The North Lincoln Heights demographic information. There was a net increase in Black population of 12.7%, a net decrease in the white population of 12.7%, increase in the Hispanic population of 10%, and a net zero change to the Asian population during that time. And there was a decrease in the median household income of $7,368 during that time as well. All right, last neighborhood is Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill, this is what the homesteaded parcels look like in 2008. There was a net increase in the homesteaded parcels of 8 additional parcels by 2019. In 2008, the neighborhood was below the citywide average for homesteaded parcels, but in 2019, it actually is above the citywide average for homesteaded parcels. So there was an increase of about 9%. There are 18 heirs properties in the neighborhood with 17 unique owners. And there are 6 parcels with no electric service in the past 6 months. And demographic information for Sugar Hill. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't see it on my list. I think it's incorporated into the portion of Spring Hill and Sugar Hill and Azalea Trace. So I don't have specific numbers for that on for that neighborhood on the demographic change or the median household income.
Okay, so Andrew, on that one, then that would be the second track that you gave us for Spring Hill?
Correct. Yeah, the Spring Hill portion, which includes Sugar Hill, that I can go back over that real quick. Just
that was the plus 4.2 increase in black, -3 for white.
Yeah, that was let's see, -8% for black, increase in white population of 21%, decrease in Hispanic population of 0.6%, and net 0 change for Asian population. And there was an increase in the median household income of $14,395.
Can you repeat?
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, could you repeat though that what you stated?
Sure. Yeah. So for the census block group, which includes portion of Spring Hill, includes all of Sugar Hill and Azalea Trace, the black population was decreased by 8.8% during this time. There was an increase in the white population of 21%. There was a decrease in the Hispanic population of 0.6% and a net 0 change to the Asian population during that time. And the median household income increased by $14,395 during the 2011 to 2018. So again, this is the overall moratorium area that was discussed. And these are the questions that'll hopefully continue to spark conversation, and I can hopefully answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you so much, Andrew. That was very helpful, and thanks for your patience in going through all that detail. That's the information I wasn't able to pull out of the spreadsheet. If you could take your screen down, that would be beneficial to me. Okay, so let's turn back to the commission for deliberation. Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was looking at the spreadsheet that we have for homesteads, and I noticed that if you look at a 5-year trend as opposed to was it a 12-year trend, I guess 11 or 12, really tells a different story about homesteads. The Duval neighborhood had a decrease of 9 total properties over that 5-year period that were homesteaded. Fifth Avenue neighborhood had a decrease of 2. The Pleasant Street had a decrease of 1, not percentages, but total properties homesteaded. Many of the neighborhoods that we're talking about had over a 5-year period, the last 5 years instead of the last 12 years, increased in the number of homesteaded properties. Now they're still often below the city average. I'm not making any argument there. It was just an interesting trend to me that the 5-year numbers looked a lot more like an upswing. Mr. Persons, does that sound accurate, or am I missing something on that?
No, I think, I think you identified it correctly. I mean, the data, there are a number of ways to try to like put the data points together, and looking at, as you said, looking at either a 10-year average or looking at a 5-year average. We went back, I can tell you, at least from our point, like we contacted the property appraiser, and their historical data when it comes to homesteaded properties went back 10 years. That was readily available that we could access. So that's really kind of what we looked at. We also looked at in sort of selecting that 10 years. That's one of the time periods that Chapel Hill had looked at. So we also kind of looked at that as like, okay, let's go back 10 years and look at, the trend over time. But as you said, like we could look at, shorter timelines to see that as well.
Speaking of Chapel Hill, I have a couple of questions about that. They did their moratorium in 2011, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I looked at their moratorium and I was trying to figure out, and I may have missed it, but I couldn't figure out about how many total homes we're talking about, or how many parcels they were adjusting against as opposed to what we're looking at with the larger map here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an idea for about how many parcels they were talking about?
I don't have the idea for the parcels, but it did include 2 neighborhoods. And if you commission wants to continue talking, I can see if I can pull up the map or find it really quickly.
I looked at a map on Google Maps of the city of Chapel Hill, and it looked like a couple of neighborhoods, but I just didn't have any real way of comparing that by acreage or by parcel numbers or anything like that to the map that we're looking at. And that would be helpful to me.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Andrew, for the presentation. I wanted to find out how there's so many different sets of data that we could look at to address some of the concerns that we had in the last meeting. I'd like to find out how you arrived at these specific data points out of, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 that we could analyze.
Sure. So I think one of the things that we heard from the last commission discussion was that the commission was primarily focused on displacement or concerns from displacement and gentrification. So there's not like a readily available like data sets that are just, sort of floating out there that we can download and apply to the city of Gainesville. So we looked, as I said, we looked at the Chapel Hill example and looked at sort of what are their metrics. Homestead change is one sort of metric for trying to document change in a neighborhood, change in demographics, change in household income, looking at some of the other sort of risk factors that were out there that Chapel Hill looked at, as well as vacant properties, heirs properties. But as you said, I mean, there are any number of data sets that are that the city could potentially look at. Some would require the city to do almost primary research to be able to glean. Or again, like had the commission sort of talked about other concerns like affordability or other factors, like those come with different data sets to look at. But what we heard from the commission was that the concern was primarily focused on gentrification and the threat of displacement from the August 31st meeting.
Yeah, I mean, it was that, and I think that there were lots of other concerns that were raised. I certainly have at least, 9 different ones that I'll read a little bit later. So I'm wondering how, like what the process was. And it sounds like you focused on gentrification and displacement. So what story do you think the data tells us, Andrew? Because I think it's one thing to have, many different numbers across different timelines. What story would you say this data tells us?
If I were to summarize the data and put it out there in a way that I would feel, confident in analyzing it, I could confidently say that Gainesville has a significant share of poverty, and that poverty is not spatially equally distributed across our city. And I think a lot of what we're looking at in terms of the median household income or demographic information or homestead change or electric parcels or heirs property, I think all points to levels of poverty that we know. I think, as the attorney pointed out, how the commission has to figure out, is there a causal link between those factors that we're looking at and development on private property. Again, this is we're talking about gentrification and displacement and using the best available data that we have to try to get at that analysis.
Okay, I have a question for the city attorney about the threshold that you are advising us to meet when it comes to finding a fact.
Did you want to clarify, or was that the question, Commissioner?
That was the question. What threshold?
So what
do we need to meet?
Finding a fact that would, I want to add a little clarity to that and tell me if I'm saying the wrong thing, Commissioner Johnson. What would be a finding of fact that would validate a moratorium on development that would be defensible? Is that what you're asking?
Sure, it is. And I thought that, personally, I'd love to hear what Ms. Shelley has to say. I personally thought that, certainly I did, expressed about 10 different concerns. And I thought that we were going to have some suggestions from a legal standpoint about that, because I'm not a lawyer, an attorney. I'm not, I don't have a minor in urban planning, which I feel we have to have in order to come up with, at least to have the level of knowledge to be able to inform what we have to say about finding a fact.
So, Mayor and Commission, there's no set threshold. What you all have to do is identify the problem or the concern, which, as Andrew said, I think staff heard from you last time, gentrification and displacement. We'll just use those as two examples. So once you've said what you believe the problem is, that you've heard from, you all hear things from people in the community and you may observe things. And so that forms a basis for your initial assessment that there's a problem or an issue that needs to be addressed. The second step, which is what Andrew just went through, is finding actual data that supports, that collaborates, that yes, there is, for example, in Chapel Hill, 50% of the properties were no longer homestead, they were being converted to rental, etc. So you have to find data that backs up, supports what you believe the problem to be. So that's the second step. Then the third step is then you have to determine that development is somehow causing that. In other words, like say there's a large change in homestead property, there might be lots of other reasons. In other words, the properties aren't being converted to other uses, they're still residential. It's just that people, for whatever reason are selling their property, but you have to tie it back to development causing it in order to stop development. Because otherwise, if you don't find the causal connection with development, then there's no need for a moratorium on development. There may be lots of other things that you can do, lots of other tools that you could use, just not a moratorium is just one tool to halt development.
And who is responsible for the third piece of that? Making a link between the development, and the issues and the problems that we've identified?
Well, what it would be is once you've determined the problems, backed it up by the data, then planning staff could advise you what development has been occurring in this particular area, is that, and or it might need to be informed by further data. What is causing whatever the problem is that you've identified? So I think it's simplest to start with the very first step, which is what Andrew's doing, which is, you all need to articulate, and it sounded like you had more ideas than just gentrification and displacement. If there are more problems or concerns, those have to be articulated and backed up by data. So that's just the first step. We can't go any further without that step being taken care of.
Okay, so I'm going to say again, because we've been through this in the last meeting, some of the concerns that I've had. I've articulated them, I've written them down, I've written about them, I've sent you all backup about them. So I'll go ahead and say what my specific concerns are now again. 1, development pressure from the growth. This is my original piece. Development pressure from the growth of the university is displacing our neighbors in near university neighborhoods, which is leading to loss of affordable housing and steadily rising rents. I would like to revise a little bit of that to say that development pressure from the growth of the university, as well as stated plans in their strategic plan that have students live closer to campus, as well as development pressure, is displacing our neighbors in near university neighborhoods, which is leading to loss of affordable housing and steadily rising rents. I've said that before. 2, I've said in the economic downturn that we will experience, lower income people and those living in these neighborhoods are targeted, many of them Black, and will continue to be targeted aggressively for the sale of their homes for eventual redevelopment. Number 3, as Gainesville develops, we have weak growth management policies and practices. We currently have few strategies in place to support our neighbors in these communities. We have nothing to address how we will maintain the character of some of our most unique and charming neighborhoods. I also am going to go over the localized policy solutions that I came up with to address some of the problems. So I'll state some of those problems that we have talked about in the last meeting, that where Nicole said that the data needs to be presented to back up some of these the issues that I'm going to present. And I'm only going to go over the ones that we passed in the last meeting. As property taxes increase in vulnerable neighborhoods, long-term residents struggle to pay taxes and then could be forced to sell or lose their property via tax foreclosure. Rising property taxes can be an obstacle to housing affordability and stability. Displacement occurs. There are a significant amount of investor-owned vacant lots in areas such as Pleasant Street, Fifth Avenue, Duval, North Lincoln Heights, which means that speculation in these areas is happening and gentrification and displacement is happening or will soon occur. 4, predatory practices targeting low-income homeowners by speculators that cause people to lose their homes and land. Renters at risk of displacement in vulnerable neighborhoods often don't know their rights, don't have access to legal representation, or are subsequently subsequently illegally evicted. Out-of-scale housing is being built in some near university neighborhoods, and there's little to no transition in some neighborhoods between zoning. And another problem that was identified is the amount of privately owned land is approximately 40% in Gainesville. We have little knowledge of the land that is off the tax rolls that could and in partnership be developed into affordable housing. Although we can control very little with what happens with privately owned land, we can more dramatically impact what happens with publicly owned land. So these are some of the issues that I have personally laid out as challenges, and Commissioner Ward has laid out some others, and Commissioner Hayes Santos as well. So actually, all of you, most of you have. So I'm wondering if we took everything that we said into consideration and then worked backwards from there to say, well, this is the data, this is what the commission presented. We even voted on a lot of this. What data is there to support that? Because I can think of many other data sets that we would need, some other research that would have been helpful. For example, the change in land values and land sales, going back a little bit earlier than 2008, 2009, because that was the downturn. And I think that the data would tell a different story if it was right before the downturn, especially with homesteaded properties. I think how much housing, student housing, has been built in, let's say a 3-mile radius of UF would be important to understand. Some shifts in neighborhoods that we've already seen happen, primarily like, let's say across the street in, College Park and UPNA. We can take a time period there because that's a precursor to what is going to happen in the other near university neighborhoods. There are already a ton of investor-owned properties over there, primarily catering to students. The displacement has happened there already. So I'd like to see what that data set looks like, because like I said, that's a precursor to what happened in the other neighborhoods. What are the legal challenges that have been met by other municipalities, so that we can understand what exactly it is we need to put in the ordinance to perhaps stave some of those off, or at least address them. Overall, I think we recognize that everybody is not benefiting from the growth that's happening in our city. And I wonder what the data is to support some of these concerns that we have. Not even we, I'll say I. Seems like that's where we are right now.
Okay, Commissioner, did you conclude, or were you asking staff to respond to all or some of what you just laid out?
I don't know how much of I mean, if Andrew or Mr. Persons or City Manager, Feldman, if you have something to add, then I'm open to hearing it. It was more of a statement of, let me clarify or restate some of the issues that I've seen and I've heard, and that we went over extensively and talked about extensively in the past meeting that lasted, upwards of 7 hours. And I thought that we came to some type of conclusion about these were the issues that we see happening in Gainesville. And I'm kind of at a loss as to the different data sets that have come before us and how those link back to some of the problems that we have seen.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman or Mr. Persons, is there anything that you can add to the conversation at this point?
So I'll just jump in. So I think the commissioner has a lot of valid concerns. I'm not sure how we get the data to support that. So for example, the commissioner talked a minute ago about predatory buying of property. I'm not sure what data set is out there to be able to demonstrate that. Generally, real estate transactions are between willing sellers and willing buyers, and we would have to be able to demonstrate that the sale of property occurred at below market values at that specific point in time. And so we'd be analyzing sales for a decade if we were looking at a 10-year trend. And I'm not sure how we do that. I certainly don't have the staff to do that. And we'd have to, make comparisons between the neighborhoods that were mentioned and other neighborhoods to look at, whether there was some deviation in there. I know at least my understanding from the property appraiser's office is that there's a 10-year data set that we can use. I'm not sure how we get pricing, prior to 10 years in any form of aggregated data. I mean, we certainly can explore all that, but what our intent was, or what we did is, there was a lot of discussion about the Chapel Hill moratorium. So we went back because they seemed to be a similar situation and tried to take the data sets that they were able to utilize to make their moratorium legally sufficient and work back on that. I think, the point is, and I think the commissioner alluded to it a minute ago, there are 30, 40, probably hundreds of different data sets that are out there. And to the extent that we missed the mark on which data sets to use, certainly we can go back, and if the commission wants to give us guidance as to what other data sets to look at, we'll go pull that data and come back. But I think, as the city attorney pointed out, we need to, really get an understanding as to what are we trying to solve for in order to make sure that we're getting the data to point. So, for example, I've only been here a year. So a lot of the student housing that I've seen being built in mass tends to be in commercial corridors that are around the university. So that doesn't necessarily equate to residential displacement as it does commercial displacement. Are we trying to solve for that as well? So I think, listening to discussion today, there are more clarifying points that at least I need to be able to help the commission get the information that it wants in order to make this determination. What we don't want to do is get caught reverse engineering a moratorium, because that will be problematic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Commissioner Johnson, anything more right now?
No, I'll have a little bit more to say later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Person, I should have been keeping track, but I wasn't. But since you seem to have the numbers more readily, how many of the neighborhoods actually had an increase of minority population or ownership?
Let's see. If you give me a minute, I can crunch it real quick. I don't have it broken out in that way.
Okay. Because from what I had looked at, it looked to be, and thank you again for the presentation. It was amazing. I thought we had a lot of good data that we didn't have readily available before in there, especially surrounding heirs property. So I think even if this wasn't exactly, that is useful data. But I ask saying, because for the same point that Commissioner Ward said, depending on when you start looking at the data, it could be that we are seeing an uptick of home ownership. So we are actually increasing from the fallout of 08. And as far as finding of fact of what the problem is, housing affordability is a problem. I think we can all agree that that one is a problem. But I don't think the data has shown that home ownership is a problem, because it seems to be on an uptick, at least from the last 5 years. So I don't think we can say home ownership is the problem, or home ownership by minorities necessarily is a problem, since that also seems to be on the rise based on the data we have. So similar to what Manager Feldman just said, I don't want to reverse engineer saying I would like to stop development. How do I stop development? I think the data that we've pulled shows that for all of the issues we might be having, there is some improvement in home ownership and some improvement in diversifying the race of neighborhoods. To that end, I don't know which findings of fact we can make. And I'm thinking about it as an attorney, where I say a finding of fact is, yes, there are more student apartments being built. That is a fact. We can't dispute that one. Is it contributing to the displacement of someone? That is a question with a conclusion that we are already assuming that it's like that's the reason. And I don't think we can make that conclusion without data to back it. Because as Mr. Feldman said, a lot of these larger student apartments are in commercial corridors, or are where there were already an apartment building that's been torn down and then rebuilt. So I don't think we can come to a conclusion when we don't have that data. And so I don't know if that's been enough time for Mr. Persons to crunch the numbers. But I wasn't, just because it felt by my unofficial count that I was doing in my head and then lost track of, that most of the neighborhoods were actually seeing an increase of minority population.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull like some of them together real quick. So the duck pond generally decreased in Black population. Duval went up in Black population. North Lincoln Heights went Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue decreased by about 1.9% in Black population. North Lincoln Heights went up 7% in Black population. Northeast Neighbors went down in Black population. Oakview went up in Black population. Pleasant Street went up in Black population. Porters went down in Black population. Sugar Hill went down in Black population, and Spring Hill went up in Black population.
Okay, so they're even.
Roughly about.
Okay. The ones that went down, though, did anything? I think the duck pond maybe went down by double digits, but the others went down by a very small margin, correct?
Yeah, mostly the change was pretty small. The one that stood out, I think, for us was the shift in Northeast Neighbors. That decrease in Black population pretty dramatically during the time. That was one of the demographic changes that stood out to us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Persons. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Persons, for the research. I am also going to point out a couple of things. So the first thing, I think, any data set you have to take with a grain of salt, because all data is sort of dependent on context. And so for one, if you all recall, I'm not sure how long ago this was, but the City Commission received a really great presentation from, gosh, now it's slipping my mind as to who exactly the individual was, but a pretty comprehensive presentation on property values in Gainesville and how just about everywhere in the city, property values are increasing on the national baseline of about 3%. So you have to take that into consideration. You also have to take into consideration the fact that Gainesville's population has been increasing also similarly to the national. So I think that if you consider that context, I don't know that strictly looking at population totals and population data is exactly illustrating the kind of context that we're looking for, which is to specifically look at how recent development has been affecting gentrification and displacement. That being said, the data does also show a grain of truth, which is that there has been significant movement in some neighborhoods, which I think illustrates more to the point as to why this conversation is happening in the first place. So that's just one point I wanted to raise. A second point I want to raise is something that Commissioner Johnson made in her comments most recently, which was the lack of protective policies that the city currently have. This is an important part, I think, of the moratorium discussion, because what we're talking about is creating a policy that is going to protect homeowners, that's going to protect neighbors from gentrification and displacement. And so if in the course of finding fact, we can't list what those policies are, then that is the answer. And we're going to need to create policies that do that. And so how that ties back to development and potentially putting this moratorium in place, I think you can also look at the median household income increases. Anytime you have rapid change in median household increases, and in terms of the housing market, you can define the last 10 years as rapid change. When you have rapid change, you are, and you don't see a similar rapid change in the area's median income, which in Gainesville, we have not seen a rapid change in the area's median income, but we're seeing change in neighborhoods' median income. What that is showing is that not everyone is taking part in that economic prosperity, which is important in finding fact. So that ties back to the development, particularly in the neighborhoods that have been laid out. I think those are important things to point out. I think I don't, this last point, I don't know exactly. I'm interested to hear other comments, but I think this is just how I perceive this issue. So however it sounds, be what it may. I think that we should be very cautious about making reference to particular housing markets geared towards a certain subset of our population, in this case, it being students. This moratorium is not meant to discriminate, and it's not meant to single out anyone in our population. What it's meant to do, in my view, is to create policies in the intermediate time that we put a hold on major residential development in these areas which have been affected by development, which has led to displacement and gentrification and threatens even more gentrification and displacement. That's where I want us to focus. I think that's where we should put our focus. So that's my 2 cents on that last issue. But I think those first 2 points are important to make. This was good data. I think we need to digest more, but also just keep in mind the context, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few things that I wanted to talk about. A thing that I find a little problematic about using 2008 as a baseline that's when property values were started to tumble. And a lot of, when we talk about property ownership and property values, the top of the market was kind of 2005, 2006 for the Gainesville area. And for several years following that, it dipped. We got pretty stable toward the middle of the preceding 10 years. So that's why a 5-year view is more, I think, a little more useful, because it's kind of stable as far as pricing goes. The economy, for the most part, the market for housing, let's say, kind of stabilized during that time. And my screen is just changing views left and right here.
Mine too.
So that's why I kind of prefer the 5-year view to a longer one. Yeah, there's any number of data sets we can look at. The bottom line, though, is we all know and have talked about for years that there is a wealth gap in this community. There's no question about that. We know that. We have all the data in the world to point to that. And that's why I would like to work on things that directly address that wealth gap. The primary way that most Americans build wealth, and that's true of our community and every other community I know of, is through home ownership. You know, we can have conversations about, you know, if you buy at the wrong point in the market, how that affects your long-term wealth. But in general, since World War II, American wealth has been pretty much directly tied to home ownership. I think that's a given for most people. If we can help our neighbors own homes and make the homes they own better, and have clear title to the properties that they feel like they own, we will make a dent in some wealth gap. I really believe that. Those are things we can do. And that's why I put the proposals to do that on the table. Those are things we can actually accomplish. I don't know that a moratorium accomplishes that. Partly because I don't know what a moratorium says. We have had for months conversation about the moratorium. There is no the moratorium. We have not delineated what that would be. So when we say the moratorium will or will not achieve something, we don't know what it is. We've had conversation about what neighborhoods might be involved, why they might be involved, what it might do, what it might not do, but there is no the moratorium. I will leave you with this thought in this round of conversation. It continues to trouble me when I look at a map and we talk about potentially telling people on the east side of 13th Street that they need to hold on with anything they might want to do to increase the value of their property. And the people on the west side, a block or two away of 13th Street, saying you do whatever you want with your property to increase the value. Whether or not the things that will be built are good is a different issue. I worry a lot about that because it sounds a lot like redlining when you look at it from a different perspective. I don't want to tell people who live in a traditionally economically disadvantaged neighborhood that they are not allowed to improve the value of their property for some set period of time, and not say the same thing to the people across the street whose skin happens to be lighter. That concerns me a lot, and that's a detail that I've talked about a little bit as we've moved forward with this conversation, but it hasn't gone away. Nobody's addressed that. And it concerns me a lot about a moratorium with for the reasons I just put out there. But without definition, I don't know what the moratorium is. I do know that there are things we can be doing to directly address the wealth gap in our community, and I'd love for us to start doing those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Saka, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Commissioner Ariola's point of, what can we do to protect these neighborhoods? It's still in the works with Mr. Folston, but it was one of my suggestions that we look at work with Commissioner Simmons' point of a historic overlay of a narrative and create protected neighborhoods, which would give it more, I guess, credit to what their value is in the community, more acknowledgement of what that value is, and that we have expectations that these neighborhoods remain the same. When someone moves into the duck pond, they don't think they're going to change it and put in, I'm trying to think of like, structure of a certain style. They accept that this is the nature of that neighborhood and that this is what this neighborhood should look like. No longer of the mind that a moratorium could be that tool, because that's all it is at the end of the day. It is a tool. But if we're using that as a tool to wait until we have other tools in place, while we come up with tools, I think we're already coming up with tools and data where we've proven that we can come up with good goals and with good policy changes that can do a lot of this without the tool of the moratorium, while we keep trying to figure out how to pass a moratorium. And that staff time that could be used actually getting ahead on a lot of the measures that we've previously voted on.
I think you might be frozen up there, Commissioner.
So I think that we have a lot of good policy changes that we could do that don't require the bailout. That's very good policy changes that don't require findings of fact, that don't require freezing communities while we figure out how to pass a moratorium and while we have a moratorium if we get one. I think that we have a lot of good ideas already on the table, and it might be better to have staff work on those ideas that could affect change versus searching on how to push the pause button, because that's what it feels like right now, that we don't know how to get to the pause button that we need, and the moratorium's the pause button. And staff could be working instead on all of the changes that we already voted for and think could actually affect change and help protect communities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And just so you know, Commissioner, your internet is not being your friend. And so I think we picked up most of what you said, but you're cutting in and out and freezing from time to time. But
that's a sign I should talk less then.
Gist of what you were saying there. I would like to jump in here, but I'll make sure I get all of you first. Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. So I think the question is, we did a lot of work at that last meeting, and we came up with a lot of good suggestions and policies that we can implement. And to me, the moratorium was about pushing the pause button and giving us the time and the space to implement those solutions without there being any further loss to communities. So I feel crazy right now because it feels like what I'm seeing and what I'm experiencing and what other people are seeing, experiencing, and they're telling me what their concerns are, it feels like it's just not happening. So it feels like there actually is no problem. That's what the data is showing us, right? There is no problem. And if there is a problem, then what the data that we have right now, it's mainly about heirs properties. So that concerns me. Like, what is the truth here? So that's not a question that I'm asking any of you all to answer. I'm just wanting you to know that what I'm seeing, hearing, experiencing, what people are telling me for the past, few years that I've been in office, the data does not support that. So my question is, what's the truth and where's the disconnect? I'm confused because I really thought that the 7 hours that we spent at the last meeting gave the basis for an ordinance to come back to us. So this moratorium that, Commissioner Ward is talking about, I thought we discussed and that we would be able to parse it out, revise it based upon a lot of the direction that we gave at the last meeting. But apparently, once again, I guess I'm the one who's crazy. This 16-part motion had nothing to do with what the next meeting was supposed to be. I completely missed that. So the question becomes, is what happens if we don't pause, recognize the problems that we see, and work on them? Like, what happens if we don't? What I think is going to happen is that there's further loss to these communities, further degradation, further building of properties that are out of scale with some of the zoning that's in these neighborhoods. I see us losing something really special in the character of Gainesville, which it doesn't seem like there's enough will on this commission to preserve. And I think that that's what I've been missing here, is that there are different visions for the way that we see our city growing and developing, and who gets to benefit from that. And I think I've just realized at this meeting, like, there's just a different vision for that. And that's okay. And I think it's important that we maybe state that pretty plainly and clearly, because ultimately there are people that are hurt in that process and that don't get to benefit. And that's where we are. And I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. So this has been just as the 31st was a good conversation for me. I was surprised by a lot of the data that came back. When I look at 24% increase in Black residency in Oakview, 7.2% in Fifth Avenue, 28% in Pleasant Street. Andrew read them, so I'm not going to go over them all, but I don't think that's what I expected to hear or find. And so, really, I want to, for me, I think I've heard unanimous consensus on this commission over some of our major concerns and priorities. And so one is displacement. Another is affordable housing, loss of affordable housing. How do we incentivize more affordable housing? And then the list of things that Commissioner Johnson repeated that came from our last meeting. And, I think, I don't know, perhaps we interpreted that motion differently depending on who you are on the commission, and perhaps staff did as well. to me, looking into defensible cause for a moratorium was one part of that motion. There were many other parts that the commission agreed that, or whoever voted for that motion agreed that we wanted to move forward with. And so I'm left with a decision about whether I think it's a better use of our time and our staff's time to work on a legally defensible set of criteria to implement a moratorium, which frankly, I think will take us into next year. When you're talking about, I mean, I think Andrew got the data sets that were readily available. When we start getting into finer and finer detail, it's going to be harder and harder and harder. And I think more difficult to be able to pull out of that something that makes a moratorium defensible, or even points to cause in the first place. So the other option is we simply get to work starting today on specific policies that will address this list of things. And so there are policies that will address displacement. There are policies that will address affordable housing, how we can try to ameliorate the efforts that impact low income, particularly Black households that are being targeted by predatory practices or whatever it may be. We can address what Commissioner Johnson referred to as weak growth management policies. We can address policies that help maintain neighborhood character, which I think goes to the overlay concept that Commissioner Sacco referred to. We've already talked about policies that can immediately assist people with the burden of increasing property tax on increasing values of property. And so, thus far, I haven't found the data, the finding of fact that justifies a moratorium. And so I don't disagree that some of these things are happening, but the nexus between development and these things happening is not there, at least in what I've seen so far. And I think even if we get to a point where we can pass a legally defensible moratorium, that's time that could have been spent actually addressing these things and getting to solutions sooner. And I'll also point out, because I think this is important, that the biggest impact on lack of affordable housing is a supply issue. We have a lack of supply in this city. And so we are absolutely not going to allow supply to increase if we pass a moratorium. That's very concerning to me. And instead, if we move ahead with an inclusionary zoning policy, when new large-scale development does get built, we at least know that there's going to be a certain percentage element of affordable housing included in that. Not to mention the filtering effect that's going to happen, freeing up other housing that will then add to the affordable housing stock. So, this is tough. Commissioner Johnson, I voted to move this forward originally because I wanted to support you, and I wanted to support the time and effort you put into this, and I wanted to see what the finding of fact would be. And I think I stated that at that meeting, that I didn't want to say no at that time because I didn't know that there was or was not a finding of fact, and I didn't want to say yes. I needed to see the data. But what I've seen so far, and it's pretty telling. I mean, we look at especially issues of displacement. It doesn't tell the story that anecdote has said. So I think we just need to have a full-on push to prioritize those things on that list and bring policy forward and get them implemented as quickly as possible so we can start seeing the outcomes that would happen at the end of a moratorium anyway, and just get them happening sooner to start seeing that community benefit that we're looking for. So, I mean, that's I think where I am right now with this. Commissioner Simmons, go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. First, let me just say I thank staff for working hard on trying to gather this data and doing doing the work. What I wanted to suggest is the information that we have, let's take advantage of it, because what it did and what it does, it has identified several neighborhoods in our community that if we use or prioritize what you were just saying, Mayor, with exclusionary zoning or whatever other methods we have in our toolbox, if we dedicate and prioritize these neighborhoods that Andrew has went over, that has identified major changes. For instance, in the Northeast neighborhood, where you had a 44% decrease in Black residents and a 44% increase in white residents. If you look at the Spring Hill neighborhood, that was very telling to me. I believe it was Sugar Hill or Spring Hill neighborhood, where you had it was a Sugar Hill neighborhood where you had an increase of 21% whites. That's very telling to me. And I believe because of the development that's taking place, even within the Porter's neighborhood, you had a 10% increase in whites and a 10% decrease in Blacks. You look at Depot Park, you look at the amenities that has been built around these two neighborhoods. We're looking at Power District, that's something else that's around the corner that is going to hopefully be an attraction or have a mixed use. So we start looking at those neighborhoods that we can readily identify that's being impacted based on this data set. You know, I totally agree with Commissioner Johnson. This data set, it doesn't identify gentrification. Based on the data that I'm looking at, I see a very minimal changes in a majority of the neighborhoods that has been identified based on this data set. So taking these data sets that was presented today, I think we need to look at it, look at that Spring Hill, Sugar Hill neighborhood, look at Porter's based on this data set, and implement some of the suggestions and changes that we're recommending as a committee, like the narrative, like the heritage overlay. Looking at some of the heirs property in those particular neighborhoods from what I saw in the Duval neighborhood where you had so many heirs property. So let's we can identify certain pieces in certain neighborhoods that we can start having an immediate impact based on these particular data sets. So I don't want to take this or look at this as a total loss, because it's not a total loss. What it has done, it has identified some areas in certain communities that we can actually have an immediate impact in. So, we have to find the finding of fact, and with this data set, I don't see it. It's just not there. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Back to Commissioner Ward, and I do want to make sure we get to public comment before we break.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I want to thank, because I did do this earlier, I want to thank staff, lots of staff, particularly Mr. Persons and everybody who worked with him on this. There's an enormous amount of information available to us. As Commissioner Simmons said, there's data to work with now that we didn't have before. That may lead us in a variety of directions. And I really appreciate the effort that that the manager's office and the planning office and the attorney's office and everybody involved went through to put this information out there. I also want to thank Commissioner Johnson for starting the moratorium conversation, because I think we're going to be able to accomplish some things surrounding that might have waited longer or might not have gotten done at all without that impetus. So I appreciate everybody who's put effort into this to this point, and community members who have worked hard on this, organizing and emailing and just talking through the process. I think it's a positive forward moment for our community, and there's a lot of policy that we can get implemented quickly that I think will bear fruit for a long time to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Adam, let's turn it over to you and open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We have at least a half dozen, maybe a few more comments after that. A reminder to those who are waiting, we're on the moratorium issue. You have about 3 minutes to offer your commentary, and then we'll give you a warning and move on to the next speaker. Quill Koshan, you're on first, to be followed by Nathan Scott. Quill?
Hi, everybody. My name is Quill Koshan. I've been a resident of Gainesville for 23 years now, and I currently reside in the Duck Pond. I'm not going to say anything super long. I just want to say that I am in favor of the moratorium, and I hope you guys pass it. And I'll cede my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Koshan. Nathan Scott, you are on, to be followed by Veronica Robledo.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. I want to start by saying that I believe that the points made by Commissioner Johnson are very valid concerns, equally those points made by Commissioner Simmons. I think we need to look at the root cause here. The valid points being made by Commissioner Johnson, or the concerns being expressed, are great, but I think that as the discussion is held, they're very hard to quantify into specific findings of fact and law that can support a moratorium that would be legally defensible. I think that's the challenge. I think the root cause of the problem isn't necessarily the city here. I think the city needs to be looking at solutions which may or may not include a moratorium, but broader than that. The root cause of the problem clearly identifies U.S. development and strategic plan is causing the land rush, if you will. I think more pressure should be put on U.S. To help fund these challenges, these displacements, to help fund affordable housing. Certainly they have the means to help out as a result of conditions that they are causing. I mean, we had a discussion about indigenous people earlier, and the plight of those people. Same thing's happening here, except it's big business for U.S. and the development thereof displacing people. With respect to the Harris property, I also think that the City Commission should consider solutions that it's not yet considered, specifically pro bono legal services to help quiet title on Harris property. I mean, perhaps Commissioner Sacco could take the lead on that, given her interest. But obviously the property's in somewhat limbo. Obviously to solve these problems, we need to bring clear title to the property. I think would help solve a lot of those problems. But more so on a forward-going basis, provide pro bono legal services to historical communities to help make sure they have will so that the property passes as intended without being tied up in limbo. And likewise, too, with respect to the development, if it hasn't been done, if there's a way legally to establish historic neighborhoods and have some sort of development around that, or development rules, if it hasn't already been done. I think that would also be a step that the Commission may or may not have already considered. For instance, if it's this historic African-American neighborhood like Porter's, put something in place to recognize that would otherwise prevent development that's not consistent with the historical nature of the neighborhood, if you will, kind of like y'all do downtown and Duck Pond. So those are some things that I don't think have been brought up yet. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but I like to offer solutions when I call. I don't always complain like you guys like to allege. But for instance, on the Ayers property, pro bono legal services could help those heirs address some of those legal challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Appreciate it. We have Veronica Robledo. You have 3 minutes to be followed by Robert Mounts. Ms. Robledo. Ms. Robledo, are you there? Veronica Robledo. All righty, we'll come back to her, and then we'll go to Mr. Mounts, followed by Mr. Lyons. Mr. Mounts, you're up.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I just want to recall our August 12th letter in which the University Park Neighborhood Association unanimously agreed with a limited 6-month moratorium on approval of any major development plan that threatens to transform or destroy a residential neighborhood in violation of section 30.1-4 of the code, which by its terms is designed to protect the character and maintain the stability, among other things, of residential areas, namely, quote, the protection, enhancement, and perpetuation of specific community areas with special character, interest, or value, representing and reflecting elements of the city's cultural, social, economic, political, historical, and architectural heritage. And we learned during the seminary lane hearings just recently that the word social justice appear in the section right before that. And what I believe, first of all, Mr. Mayor, that it's not that hard at all to write a defensible 6-month moratorium ordinance based on that language. We also learned from Assistant City Attorney Sean McDermott's argument for the city, which basically made the case for Trammell Webb, the developer, that these introductory paragraphs to the Land Development Code are really, he just dismissed it as if it was lip service. You know, these to me are the policy objectives of the Land Development Code, which Yvette Carter, the planner, and Mr. Persons, who really didn't even review Seminary Lane and admitted that with cross-examination, you know, these are the things that would have been the gateway to which that student luxury development project should never have passed. But with, you know, Mr. McDermott's interpretation told to the administrative law judge, oh, that's just, you know, basically hortatory. It's just the 2017 Commission's intent in formulating the Land Development Code, which are the real rules. Well, in terms of what you can actually do now is you can give teeth to those provisions. You can also reverse your 5-2 decision of 31 August to shoot down the need for a public hearing for intermediate or major developments, like there used to be, and actually make the Land Development Code citizen-friendly and not developer-friendly. These are the two things that would give the citizens and neighborhoods a voice in these planning decisions. There's more that could be done, but it's not that hard to do a moratorium, but the longer you wait, the longer developers will mobilize to stop you. So listen to the neighbors, listen to the representatives of our threatened neighborhoods, which includes University Park because of student housing development, but also all the others in the vulnerable African American neighborhoods that we support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. Just for the benefit of the mayor and council, we've got about a total of 10 or 11 speakers, so we're only about a third of the way through. I'm going to turn to Mr. Lyons in a second, and then we'll go back to Ms. Robledo if she is available. Mr. Lyons, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm not going to talk very long. I only have a few comments and some questions, although I do have a lot of thoughts on this, and I think this has been a very interesting conversation. The first is, as a resident of Northeast Neighbors, I was quite shocked by the demographics change until I saw the time, the date on which you looked at the demographics, and which was 2018. I think it's worth looking into the fact that in 2018 is when Eastside Gardens, the largest apartment complex in the neighborhood, shut down basically for complete renovations. And it would be more interesting to see what, now that those apartments have all filled back up again after the renovations, what the demographics changes look like between 2008 and 2020. And I think that's important because having lived in Northeast Neighbors for 15 years, and there being absolutely no development whatsoever in the neighborhood during those years, except for the city park, which I owe thanks to the city for, it just surprised me to see such big difference. The other thing is I looked through the zoning of my neighborhood, Northeast Neighbors, and it strikes me that zoning already protects the vast majority of the neighborhood, with two vulnerable areas, one the Lincoln Park addition, and the second is the area south of 3rd Avenue, between 3rd Avenue and University, where the zoning would support development. In all the rest of the neighborhood, development would not happen. And I guess my final comment is a question: what does officially gentrification mean? Because I'm not sure.
Mr. Lyons, you're breaking up a little bit.
Commissioner Ward said, I'm sorry, I'm driving. My largest investment is my house. And if gentrification is bad because home values go up, I have to say I'm concerned that the goal here is to reduce property values because, and that would be very detrimental, not just to me, but to pretty much everyone who owns a home. With that, I'm going to stop, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. We appreciate you. Ms. Robleto, are you back out there and available? Veronica Robleto. All righty, then we're going to turn to Sharon Bauer to be followed by Nancy Darren. Ms. Bauer?
Hi, thanks. I'm Sharon Bauer, president of Northeast Neighbors. We're a neighborhood association in Northeast Gainesville, what is called Old Northeast. And I'm kind of surprised to hear Commissioner Simmons and Tom Lyons say that someone lives in Northeast, in Northeast Neighbors. Northeast Neighbors is not a place. It's an organization. It's a 40-plus-year-old neighborhood association in a part of Gainesville called Old Northeast, part adjacent to the Northeast Historic District. So no, Tom, you do not live in Northeast Neighbors. It's an organization, not a place. No, Commissioner Johnson, you're not the crazy one. I was at those meetings to help folks from Capitol and Durham last year where they laid out the game plan, starting with the moratorium. And let's see, where else do I go? Data. Where's the data? 2 years ago at a housing workshop, everybody in the neighborhood said, you should be talking about that data, research, involve the community with the housing plan. There's no data here. You have data on every single parcel in the city. How is it zoned? How many bedrooms and bathrooms you have? Are the utilities turned on? You're not using that data. Let's see. Well, I'll let others join it. This is wrong. This is wrong. You are destroying the historical black neighborhoods. You are caving to the coffee and the Deeden box. Andy Coffey destroyed the African American sculptor Jesse. Oh God.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer.
I forget his last name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
His house is still on the Visit Gainesville site, but it's gone. And now they want to destroy the historic houses in Portage. We have to stop this madness. All right, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. All righty, next up is Nancy Darren, followed by Joe Beatty. Nancy, you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, Nancy Darren. Thank you. I want to thank staff for helping organize this a little better. I could not begin to follow those spreadsheets. And I know there was a lot of work, but I really, really want to thank Commissioner Johnson for the work, the advocacy for this town and what it means and its identity and its place, and that it has triggered so much really valuable discussion, information on what we are lacking. I totally agree with Commissioner Johnson to really prioritize the things on the list from the last meeting. I really thank Commissioner Ariola for the comments about getting protective policies in place as fast as possible. And I really feel torn. As I wrote you in my letter earlier today, COVID has turned the world upside down. And it's really challenging to continue to move forward with resources, rules, regulations stuck in a pre-COVID world, and to make a transition that's really going to protect, to nurture, to help us thrive going forward. And that pause, I really appreciate that idea to give us a few months, 6 months. Bob Mount's comments were really interesting, and that introductory section, he said to get that into the code, if that would be helping us, that's so important. Anyway, that I think no matter what, to begin to protect, put the protective and the community benefit overlays in and stop some of this, the qualitative aspects, our place, our identity, our ability to build trust and community is dependent on more than a bunch of data points. It is that essence and that feeling of being in together. So that is the part that, going back to the earlier part of the commission meeting, with having those social determinants of health, of having wellness indicators, of having those kinds of metrics, that then we can plug data in that fit those metrics, and not the growth forever, which is impossible anymore. The old assumptions, the old ways of measuring what we need and where we need to go are no longer valid. So thank you so much, and thanks, Commissioner Johnson, for making this happen.
Thank you, Ms. Darren, for benefit of Mayor and Council. We still have 4 more callers out there with occasional ones calling in, so sit tight just a little longer. Mr. Joe Beatty, you are up next, followed by the caller with the last 4 digits, 9557. Mr. Beatty, you've got
As someone who gets misgendered all the time, that's Miss Joe Beatty, Adam.
I'm sorry. Miss Joe Beatty, you are up and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I wish you wouldn't assume who's on the line. Other people might use the same phone number. This is Joe Beatty. Thank you for correcting that, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening to this discussion, and I guess I'm a little concerned, more than concerned, the direction you're going. And I don't doubt that some of the issues that are brought up are real issues, but this commissions before you have had the opportunity to stop this. You were warned way back in 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, when the biomass issue was. A lot of us were there and were saying, please don't do this. It's going to hurt the poorest among us the most. We've given our time, we've given our insights, we've been ignored. You've been asked repeatedly to curb the budget, to keep the utility rates low, and you were told that this was going to affect people. Home ownership, your taxes go up, your utility rates go up, and why are you having some of these problems? You keep talking about the issues with people being able to afford their homes. There are people that obviously bought homes, were paying rent, and repeatedly the commission has treated those of us that have suggested that you tighten your belts, that you look at what we really need, not what you want, and all these pie in the sky things. And I think it's incumbent on the commission, before you go off on other new things, start tightening the budget and looking at what's really necessary, because you're having a direct impact today on people, and more people are finding Gainesville less and less affordable, and the people who are living on the margins with the least are being the most impacted. So, all of your talk about what you're interested in and who you're protecting, you need to live it, and you need to do something, not just, Mr. Mayor, you've had what, over 10 years? And nothing's changed for these people. So I also want to object to Mr. Ward seeming to characterize this as the haves and the have-nots, and people, the redlining, and when you have people coming to hearings trying to save neighborhoods that are not anywhere near them, and trying to save historical Black neighborhoods, and trying to help Porters and Seminary Lane and all over, I think it's disingenuous to start saying it's the people on the east side of 13th Street, don't want to see help on the west side, don't want to see help on the east side. Please reevaluate your spending priorities and don't require so much in taxes from people. And
I think that's your
thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've got several callers out there who we've not pre-screened, but rather than slow down the process, I think we can do that online for all of you. We're on the moratorium issue. You'll have 3 minutes to offer your thoughts. For the next speaker, we've got the phone ending in 9557.
I think it's disingenuous. Start saying it's the people on the east side of 13th Street who don't want to see help on the west side, don't want to see help on the east side. Please reevaluate your spending.
Whoever's waiting to speak, you need to turn your device on mute because there is a delay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've got several callers out there who we've not pre-screened, but rather than slow down.
We're going to move off 9557, and we're going to hold on.
Adam, real quick, anybody that's calling in, when it's your turn to speak, if you'll turn off whatever, not turn off, but just put on mute whatever device you're listening on, whether it's your TV or your computer, because there is a delay between, you'll be on live and what's coming through your device will be a little bit later. And that way there won't be a sort of disconnect between you and what you're hearing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll come back to 9557 in just a moment. For the phone ending in 9474, who are you? And you'll have 3 minutes, please.
This is Kim Kanzer.
Hi, Kim.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, I'm calling, but I hope that the commission will review your motion of late August and start trying to follow up on what you agreed to at that time. I believe that Commissioner Johnson should rightly feel gaslit today. The commission is somehow moving past what she has recommended and meticulously researched to move in other directions. Please understand that all of the issues you're trying to solve are not one thing. Supporting historic neighborhoods is not necessarily the same thing as ending exclusionary zoning or necessarily the same thing as providing affordable housing. And I hope that you will focus on the moratorium at hand out of respect to your commissioner, your fellow commissioner. I think that what both Commissioner Johnson and Simmons are concerned about, and many others of us, is that there are neighborhoods that are currently being gentrified and basically overrun. Those include Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, and Porters. And there are neighborhoods that have not yet been overrun that are further east. I think the causes of this very rapid development and inappropriate in neighborhoods, historic neighborhoods, is both some things the University of Florida is doing as well as Depot Park itself. And it's important that they both be considered. There's just not one driver of development. There are at least two. And I ask that you look at the motion that you passed and then develop data as necessary to figure out what's going on. You're not doing that. You're not respecting your fellow commissioners, and you're not respecting a majority of citizens in Gainesville, including those in historic African-American neighborhoods, but many others as well. This seems to be going in the same direction, once again, that you've been going for several years. No matter what the question is, the answer is GNV Rise, and I hope you will stop doing that. We have policies in place to prevent this, and your staff is not following them, and that's why we're having the problems we're having in Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, and in the Porter's Quarters neighborhood. Please follow the values you espouse. We listened to a discussion about equity for 45 minutes, and now you're doing the exact opposite. I really don't understand what's going on, but I'm with Commissioner Johnson. I feel gaslit too, and I think many people do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanser. We now have a caller with the last four digits, 7675. Please remember to mute your phone next to you, and you have 3 minutes beginning now. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Kyle Houston. So yeah, in Gainesville, I think a lot of Gainesville residents want to live closer to downtown, of course. A lot of those are students, and rents in Gainesville are going up, has been going up faster than inflation, like in a lot of places, and it's just going to keep going unless we do something. We don't want Ann Arbor rents. We don't want San Francisco rents. I mean, it's going to keep getting worse if we don't build more housing. And I'm sensitive to the concerns. I think we should be protecting existing renters. I think we should prioritize development on owner-occupied housing so the owners realize the benefits of development and renters aren't pushed out. And there's some concern about rising tax rates on adjacent properties. And I think there's actually opportunity to lower tax rates if this kind of more intense development is permitted near downtown as we get more valuable property downtown. But I just think it's wrong to prevent Gainesville from growing where people want to live. And I think it's also wrong to put the brunt of development on certain neighborhoods. I think really all neighborhoods should be open to development, and maybe change in each of those neighborhoods will be less intense if we do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. We'll go to the caller with the last four digits, 9440. Please let us know who you are, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Armando, and I'm listening to a lot of friends and neighbors from around the community, and I appreciate also Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Simmons, and Commissioner Areola for a lot of their input and feedback and what goes into this. You know, and I hear some of the same neighborhoods being named, and they're saying that it's just Porter's, they're saying just Fifth Avenue, but there's a lot of other affected areas than just the two neighborhoods being mentioned by callers, especially somebody that actually lives in a predominantly Black neighborhood in East Gainesville. I feel like some of our friends and neighbors are just picking out certain neighborhoods, but there's a lot more affected parties than just those two. And I really appreciate the candor. I appreciate the messaging. I appreciate the forethought. And I'm hoping that Commissioner Simmons, I'm hoping Commissioner Johnson, hoping Commissioner Areola can get others to see what you're seeing, because a lot of us are affected by it. We're tired of being talked at instead of being talked to, and working together, because it seems like folks cherry pick what's important. And when people are being affected by this, we appreciate when we have a select few voices that seem to get it, and others just talk rhetorically. And that kind of gets old too. So I appreciate you commissioners that are digging deep, and I appreciate the candor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's move on to Jenny Hill, please. You've got 3 minutes. Ms. Hill?
Hi, thank you. This is Jenny Hill. I was just calling to say that I support Commissioner Johnson and the move for the moratorium. I understand it's a complicated issue, and but I think these are complicated times, and I think if we're going to change historic practices that have been in place for a long time that have resulted in the most vulnerable populations being disenfranchised and hurt. The specific thing I wanted to mention is that I had this conversation a few times recently with a small local developer who does
builds small student housing in some of these mentioned neighborhoods, tears down older homes that, but argues that the homes that they're tearing down are old and decrepit and going to be condemned, and that some neighbors are saying, thank you, we appreciate the new, nice brand new student housing that you're putting in. And these are small apartment complexes. But my concern is that the homeowners that don't have the money to do the repairs, to do the improvements, to keep their homes in good shape so that they aren't vulnerable to developers coming in and giving them a cash offer to tear down their home. That to me is part of the problem, and I feel like should be part of the conversation is how are we ensuring that a homeowner who is already vulnerable and already because of historic systemically racist practices at a disadvantage to do the home improvements and home repairs that are needed, how do we make sure that doesn't happen in the first place so that it's not easy for a developer to come and say, well, we're actually doing a favor for the neighborhood by tearing this home down, because when the history is gone, it's gone and we can't get it back. And I think a moratorium of 6 months seems reasonable to stop and look at this deeply and carefully, because when it's too late, it's too late. And I just don't want to wait until that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. We have a caller with the last four digits, 6696. Who are you?
My name is Bruce Patrick.
Hi, Bruce. You got 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yep, you got 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. I'm a relatively new resident of Gainesville. Moved here in 2018 from actually one of the wealthiest counties in the country, in Montgomery County, Maryland. I have a new resident's view of Gainesville, and from what I've seen, it's the most poorly planned city that I have ever seen. The infrastructure makes no sense whatsoever. Now, I understand that the mayor has been in place for 10 years. I wonder what accountability he has. How many times has he tried to stop the growth? Let's say this moratorium. How many times through these 10 years has he tried to stop the growth? You can't stop the growth. And in fact, what you do by trying to hang on to these historical places, as you call them, is you keep people pushed down. You have to let those people grow too. So instead of trying to control everybody, why don't you unleash the citizens to grow all together? And that's my opinion, and that's pretty much all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Let's turn now to Savannah Gribbins. Ms. Gribbins, you have 3 minutes. Ms. Gribbins?
I just wanted to call in and say that, hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Hello?
You are on.
I just wanted to say that I'm in favor of the moratorium, and that I thought that the data that showed from 2008 to 2018, I kind of thought that the point of the moratorium was that there had been a lot of development in the last few years, so like 2019 and 2020. I don't really think that, you can just stop at 2018 and then say, we're not going to move forward with the discussion of the moratorium because of this data set that doesn't even track up to the present day. And I know that city employees, that's the only data that was readily available to them. But if anything, that means we just need to look at the issue more closely. That doesn't mean we need to just cast the entire issue aside and stop the conversation. I thought everything Commissioner Johnson said was on point. I guess that's all I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gribbins. Let's turn back to two people that we had a little bit of a struggle with. Veronica Robleto, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I would just like to read an open letter to the City Commission that was signed by over 600 local residents. Excuse me, I'm a little out of breath. And I believe you've all received it, but I will read it on the record.
Greetings, Mayor Lauren Poe, Commissioners Gail Johnson, Raina Sacco, Adrian Hayes Santos, Gigi Simmons, David Ariola, and Harvey Ward. We write this letter as neighbors, advocates, citizens, and community members who love Gainesville to urge the City Commission to adopt a moratorium on major development, especially in Gainesville's historic and historically Black neighborhoods. We believe in our community, especially now in this highly contentious time as all Americans are reeling from the insecurities of COVID-19, and each of us have witnessed the atrocities of racism play out in the national arena, further impacting the survival of Black life and threatening our collective well-being. Now more than ever, we believe in intentional, equitable growth, development, and just policy making. We want to build a diverse, thriving Gainesville for all our populations. We ask the City Commission to pause, engage with us, and lead the charter for a better Gainesville. We are grateful to the Commission for their work and service. We are encouraged by the direction of the Commission thus far in exploring a moratorium. We support this effort. We believe a moratorium is crucial policy to spur strategic and equitable development and growth in some of our most important neighborhoods. Right now, as we write this letter, citizens are suffering as a result of ill-planned development. African American community members, many of whom have lived, worked, and created thriving networks in Seminary Lane, Porters, Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, Spring Hill, and other neighborhoods, have already left their home and land displaced and priced out of their communities. Gentrification and displacement have very real health and socioeconomic consequences that reinforce racial disparities and a cycle of systemic racism. People become impacted with illnesses and issues such as depression, stress, downward mobility, a decrease in political power, and disruption of community support systems. This is not the life we want to impose on ourselves and our neighbors. We can do better. We must. We request that the City Commission create a 12-month moratorium to explore equitable development that ensures all of Gainesville benefit from economic growth and change, especially our low-income residents, communities of color, immigrants, and others at risk of being left behind. We request a vibrant community engagement process related to the moratorium and ensuing plan for equitable development. We ask that you, our commission, lead with integrity and commit to transparency and dialogue. We ask you consider our voices and our life experience as you create policy on our behalf. We ask for meaningful participation. We look forward for the upcoming discussion on the moratorium, on the meeting of today's meeting. We urge and expect the commission to continue to support a moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robleto. We have two callers left, I think, both by number and not pre-screened. The caller with the ending 9557, you're up again. Please put your phone on mute. Go ahead. Who are you?
Hello?
Yeah.
Silva. This is Janice Silva.
Hi, Janice.
And I would like to say, I just tuned in at the point that you were just ending the discussion on Pleasant Street, and from what I inferred from what the mayor said, that there supposedly was an increase in Black population in Pleasant Street. That's just not possible. It's just not possible. I've been here 25 years, and it's been nothing but migration out of the neighborhood by our Black neighbors, for which we're all very sad. And so who's moving in are young white professionals, including the soon-to-be owner, I guess, of a property, just one property away from me, a new house that is up for sale for $436,000. So I really question if that's the case, that I missed it. I'm sorry, but if that's what the data say, that we're gaining Black population, that's just not true. I agree with some of the previous callers that that in terms of disregarding Commissioner Johnson's work over her 2 years, more than 2 years of being on the commission, and I was shocked in the August meeting that the way that five members of the commission took advantage of her time certain moratorium discussion to talk about Gainesville Rise, reinstating Gainesville Rise. You do need to look at your policies, definitely, for affordable housing and for preservation of great neighborhoods. And the policies that I've seen coming out of this commission in the past year have been demolition is now considered neighborhood revitalization. There's going to be sale of city public properties at market rate. And the policies of Gainesville Rise favor new construction at market rate 9-to-1. It's unproven, and to use the opportunity that Commissioner Johnson has presented to really talk about the issues going on in this neighborhood, to just push Gainesville Rise again is just sad. It's just disheartening. You need to look more at where you started 2 years ago with a seemingly a realistic discussion of housing in the city, and which got subverted quickly by the Gainesville Rise furor. And look back at the Schimberg Center's recommendation. Number one is preserve existing housing.
I think you're out of time. I think you're out of time.
Right, 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're up.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
Restore the conversation about housing. Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Ms. Williams, you are up. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, yes. Ray Williams, and I want to start off by saying to Gail Johnson, Commissioner Gail Johnson, please hold your head up high. Hold your head up high. Hold your head up high. Sometimes we take that tone on, that crazy tone. And I want you to not ever consider yourself as crazy. You're brilliant, you're thoughtful, and you're on point. Sometimes we rely on the system to bring things to us, but once they bring it, they can also take it away from us. And if you don't get that, maybe sometimes you'll be able to sit down and talk about it. I don't rely on the system. I rely on the people. I'm about people power. There is no excuse for them not approving moratorium, except keep in mind Black women leadership, Black women's strength has never been recognized. That's nationwide and Gainesville. Remember your history, because this is just one law. You stood up for the people, while the rest of them have to protect the developers. We know the impact is coming to Porter's Quarters because we are aware of what Kofi is about to do. He already owns land on Depot Avenue. He owns land in Porter. He's about to demolish a church and 2 other buildings in Porter's Quarters. His daddy's doing a presentation later today with Kirk Wood. If you can plug into that, please do. And we know what we're standing up against. So do not use that term when you're crazy. You're brilliant, and hold on to that. I want to mention a book that I hope everybody will take the chance to read. It's written by an African-American psychiatrist. The name is Mindy Thomas Scolarov, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to bring her one day to Gainesville. The name of the book is Root Shock, How Tearing Up City Neighborhoods Hurt America and What We Can Do About It.
Ms.
I want to
Williams.
repeat one more time, Root Shock, How Tearing Up City Neighborhoods Hurts America and What We Can Do About It. Keep your head up.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams. We do have that caller who has come back, ending in 6370. Please remember to put your phone on mute. Who are you? (6370). You out there? 6370. I guess you're not. All righty, Mayor. I think this does it. Thank you to all the people who commented, but the floor is now yours.
Okay. Thank you, everybody who called in and shared your thoughts with us. We'll turn back to the commission. There is not a motion on the floor, but if we'd like to make one to give some staff direction about how to move forward, we certainly can. We do have some standing direction out there that really involves most of the list, all of the list actually, that Commissioner Johnson listed earlier, as well as a few other things. I think one thing we could do is ask the city manager about when we can expect, sort of a timeline of when we can expect certain things to come back to us for discussion, direction, or approval, and then what we need to have further discussion about to add clarity. I know we have a special meeting scheduled, I think in December. I think that's worth our time to have a special meeting or two to bring these back as quickly as possible, to try to get some things implemented, not wait till the end, till everything's ready to move forward. Before we do that, I'll go to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to know, looking at the presentation that Andrew presented earlier on slide 6, where we have the neighborhood protection referral list from August 31st, and I do not see the heritage overlay on this list. So I just wanted to know, where are we on that? Was that omitted off the list, or and if so, why? Or so just an update.
Yeah,
on
Commissioner, my recollection is that was included. Mr. Feldman, can you respond to that? Do you know the answer to that?
Yes, we're planning on bringing it back for your discussion on November 5th.
Okay, so it will be added as a neighborhood protection tool.
Yes, Andrew can give you the technical term, but I think we've heard it as heritage overlay, conservation overlay, several different names, but we're bringing it back to you on the 5th.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Feldman, while you have the floor.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think just path forward. I mean, absent any further direction today, the commission has still given direction over a wide variety of things, from predatory purchasing practices to a tax abatement program to looking at out of Commissioner Johnson's term, out of scale development adjacent to historic neighborhoods. So I think what I'm looking for is what do you need from us, and I think more for the commission and the public. What's a timeline for starting to codify some of this in formal policy?
So we're working what we call the 16-part motion. That's what we refer to it as. And we are bringing it back as soon as we're getting through an item like the conservation overlay. We're going to be bringing those back to you. So some are a little bit farther along than others. For example, the inclusionary and exclusionary zoning piece of that, quite frankly, we're going to need to hire a consultant to help us work through those issues, because we just don't have the staffing to do that without putting everything else aside. So we're in the process right now of soliciting proposals for consultants on that. And hopefully we will get a proposal back and be able to execute it at my level and get that work underway. So we're constantly, we meet as a group every 2 weeks now to go through this list and see the progress that we're making.
Okay, so one request that I'd have then at that November 5th meeting, to the best of your ability, can you give us an estimate of the amount of time needed for each of those items. And I'm going to promise to not pretend like that's written in blood. But just so we understand, what we're looking at and when we can expect. And I think for our public too, what they can expect to see come back in a timely fashion. And then I would, add to that, there are some of these items that are pretty straightforward, and then others that will greatly benefit from broad conversation with our neighbors. And so I think we need to set up some version of a public discussion about those things, like especially exclusionary and inclusionary zoning. That's something that a lot of folks don't understand or know about. It's not part of their vernacular. Growth management, what that means, and how that fits into our comp plan update. So I think some recommendations at that meeting about, what's the low hanging fruit that you can bring back to the commission so we can, take action and get it implemented and start making a difference. And then what things are going to take a little bit more time because we either need outside professional help or we need to have a broader discussion with our community and be able to incorporate their input into what we do. So I think if we can put that as part of that item on, that'd be helpful.
We can do that.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. That's what I was going to suggest, getting back the low-hanging fruit items. Let's look at it and address that and get working on it as quickly as possible. That was going to be my suggestion. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I'd love to see a few things be voted on and in place by the end of the calendar year, and then really make a push for the first, I guess our second fiscal quarter, but first quarter of the new year to try to get as much else that we can in place to be in a really good spot moving into the spring.
Mayor, I just don't want to create any expectations we can't.
I hear you, but I think they're already there. But we'll be. We understand that it takes the time that it takes, but I'm following our thing, right. and this is definitely top priority stuff. And so I think you're hearing from the commission. We want to see this prioritized as much as possible.
Yeah, I was more commenting about the shortage of meetings to take action.
Yeah, and that's where, if we need to, I'm fine scheduling some special meetings. I know we've got a couple placeholders on the calendar coming up. And so we can clerk on that. If it's ready and our problem is we don't have the meetings scheduled, that's an easy solution.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I want to just finish by concurring with Ms. Williams that there's absolutely no crazy in you, Commissioner Johnson, and you are brilliant and everything else she said. I think it's just different perspectives on what gets us to our finish line, in what way we do that. So with that, we're going to be in recess until 6:30. Recess till 6:30. 6:30, we will call this meeting back to order. And let me get organized here. Madam Clerk, what is our first order of business this evening?
Our first order is a proclamation honoring American Pharmacists Month, October 2020.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got this proclamation on behalf of all of our neighbors in Gainesville that reads, whereas pharmacy is one of the oldest of the health professions concerned with the health and well-being of all people, and whereas today there are more than 300,000 pharmacists licensed in the United States providing services to ensure the safe and effective use of all medications, and whereas the safe and effective use of medication as a cost-effective alternative and a mechanism to avoid more expensive medical procedures is a major force in moderating overall healthcare costs, and whereas today's powerful and complex medications require greater attention to the manner in which they are used by different patient population groups, both clinically and demographically. And whereas it is important that all users of prescription and non-prescription medications, their families or their caregivers, be knowledgeable about and share responsibility for their own drug therapy. And whereas pharmacists have extensive education and expertise on drugs and medication therapy, which makes them ideally suited to work collaboratively with patients and their healthcare team members to improve medication use and outcomes. And whereas pharmacists provide patients with expertise, knowledge, and accessibility, all crucial factors to support improvement in our nation's public health. And whereas pharmacists are best positioned to be the health care professionals to help patients improve their adherence to their medications and provide patient care services that ensure optimal medication therapy outcomes. And whereas the American Pharmacists Association and the University of Florida Gainesville's APHA ASP chapter have declared October as American Pharmacists Month with the theme, Know Your Pharmacist, Know Your Medicine. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, sorry, ALS interpreter, I realize what I just did there, do hereby proclaim October 2020 as American Pharmacists Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in acknowledging the valuable services of pharmacists in providing safe, affordable, and beneficial pharmaceutical care services and products to all citizens. In witness whereof, I have hereinto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 9th day of September, 2020. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, our next proclamation, please.
Our next proclamation is Indigenous Peoples Day, October 12, 2020.
Okay, again, on behalf of all of our neighbors in Gainesville, I present this proclamation. Whereas the city of Gainesville has officially recognized Indigenous Peoples Day to honor and remember those Indigenous people who occupied this country, presently known as America, before the arrival of Columbus and other conquistadors. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day is now celebrated the second Monday in October. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native elders representing the respective Native nations at the UN-sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against the Indigenous People in America. And whereas the citizens of Gainesville and Alachua County recognize the importance of officially honoring these Indigenous people by affording them the right to a diverse and dignified culture of language, religion, traditions, and histories, and to endeavor to reflect these values in our education and public information. And whereas our city will continue to strive to eliminate prejudice and discrimination and support Native people's claim to a rich history and equality in our city of Gainesville. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim October 12th, 2020 as Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in honoring our Indigenous people by recognizing their contributions to our society and their perseverance against all odds. We no longer refer to Columbus Day as a holiday, but instead share in the celebration of those people who were the first citizens to inhabit this country. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, the 16th day of September, 2020. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution 1, resolution authorizing the renewal and reissuance of the 2017 Series C bonds, direct placement with Bank of America, with the recommendation that the Commission approve the resolution authorizing amendment of the 29th Supplemental Utility System Revenue Bond Resolution number 170404 to the form of a replacement bond with respect to the city's variable rate utility system revenue bonds 2017 Series C, and 3, the form of an amendment to the continuing covenant agreement with the Bank of America, subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Bolarski, I will turn it over to you. I see you made it longer than me. Barber, I congratulate you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, we're bringing this before the commission tonight. We brought it before the UAB, and as a planned replacement of bonds that were issued back in 2017 when we acquired the DHR facility. It was planned, nothing new, but we're bringing in GRU's dream team of Claudia Rasnick, Mark Benton, Mike Weiner, and Chris Lover. That's not in order of their significance. It's all part of the team that has done this together. So with that, I think I'm turning it over to Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Bolarski. And just for the public's edification, for these next 3 items, all the bond resolutions, this is not new borrowing. I just want to make that clear. This is no new money here. It's just a reissuance or a restructure, if you will. Mr. Benton?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, as part of the financing to acquire the DHR facility in 2017, GRU issued $265 million in variable rate debt in the form of 2 direct purchase agreements, $150 million of 2017 Series B bonds with Wells Fargo, and $115 million in 2017 Series C bonds with the Bank of America. And both of these direct purchase agreements have mandatory tender dates on November 7th, 2020, which means we've got to identify and execute a method for the renewal of this variable rate debt no later than this tender date. We came to the commission in July and told you that staff was going to do some price discovery work to develop an analysis as to what would be the most beneficial alternative between several choices, such as renewing the existing direct purchase agreements, issuing new floating rate notes, or issuing new variable rate demand bonds. After reviewing market conditions and conducting discussions on the current variable rate environment with a number of market participants, together with our financial advisor and bond counsel, we determined the following structure would result in the best outcome for the utility. First, renewing and reissuing the $115 million direct placement with Bank of America on the 2017 C bonds, refunding $105 million of the 2017 Series B bonds through a direct placement with TD Bank, and renewing and reissuing the remaining $45 million of Series 2017 B bonds direct placement with Wells Fargo. The resolution that you have in front of you on this item, as well as the resolutions on the 2 succeeding agenda items, will execute this proposal. This first resolution provides for implementation of the first segment of the proposal, which is renewal and amendments to the $115 million direct placement with Bank of America on the 2017 Series C bonds. And so we're asking that the commission approve the resolution which authorizes amendment of the original resolution which authorized the 2017 C bonds, authorizes the form of a replacement bond as well as the form of an amendment to the continuing covenant agreement. As Mr. Bolarski mentioned, this went before the UAB on their October 8th meeting. It was unanimously approved. And so I'm here to try to answer any questions that you have. And also, as Mr. Bolarski mentioned, we have our financial advisor, Chris Lover, who's the managing director of PFM Financial Advisors, as well as Mike Weiner, who's a partner with Holland and I, our city's bond counsel.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Benton. Let me turn to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. At the UAB meeting, were there any concerns?
There were no concerns. There were several questions asked. One was why we were splitting the 2017 Series B between TD Bank and Wells Fargo. We answered that the reason we were doing that was it diversified our exposure to the banks. This is the first time we've worked with TD Bank. It will also give us the opportunity to give them not a full piece of that bond, but and get to see how they perform for us. But no, there were no concerns. Like I said, it was unanimously approved.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move resolution 200372.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Ward, moved by Hayes Santos. Let's go ahead and turn it over for public comment.
Good evening, everybody. It looks like we have one commenter. Nathan Scott, you are online. You have 3 minutes, sir. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, are you out there? I hear some background noise. Mr. Mayor, he may not be paying attention or on the line. He's been holding for quite some time. I would encourage you to move through the next stage of the agenda, and I'm sure Mr. Scott will have his comments ready.
Sure, and these next two items are closely related, so he can, I think, probably make his comments if it's about any three of these bond issues and still be relevant. Ms. Shalley, can someone take Mr. Simmons' hand, please?
Oh, thank you, Mayor and Commission. I didn't hear if the motion included all three parts of the staff recommendation. So I just wanted to make sure that was the case.
I'll amend the motion to include all staff recommendations.
Yeah, so the motion would be to adopt a resolution authorizing the amendment of the 29th Supplemental Utilities System Bond Resolution, the form of a replacement bond with respect to the city's viable rate utility system revenue bonds, 2017 Series C, the form of an amendment to the continuing covenant agreement with the Bank of America subject to the approval of the attorney form of legality. Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson appears to be absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 6-0 with Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution 2, resolution authorizing the refunding of a portion of the 2017 Series B bonds through the issuance of $105 million in variable rate utility system revenue bonds 2020 series, with the recommendation that the Commission approve a resolution authorizing the issuance of $105 million in variable rate utility system revenue bonds 2020 Series B to refund a portion of 2017 Series B bonds to the form of a bond purchase agreement with respect to the 2020 Series B bonds, and 3, the form of a continuing covenant agreement with respect to the 2020 Series B bonds, and 4, the form of paying agent and bond registrar agreement, in each case subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Benton, back to you.
Yes, sir. This resolution implements the second part of that proposal. We're funding $105 million of the existing 2017 B bonds direct placement with Wells Fargo through the issuance of $105 million direct placement with TD Bank, which will be designated the 2020 Series B bonds. And so we're asking that the Commission approve the resolution authorizing the issuance of the $105 million in 2020 Series B bonds to refund a portion of the 2017 Series B, the form of the bond purchase agreement with respect to the 2020 Series B bonds, form of a continuing covenant agreement, and the form of a paying agent registrar agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Same question. Did the UAB have any concerns about this?
No, Commissioner, they did not.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Ms. Bigby.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Benton, would you mind just commenting briefly on the slightly higher rate for the refinancing?
The slightly higher rate is a result of difference in market conditions between 2017, when the direct placements were originally placed, and 2000 and the rates today. We actually, as we went through the price discovery conversation with the commission back in July, indicated that we've spent a good bit of time working with some of the market participants. The prices were a good bit higher than this back in April when we first went through when COVID was first rearing its ugly head. As we worked through this process, the prices have actually come down, and we're very pleased with the numbers that we've been able to get.
Yeah, and I'd make a point and add to what Mark just said. All these numbers are less than 1%. So when you say slightly higher rate, you're down around like 75 basis points or below.
All right, thank you both. Seeing no further questions, is there a motion? Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But even small percentage points changes on $100 million adds up to a lot of money too. But I'll move staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Word, back to Commissioner Simmons.
Yeah, I just had a brief question about the paying the agent, the bond agreement. What is that cost? Is it a percentage or what?
That's a flat fee that we pay to the paying agent and registrar, the trustee who handles the payment of the actual payment of the interest payments.
Is this the so I guess that flat fee, has it raised any at all? What is the flat fee? And how long have we been with this particular agent?
The U.S. Bank has been our trustee for a number of years.
Okay. So what's the fee?
Commissioner, I'd actually have to look to tell you that. Mike Weiner may be familiar with that. Mike's on the line.
Hi, Commissioners. And Mark, I don't know the fee offhand. The trustee paying agent fees are usually really minimal in the grand scheme of things. We can get the exact numbers, but typically you're looking at between $500 to $1,500, just generally speaking, on a particular bond issue.
Okay, but excuse me. Yes, I would like to know just what we were paying the agent. So if you can just email me that information.
Okay, we'll get that for you.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Or if you can all get it before the end of the meeting or before the end of these items, that'd be great too. If you can look that up. Okay, let's go to Adam for public comment.
All righty, sir. We're going to try this one more time. Nathan Scop, are you out there?
Yes. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on. You've got 3 minutes, sir.
Hello.
Yep, we're good.
Yes. Okay. So first and foremost, Mayor Poe, I want to say that the Commission's action on the Series C resolution I deem to be unlawful. I was on the hold. I was actually speaking. You couldn't hear me. The Commission should have stopped prior to taking an affirmative vote to hear comment on that item. That's just completely wrong in a virtual environment. Okay? You as the presiding officer, Mayor Poe, should know that. We had audio problems earlier today. You stopped the meeting. So with respect to the Series B items with Wells Fargo, you're paying $100,000 payment for a 5 basis point reduction. I want Mr. Benton to confirm that affirmatively, yes or no. And I also want Mr. Benton to confirm that the spread on this is actually increased. So I'd like a yes or no as to both of those questions because they're very straightforward. And I'd like the commission to revote on Series C because you didn't take public comment. So I'll hold it at that. But, you know, I expect that the moderators knew that people were on hold and should have informed the chair that people were on hold and the commission should have stopped rather than warp driving forward and failing to hear from citizens that were clearly wanting to comment on the item prior to the commission's vote. And you know, of all people, Mayor Poe, given their tenure on the commission, that's unlawful. Thank you.
Anybody else, Adam?
No, that's it. And my apologies for that. We did hear background noise, but we called on him several times and just did not.
Yeah, we definitely waited and tried to see if he was ready, willing, and able to talk, and didn't hear anything after some period of time. So, you know, sorry about that, but we definitely gave the opportunity. Mr. Benton, can you answer those questions from Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir. I believe the first question was, he wanted me to verify that we are making $100,000 upfront payment to Wells Fargo. That is correct. Their original bid was 50 on the spread was 51 basis points. They offered to reduce that to 46 basis points in exchange for $100,000 upfront payment over, you know, that will cover 3 years. So we are paying up front $100,000 in exchange for saving $152,500 in interest over that 3-year period. Our financial advisor and we looked at it, and we thought that was a pretty good deal. His second question, I believe, was, has the spread increased from the original bid on the 2017 B? And that's correct. In 2017, the spread was 43 basis points. Today, as I just mentioned, it's 46.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mark, Mr. Benton, might I interrupt for 1 second, if you don't mind, just to clarify something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. Apologies. Mr. Benton, the payment was actually on the TD loan to reduce the spread and not the Wells Fargo.
That's correct. That's correct. And it was $105,000 and not $100,000, Mr. Mayor. Okay. So we paid $105,000 up front to save about over $150,000 in interest over the 3-year period.
Okay, thank you both for the clarification. Okay, let's go back to the clerk for a vote.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution 3, authorizing the renewal and reissuance of a portion of the 2017 series bonds direct placement with Wells Fargo, with the recommendation that the commission approve the resolution authorizing amendment of the 28 supplemental utilities system revenue bond resolution 170403 to the form of a replacement bond with respect to the city's variable rate utility system revenue bonds 2017 series B, and 3, the form of an amendment to the continuing covenant agreement with Wells Fargo, subject to approval by the city attorney as a form of legality.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move staff's recommendation on this resolution.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Simmons. This particular motion would be to authorize the amendment to the 28th supplemental utilities system revenue bonds. Second part, form a replacement bond with respect to the city's variable rate utility system revenue bonds of 2017 Series B. And third, to form an amendment to the continuing covenant agreement with Wells Fargo, subject to the attorney's form and legality. All right, Adam, back to you.
Sir, and once again, Mr. Nathan Scott, are you out there?
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners, or evening, commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to this item and the prior item, I'm looking at the agenda dated October 15th at 12:56 p.m. So once again, the agenda's been modified on the fly. It was modified yesterday and apparently modified today. But it says $100,000 for the payment that was used to do the basis spread. And I apologize if it's TD versus Wells Fargo, but it's really not clear from the agenda item title because it talks about different things. But I clearly see $100,000 there. So I guess somebody said it was $105,000. If that's the case, the agenda item's wrong. So I'd like Mr. Benton to clarify that. And then secondly, with respect to the current item, I'd like Mr. Benton to also clarify that the spread has increased from the original spread. So again, I stand corrected if I'm wrong, but I'm looking at an agenda that's published. It's been modified several times, and it says $100,000 to buy down 5 basis points of interest. So, you know, y'all can sit there and not hear from the public and try and correct me, but Mr. Pilarski can kind of jump in. But if y'all would write your things and quit changing the agenda, it might be clearer to read. But is it 100,000 or 105,000, Mr. Benton? And secondly, with respect to the TD, please confirm that the spread has increased, in fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Okay, no further callers. Mr. Benton?
Yes, Mr. Scott is correct. Although this particular agenda item, to my knowledge, has not been amended, the number should have been 105,000 instead of 100 in the agenda item, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. And yes, the spread has increased between 2017 and 2020.
Okay, thank you. What I would say is we can check the actual resolution for the correct number, but you know, it sounds like in preparation of the printed agenda, that number was misprinted, Mr. Pilarski. So we'll just confirm that. Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote. I think both those comments were about previous items, so we'll go ahead and move to a vote on this item.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Sacco?
Oh, is she frozen?
She might be frozen. Yeah, I think she is.
Okay. Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco. Okay, we'll just mark her as absent. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-0 with Sacco and Johnson absent. Looks like Sacco, you're back amongst us, but we hadn't voted without you. Okay, next item, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is Resolution 4, resolution urging Florida legislators to approve Medicaid expansion. With a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, urging the Florida legislature to approve Medicaid expansion for certain qualified adults under the age of 65 in an effort to address the COVID-19 public health emergency, providing directions to the clerk of the commission and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or is there a motion?
Mayor, I move to
Actually, can you hold on one sec? I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Simmons. I'm not seeing a quorum right now. I just see me, you, and Adrian. So we just need to wait a sec. Okay, there's Commissioner Ariel is back. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, Mayor, I move to adopt the proposed resolution.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
I believe Commissioner Sacco seconded.
Did you second, Commissioner Sacco? You're still frozen. Commissioner Ariola or Hayes Santos, can I get a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you did? Okay, goodness gracious. I heard Commissioner Sacco say, I want to make this so there's no question. Commissioner Hayes Santos, you unmuted?
Yeah, I don't support the motion, so that's why.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Ariola? Do you not support the motion? Okay, well, this might die for lack of a second.
No, I'll second. I thought we had a second.
Okay. Okay, let's turn it over to members of the public.
All righty. Mr. Scott, you are back online. You have 3 minutes, sir. Mr. Scott, on resolution 4.
Yes, it's a point of clarification. Is this the item 5?
No, this is resolution 4, urging Florida legislators to approve Medicaid expansion.
Okay, now I want to speak on 5, so I'll stand by. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward. Absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor.
Aye. Y'all are killing me. All right. That motion passes
Let me make-
5-0.
Okay, so I did get an aye. Was that an aye from Commissioner Hayes Santos? Just
Madam Clerk, that was 5-0 with Ward and Johnson absent. Okay, next item, please.
The next item is Resolution 5, Resolution amended and restated supplemental City Commission rules governing virtual public meetings. A resolution amending and restating the supplemental rules of procedure governing virtual public meetings during the declared state of emergency for the COVID-19 pandemic, providing a severability clause, providing for repeal and conflicting provisions, and providing an effective date and duration.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments, or is there a motion?
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 200402.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Ariola. Okay, let's go to Adam for public comment.
Sir, once again, Mr. Scott, you're on the line.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So previously at the meeting when this item came up, you'd heard numerous input from the public, which was seemingly ignored. You just adopt what you want to adopt with respect to general public comment. It seems inherently unfair and ripe for gaming for the Commission without any published rules of procedure related to general public comment recordings, how they will be placed in order. Will they be played back in order? Could go on and on and on. But there are no procedures. And I think prior to enacting this, the Commission needs to give credence to the citizen comments that requested that members of the public that call in directly to the meeting for general public comment should be given precedence and priority over recorded comment to which they will never maybe be able to speak, depending on what the Commission alleges and how the Commission stacks the deck. For instance, if I call in and I'm the first one to call in, how do I know my call is going to be even played or go first or not buried? Or you guys just say you're going to run out of time? It's ripe for abuse. It's ripe for gerrymandering. And it's ripe to deny the public the meaningful opportunity to be heard because you guys will just get your, this is your community outreach where you're just going to game the system. So I think there needs to be some procedural safeguards and assurances that recorded comments are going to be played back. If you guys adopt that in the order in which they were received originally, I think there needs to be a log by the clerk showing what time they were received, and so on and so forth. Because otherwise, you guys are just going to cherry pick like you did back at the biomass meetings where you wouldn't take comments that were critical of the Commission. You guys just wouldn't take them. At the Thomas Center, I distinctly asked a question, and it wasn't asked. So we don't need Commission censorship by the Commission or the clerk as to comments that may be critical of the Gainesville City Commission and your failure to address all the shootings in our town, all the bullets flying all over the place because you're too busy talking about Indigenous people and other tangential issues. We want good governance. And so with respect to this, I think the citizens that take the time to participate directly in the meeting should be given priority and precedent. And then after that, play all the recorded comments you want to record. But, at the end of the day, we are supposed to participate in a live meeting environment sooner rather than later, hopefully. And you guys are seemingly trying to, create a system that's ripe for or has the propensity or potential to be abused and manipulated. And so I'd ask this commission again, instead of enacting this, you should either change it so you give precedence and priority to those that call in directly first, or if you guys are going to do in opposition to all the public comment you heard, go with this recording basis. There needs to be some
thank you, Mr.
procedural
Scott.
safeguards and rules, and not just trust the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, back to you. That was our last caller.
Okay, thank you very much. So a couple things. One, this is likely a moot point as our next meeting required to be in person. But I am working with the clerk and our broadcast staff to find a way for our public to continue to participate virtually. As we have seen with almost every meeting, we have seen increased participation from a more diverse group of our neighbors. And we want to try to allow that to continue if at all possible. We think that it is. So we will be back to our normal rules and procedures at our first meeting in November. So while I do encourage us to adopt this tonight, because if we get a renewed governor's executive order that allows for virtual meetings, if we see another spike in COVID cases, for example, this will be ready to go. But it will be it won't matter if in that, barring any new action by the governor, because we'll be back to our regular city commission rules. I will say that I think the most egalitarian thing we can do is allow people to call and record a message and then take them first come, first serve. We do that at live meetings already. It's first come, first serve. The problem is that it is very discriminatory, because anybody that can't come down to the meeting physically is not able to allow their voice to be heard and to participate. We greatly broaden the access to people in our community if they can call in when it's convenient for them and allow their voice to be heard. And I think I have a difficulty in seeing how that can be interpreted as less inclusive. But that is, again, really neither here nor there, because next week we'll be taking public comment as we normally do. And not next week, but next meeting. And I'll need to work with the clerk and then probably bring it up with y'all to see what your preference is, how we continue to take public comment in a variety of ways. So people actually don't have to come down here, because that's clearly not the safest environment for our residents. But with that, we will move to a vote on the resolution. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
No.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-1, Hayes Santos in dissent and Johnson absent. Madam Clerk.
Next item is Resolution 6, resolution to the Department of Transportation for a construction and maintenance agreement for improvements within various school zones, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt a resolution authorizing the execution of the construction and maintenance agreement with FDOT and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents subject to approval of the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move resolution 200364 and staff's recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Simmons, moved by Hayes Santos. Adam, over to you.
And once again, on this resolution, we have Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, Mayor Poe, Commissioner Nathan Scott. So you guys keep ducking this question, Mayor Poe. So I'm going to ask that this resolution be amended, saying the DOT provides funding for transportation and RTS, as well as state and federal funding I would like to know when the city is going to revisit renaming the RTS facility after the convicted felon known as Corrine Brown. I think that it's far time that it comes back to the commission. You said you would bring it back, and lo and behold, it's never came back. No, it is. I'm asking you to
No,
amend the
it's not.
resolution.
This is an
remove the name of Corrine Brown from the RTS. Okay, well then I'll I think it's relevant what I said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mayor, this goes back to you. That was our last commenter on this resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. Move to a vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Frozen again.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Oh, there she is. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And me, I imagine, Madam Clerk?
Called your name.
That is an aye. Yeah, we're not hearing you either, Madam Clerk, because we didn't hear you call me out. So maybe it's a system-wide thing. And we did get Commissioner Sacco's pixelated aye in there as well. So that would be a 6-0 vote with Johnson absent. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is the second reading of ordinance 190293, text change amending the land development code for tree mitigation. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 30-8.7, permits for tree removal, mitigation of the land development code, relating to tree mitigation requirements for subdivisions and affordable housing developments, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 190293 on first reading by title only.
Second reading.
The second reading, sorry.
Is there a second? Second by Ward. Turn to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just briefly wanted to say that I was present yesterday at the Tree Advisory Board meeting that our wonderful citizens partake in. And I just wanted to let you know, because of this, the topic that I was there to discuss was not this, but in some ways it kind of relates to this, where there's not, in my opinion, and the advisory board members also agreed that a lot of outreach has not been done, needs to be done for our residential neighbors as it relates to tree mitigation or what can be cut and why, just not enough education. So I'm glad to see that we're talking about this today, but I just wanted to let the commissioners know that there's a lot of residents in our communities that are not aware of tree rules and regulations, and a lot of outreach needs to be done, especially in those communities that just don't have the resources to pay for any penalties that may come to them if they cut down a tree or if something is not taken care of in a proper timely manner. So I want the commission to know that this is a problem. And I did had the pleasure of speaking with the Tree Advisory Board last night at their meeting to bring that to their attention. And I'm hoping that at some point we can have a more robust discussion about tree ordinance and the way that our neighbors need to be aware of penalties and things that the ordinance say need to be done. Just we need to do a overhaul of outreach and education in our residential communities. So I just wanted to let you guys know that.
All right, thank you for sharing that with us. Really appreciate it, Mr. Simmons. And we'll work on a way to do that effectively in a challenging environment, as with everything else that we're trying to do when it comes to outreach. But I know there's a solution out there, and we'll work towards it. Okay, Adam, we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. We are on the amending the land development code for tree mitigation. We have one comment. Mr. Nathan Scott, you are up again.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I want to speak to this item again. I've spoken repeatedly to it. Apparently the commission seems to be tone deaf about the inequities that result from treating different property owners differently under this proposed resolution. There shouldn't be carve-outs. There shouldn't be exceptions. The mitigation policy should apply equitably, and I'm going to use your words, commissioners, equitably, because everything needs to be done through the focus of equity. That's what you articulate ad nauseum for the city. It applies to all decisions made by the city, including this one. It's not equitable to have different policies for different property owners, commissioners. Just like it's not equitable to have development displace historical neighborhoods. So let's not be hypocrites, commissioners. Let's not be hypocrites, Mayor Poe. Let's look at this and ask through the lens of equity, why are we treating people differently under this proposed resolution? Because that's exactly what you're doing. You're creating set-asides, carve-outs. That's not equitable to all property owners. So let's be equitable to all property owners. Let's be equitable to all of your neighbors. And go take a critical look at this, because you guys are ignoring the obvious, and it just reeks of hypocrisy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. That's our only caller, Mr. Mayor. It's back to you.
Thank you. And I think there's a misunderstanding between equitable and equal, and that there is a reason to treat different groups of people or different property owners differently to be equitable. And by treating everyone equal, that can exacerbate any inequitable development and procedures. So I think that's the basis of trying to do this. Even though I have repeatedly said that I do not agree with the final decision of the commission, I am going to support the ordinance because I think the bulk of it is in the best interest of our community. And I don't want to vote against it because I disagree with one small part of it. And with that, we will go to a vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco. Rosen. Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye. Aye.
I got you. Commissioner.
Aye.
There we go. And Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion. I'm going to start calling.
Aye.
we got you. I'm going to start calling you Commissioner Elsa because you're always frozen. Dad jokes. That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent. All right, next item, please.
Our next item is a second reading of Ordinance 200067, text change amending the Land Development Code regulations for well field protection special use permits. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Section 30-3.30, review criteria of the Land Development Code relating to well field protection special use permits, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or is there a motion? There's a lot of motion avoidance here. Commissioner Simmons.
No, I had a question.
Sure.
For staff. Is staff?
They're at the ready. I'm going to refill my water while you're asking it.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, can you just give me an update on this particular topic?
Actually, I will defer to the illustrious Mr. Persons, who's been rehearsing the answer.
We're talking, not that I haven't totally been paying very close attention, but we're talking about the wellfield special use permit.
Right.
Yes. Okay, good. Yeah, so I think the 30,000 foot view is the city's code when it changed a couple of years ago. It inadvertently basically made the underground storage tanks for like that come along with like gas stations basically illegal in all of the well field protection zones. And we have like primary zone, you know, secondary and tertiary as you go further away from the actual wells. And it was an inadvertent change. So we worked with GRU and Alachua County EPD and the applicant to come up with language that would permit it, but only through a special use permit and only in the tertiary zone. So basically restoring the language back to basically kind of what it was before.
Okay, and it says that the affected area is primarily located in the northeast quadrant of the city. So what brought up that, what brought this up? Was there anything that particular or any development that was getting ready to take place and this was an issue?
Yeah, it was an issue because it got brought up. There was a, I'm not sure the exact which gas station it was, but there was an older gas station that was going to be closed, and a brand new one was going to be moved a few blocks away. I think it's like maybe a Shell. Anyway, so it came up with that because they wanted to decommission the old site and clean it up and build a brand new station, like I said, a few blocks away. And they had submitted a development application for it. And then during the review by staff, this issue was raised, and we said, well, you know, the code doesn't allow underground storage tanks in the tertiary zone. And then after, you know, some discussion, we realized that that the previous iteration of the code did allow it, and so that's what precipitated the text change. And the like I said, we worked with GRU on the water side and the Alachua County EPD to bring the language forward.
So Andrew, was this part of an overlay originally?
It's because the city's well fields, where we get our water, are located north of Northwest 53rd. There's overlays that identify where the primary well fields are, as well as where the secondary fields are, and then the tertiary fields, which are the farthest away. And there are limitations on different types of uses in the city's code within those three different areas. And that's what we're talking about for the tertiary, which is the farthest away from the actual the primary well fields, about restoring the ability to have underground storage tanks. And we have there are already existing gas stations in the tertiary with underground storage tanks that were permitted previously when the code was allowed for that.
So I guess my question is, it was obvious that this was put in place for a reason. I don't know, I'm not familiar with the history of it, but it was a reason that this was put in place. And so now we're going to undo that, or you just would require a special use permit, and that would be up to the discretion of the city manager or staff for a special use permit?
No, it would go to the plan board.
The plan board. So I mean, I would like to know a little bit more history about why was this put in place originally, and now all of a sudden, well, maybe not all of a sudden, but now it's potentially can be reversed with a special use permit.
Yeah, I would say that in the backup, the staff report sort of outlines it. I wouldn't characterize it as like that it's like somehow going back, because we're only talking about the tertiary area, and that I believe is also in the backup, the maps you could see. I think it's more in those areas we used to allow underground storage tanks, and when the code changed, that was an inadvertent change to not allow those things. And so before we went and changed it back, we wanted to have coordination with GRU, who does provide all the water, as well as the our environmental staff and the environmental staff from the county, to make sure that they were supportive of that, and they all were supportive of this change. So we wouldn't do it if we thought that it would be degrading the quality of environmental protection. But that's why we went with the experts over at GRU and our environmental staff and the county's environmental staff. So I wouldn't characterize it as somehow we're like waiving the rules or requirements. I think it's more of a restoration of what we of our past practice on this.
And I understand that, and I think for me, it brings to my mind the question about potential and future development, and how this may or may not impact that, because we need to look at those areas in the northeast quadrant, look at long-term development. And this may be premature. I think we put in the cart before the horse, in a sense, because right now there's no long-term development strategic plan for this area. And what I'm afraid of, if we put something like this in place, and allow special use or use permits to allow certain usage, that may not be what's intended, or what may be the best use per se for this area, if we're already putting something like this in effect. And maybe I'm looking at it from a different lens, but I'm looking at it from a long-term perspective. Is this the right route to go right now with this special use permit for this quadrant?
Well, I would say if the commission is concerned about like gas stations, let's say in the Northeast, like as a not so much from the environmental standpoint, but just from like a overall, what kind of development do we want to see in this area? Like, I wouldn't recommend using like this very specific, very sort of in the weeds issue to address it. There are much easier, much more straightforward ways to say, we don't want gas stations, or we do want gas stations in this area. We can do that through zoning much easier than we can through, special use permits for underground storage tanks in the tertiary well field zone. You follow what I'm saying? I think.
Right. Yeah, and that was my concern. That was my main concern.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right, because a special permit could be denied.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I would say if the interest is in like what kind of development do we want in this area, like there are much more straightforward ways to change the code to identify those things. But in this case, this is really just very much sort of an in the weeds, very, very specific code provision that we're talking about.
Okay, but Mayor, that was my concern about the future development in that area and how this would impact that development, because we're talking about gas stations. In essence, that's what we're talking about, gas stations. And so I was just concerned about that, but I guess there are other ways that we can address that issue when it comes up.
Yeah, very good, Commissioner. And
okay.
I'd say include and how we start our discussions about the comprehensive plan update. That's probably the best, most direct way to address that. So
thank you.
Absolutely, thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
The mute button. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pass a motion to pass ordinance number 200067 on second reading by title only.
Thank you. Seconded by Hey Santos. I thought we had a motion on the floor. Was I?
Yeah. I don't think you did.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Okay, very good. It's getting late in the agenda. Commissioner Hey Santos, was your hand for a motion? Yeah, okay. Okay, let's, we have a motion on the floor then to adopt the proposed ordinance. Adam, do you have any members of the public who wish to?
Mr. Mayor, there's no public comment on this agenda item.
Okay, Mr. Diedenbach, did you want to make a comment?
No, given the hour, but I will follow up, Mr. Mayor, with Commissioner Simmons and explain exactly how we found this out. We were in the process of processing an application and noticed that the code still had the mechanism in there, but some of the enabling language was changed. And so I was the applicant on this, and I worked with city attorney's office, GRU's attorneys, Alachua County Environmental Protection, and their attorneys to get the code fixed to the way it was. But I'll have the discussion offline, and so that she completely understands exactly why this happened.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the motion is to adopt ordinance 200067 on second reading by title only. Madam Clerk, please move to a vote.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 200056, ordinance creating a police advisory council. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, creating a new division 4 titled Police Advisory Council within Article 5 of Chapter 2 of the City Code of Ordinances, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Are there any questions or is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I am happy to move ordinance number 200056 on second reading by title only.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ward, moved by Ariola. Before we move to public comment, Madam Clerk, I'm assuming now if this passes, when will the advertisement go out for people who want to apply to serve on this board?
I believe we just put out an advertisement within the last week. So I would anticipate the top of November unless you all desire otherwise.
Okay, that was optimistic since we hadn't quite created it yet, but hopefully this passes this evening. And so normally those are open for 4 weeks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so October 15th, November 15th. So we should be able to make a decision and fill this board at our second meeting in November. Correct?
We usually would leave these open for 30 days. So I'm thinking December, if we start at the top of the, unless you would otherwise,
so November 15th would be 28 days. So yeah, that puts us right there on it. Okay, so first, because there's a lot of interest and excitement about this, including by many members that are currently serving that want to reapply. So, but that's fine. If we get it filled by the beginning of December, then they can get a meeting schedule set up and get to work. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think just to clarify, I don't think the clerk meant that this board was sent out in October. Is that correct?
That's correct. I meant that the other board advertisements had already been sent out within the last week. And so if this one advertised, it would be at the top of November, unless you want us to send out a special notice, which we can do as well.
Well, I guess if you sent it out with the rest of them at the beginning of November, they would still get back in time for that first meeting in December, correct?
Correct. If you want to leave it.
Short of turnaround to get all those in and then to the commission.
Right. So we can advertise it at the top of November and do our best to get it ready for the first meeting in December. It would be better if we could do it the second meeting, I believe, if we have one.
So, Madam Clerk, here's what I would prefer, and let me know if there's any objection to this commission. I'd rather the notice go out on Monday and start the 30 days then, and that way we'll get those back in plenty of time for the first meeting in December. Does that sound okay, everybody? Without objection? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, let's do that. Let's start the advertisement on Monday and start taking applications then. Good?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. Okay, over to Adam.
No, sir, there is no public comment on this issue.
All right, back to the commission.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent, Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 6-0 with Johnson absent. Anybody listening, if you want to apply to be on our very first Citizens Advisory Board, Police Advisory Board, directly appointed by the commission, please get your application in. You'll be able to find information about that on the city's website. All right, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 191126, vacation of public right-of-way east of Northwest 13th Street between Southwest 4th and Southwest 5th Avenues. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida to vacate, abandon, and close a certain public right-of-way generally located south of Southwest 4th Avenue, west of Southwest 12th Street, north of Southwest 5th Avenue, and east of Southwest 13th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, subject to terms and conditions, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Calderon, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, good evening. Lawrence Calderon, Department of Sustainable Development. This petition is a request to vacate an alley with reference to construction of a mixed-use development in the general area. Because this is with right-of-way, I wanted to show you the main east-west and north-south right-of-way that is impacting the area, as you can see here in the yellow and in the blue areas. This is the general location of the subject property and the proposed alley to be vacated here, as you can see it. And surrounding the development, you could see most of this on the west side of 13th Street is the University of Florida. On the east side, you have the historic district, part of Norman Hall on the south side, and some 4- and 6-story development on the north side of the building. As a closer look will show you the east-west arterials that run surrounding the property, and you could see the subject parcel with the proposed right-of-way to be vacated as shown in red. A closer look of the property shows that the subject property is proposed for the real development is indicated around here as shown by subject property. The proposed right-of-way would be this alley that goes in an L-shape, north-south here and east-west here. This kind of mustard color area, as you see under the cursor, is currently city-owned property that's used as a semi-alley or a route. And this northern area is part of the proposal for as a condition for approval of the development. And you can see the surrounding streets, 13th Street, 5th and 4th Avenue on the north and east side. The subject property is requesting that vacation of right-of-way, and what the code states that for placement of these right-of-way, you have to meet 2 basic conditions. One is that the public right-of-way no longer serves a public purpose, and the vacation of the public right-of-way is in the public interest. And the second is that if it's a street, that the city shall not vacate the right-of-way unless certain criteria are met. It's not a street, so we will not discuss the second part, but I will go into the detail of the criteria to vacate a public right-of-way. This is the subject property. You could see that 5th Avenue is on the south, 13th Street on the west, 12th Street here, and southwest 4th Avenue. And these are the properties that are included in the proposed development that's requesting the right-of-way, and this alley is shown as the area required for street vacation. Currently, the layout of the route is that some trucks or vehicles, bicycle and pedestrian, mainly use the flow from here coming down, turn this way and goes this way into that area. This alley primarily serves the internal area of these developments, not this one, it's only this here. Some of these areas here, some of this, and not even the church, which sits on the south side, it does not serve the church. But I wanted to show you some of the areas surrounding this. For example, in this area here, what you have is Southwest 5th, and you can see this is the entrance to the city-owned property and just parking on the south side of the area. The second area you can see is right here. You can see straight through that alley that the city owned with some beautiful trees leading right into the property. And again, number 3, which is on the north side of the property, looking down into the development, as you can see from this area. And this side is number 4 right here. And this is the area that we showed as a new alley, but as you can see, it goes right through the building here. And on the east side of the development, right here between the bank and the alley area, you can see that there's some residential development there. The alley, which is part of what is to be vacated, and the last part, 6, which is this area, the east-west section of the alley. Mr. Mayor, these are the parcels which are involved in the development, and these are the 2 parcels. If the alley remains in place, the applicant will be forced to develop these parcels separately. However, with the vacation of the right-of-way as proposed, there would be a more unified development with this vacation of the alley. Both petitions went to the City Plan Board on July the 23rd. The City Plan Board approved the special use permit for increased density on the development on this side, but they denied the street vacation on a motion to approve by 3-3, which meant that it was denied. So the petition now is before you for consideration of whether to vacate the alley or not. So the criteria for vacating the alley are listed here. Number 1 is the only one we needed to discuss, and it's broken down into A to I, and whether the public benefits from the use of the subject property or right-of-way. The public does under the current circumstance, but with a new development proposed there, it would not benefit the public because they would have an alternate access, which is what we are proposing here, to extend that northern section of the city right-of-way into the private property, have it dedicated or used as a straight extension between Southwest 5th and Southwest 4th Avenue to provide a more straightforward connection for pedestrian and bicycle. We've determined that the proposal meets the criteria for the comprehensive plan. Removing the alley would not reduce the required block size, which is 1,600 feet, and the block size with that alley is 1,272 feet. Whether the proposed alley would deny private access, it would not because of this area. It would not deprive access because most of the access to these developments to this alley are served from the developments in here. And if all these developments are comprising the proposed development, then it would not be depriving the public from access to it. It will be a safe aspect in terms of going from this way and turning this way and going in here. We've had a lot of complaints about vehicles, the turning radius going in here. So what we decided and worked out with the applicant was this straightforward connection from south to north instead of the circuitous area that we have on this side. The effect of the proposed action upon the provisions of municipal services, it's not going to impact any of the municipal services. There are necessary facilities for this development. Mr. Chair, this is the proposed development. And as you can see the alley, if the alley is kept in place, it would prevent this development, which is part of what the comp plan requires for a mixed-use development, both residential and commercial, and it includes that. The bank, which is on the east side here, would be integrated into the proposed development on this side. So this alley, if it's vacated, is not going to have a negative impact on the surrounding development. There are conditions for approval, and we've listed them here. And our recommendation, the plan board's recommendation is for denial. City staff recommendation to the plan board was to approve, and that's the recommendation before you tonight if you have any questions. But we have one applicant who had some concerns, and they submitted some concerns about circulation in the area, but it was not in the alley, it was in another area to the northeast of the development. I believe we provided a means for the applicant to speak at this meeting, and Ms. Carolyn Kionis, and she would be, if she's there, she would address the commission. With that, I'm pleased to answer any questions that you have. And I will stop sharing now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calderon. Do we have the person who wanted to speak? Would you say Ms. Kionis?
Yes, Carolyn Kionis.
Okay. Do we have Carolyn Kionis with us? I don't know if I'd be asking you, Madam Clerk, or Adam about that.
I don't see anyone in the meeting by that name.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I will just share my screen again and show you her email. So it could be in for the record. This is one of the ones she sent in. And then I guess this is the other email she sent in. And mainly she was complaining about circulation on another alley. And she was saying that she's not opposed to it, but she wanted us to be aware of it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kionis, if you're listening or watching us, if you want to speak, go ahead and call in and we will accommodate you when we get to public comment. Mr. Diedenbach, did you want to say something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we actually have a presentation. We're the applicant for this item.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to do my screen share right now. And do you have the screen share?
We do.
Okay, very good. Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Mr. City Manager, and city staff. I'm Jerry Diedenbach, Vice President, CHW, and I'm really excited to be here because 35 years ago, I would not have thought that an aspirant landscape architect and planner would one day be in front of you trying to fix an alley that I lived on. But I have tremendous knowledge about this area because one of my residences for a year and a half was 1221 Southwest 4th Avenue, right across from the College of Design, Construction, and Planning. The request tonight, as Lawrence stated, is for a right-of-way vacation of a very internalized alley that sits in the center of a block. The effect that we are seeking here is to take a very ineffective alley that I'm going to describe to you. We're also going to be replacing the north-south connection connecting up to the city's property with a woon-earth that will create a north-south connection through the block. We are bringing in a mixed-use, multi-story redevelopment project, and the bank will retain the hard corner there, or the credit union will retain the hard corner. We are also going to be tremendously increasing the pedestrian and outdoor realm in this entire block. And I've had the opportunity to work with staff on this. Since this is a legislative item before you, I contacted the district commissioner, Commissioner Simmons, to explain with our project owner and designers what was happening here to get feedback on how to produce the best design for the city of Gainesville, and also work directly with Miss Melissa McCready, your Director of Transportation and Mobility, and her staff. So there's a lot of collaboration that goes on when we're proactive about these projects, and we get pretty passionate about these, especially when they're places that we all know really well. This item was legally advertised, held a neighborhood workshop. It was contained in the Gainesville Sun as well, and we had a few people that were present for that, but not a lot of interest here. We started this process just over a year ago, and we were at the plan board where, as Lawrence stated, we received a 3-3 vote. Had there been one more person there, I feel we'd have probably prevailed in this, but it was a split vote, so the motion actually failed. Nonetheless, there was good discussion about the item, and staff is still recommending approval, and we're hoping that you will see the merits of this redevelopment project. As Lawrence stated, this block is bounded by 13th Street, 12th Street, 4th Avenue on the north and 5th on the south. And this is Norman Hall here to the south side of the project. You all are probably pretty familiar with the credit union that has a tremendously large surface parking lot at the east end of the block. Kappa Kappa Gamma is at the west end, and the old AGR house, which is currently taken down, is forming a new project that is related to our project. This is called Ardent Phase 1, and here's the city parcel. We will be connecting through here and creating a north-south connection or a wooner through this block to maintain pedestrian connectivity for all the folks that live here to the north. This project is being redeveloped here. Here's the old courtyards. Here's Trimark Properties here. And we want to make sure that we have good connection through this block to Norman Hall. I know really well about this, as I stated, because I lived in this multi-unit house. I lived on the west side of 1221 and a half for about a year and a half while going to landscape architecture school here. This little area is a very small, treacherous piece of dirt back there. And I describe it as that because it is not a functional transportation corridor, especially when it makes this hard 90-degree corner at the eastern portion of the properties that border up to the credit union. We're asking for this right-of-way vacation because this entire block is surrounded by full access streets. There are bike lanes. There's a Sharrow on 12th, and today there are somewhat sidewalks, but we're going to do a tremendously better job of showing that. And our planning director, Craig Brazier, is going to talk about those details and the exciting architectural renderings that we have for you that are the result of this redevelopment project. Today, this alley only serves 1221 and a half, the apartments here, and then this apartment complex here. The church is not accessed because it sits behind a retaining wall, nor are these apartments here on 5th Avenue. So this alley only serves the areas that are going to be subject to redevelopment. We'll be building a structured garage in there and removing multiple driveway connection points around the block, making this area entirely safer for pedestrians and cyclists, eliminating vehicular traffic from conflicting with non-vehicular and pedestrian traffic. In this little bit of an oblique, you can see the area that's proposed to go away. As Lawrence stated, the city owns about 12 feet on the south side here, and then that alleyway is only 10 feet wide. As it gets to the corner here, there's a little curve, which is about a 90-degree corner, which is very hard to navigate. And frequently what happens here is people end up hitting the side of the building or the garage apartment where I used to live. I recall frequently too, because we would have to come out about once a week and physically take and shove this dumpster further to the south so that vehicular connection could be maintained in here. This is a really tired old area. And again, I lived here 35 years ago when I was in college at the University of Florida. When I gave you a little bit of preview about the way things look today and what Craig's going to show you in a few moments, this is the old Gainesville, I will call it. This is a 2-foot sidewalk with a curb adjacent to a Sharrow lane coming down 12th, just north of Norman Hall. In the morning, we happen to catch in the Google Earth shot somebody walking here, and in the afternoon, there's a person taking their lives in their hands almost and running solo on 2 feet of sidewalk. We're going to increase the sidewalks and the pedestrian realm in here to between 20 and 25 feet from the curb back, with a tremendously much more active streetscape and a much safer environment. Where today I showed you we have 24 inches of asphalt, in most cases we're going to increase the walking area to 10 feet, adding in a landscape strip, and then adding a minimum of 4 foot of building frontage. So we will increase the public realm somewhere between 16 to 21 feet. And Craig's going to go and walk you around the outsides of this building. But again, that's the old way. Our new way is working collaboratively with the Department of Sustainable Development, as well as all of our staff members across the city's departments, and bringing forward much, much better projects. So with that, I'm going to turn this over. I'm going to stop my share here. Craig has the same presentation on his computer, and he'll take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bashir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Yeah, I'll pick up where Jerry left off. Hopefully you can see my screen.
We got it.
All right. So moving around from 12th Street to 4th Avenue, this is pretty typical of what you get around town. You have 5-foot wide sidewalks. You can see here that there is a share lane. This is a designated bike route as well on 4th Avenue. So one thing about this block is that the infrastructure and the bones of a good multimodal network are in place. And this redevelopment that we're proposing will further enhance that multimodal development characteristic of the area. So we would then expand that public realm from what you see there, which was really a 5-foot wide sidewalk from back of curb to building facade would be between 20 and 25 feet. And this is consistent with what the code requires because Southwest 4th Avenue is designated as a storefront street. So this is exactly the type of development and redevelopment that is anticipated and desired along storefront streets. Similarly, Southwest 5th Avenue, again, you have a 5-foot sidewalk. This time it goes right up to the curb. There's not even a little bit of a tree lawn strip separated from traffic. And again, we are proposing to widen that to between 20 and 25 feet as well. Now, the difference is that Southwest 5th Avenue is a local street. So 20 to 25 feet is not technically required by the code. However, that was one of the things that we discussed and worked out with staff during the special use permit portion of this project was to further expand it beyond what was required to really enhance this pedestrian realm. Given the amount of foot traffic that we do anticipate between this project and the University of Florida, it did seem like the appropriate thing to do. So here we give you a little glimpse of what the redevelopment project will look like. And you will notice the greatly enhanced pedestrian zones here along 12th and 4th. Here, this is the 12th and 4th intersection. One of the things that we wanted to focus on was the intersection safety, given the fact that there would be a lot more pedestrian traffic and bicycle traffic here. This is a 4-way stop. Both the 4th and the 5th intersection are 4-way stops. The expanded pedestrian realms, the bike routes, the transit stops, motorists in this area should realize that this is definitely a multimodal corridor and that they are not the only mode of transportation in this area. We will continue to coordinate with the city's Department of Mobility. As Jerry mentioned, we have been working with them throughout this process. We will continue to make sure that safety is maximized at both of these intersections, as well as around the whole perimeter of the building. But here is another view from the 5th Avenue and 12th Street intersection. And as you can see, again, the greatly enhanced, especially upon 12th Street, you're going from what Jerry showed you, that 2-foot strip of sidewalk to what, could be as wide as 20 feet. In some areas. So it's a vast improvement for the public realm and for the pedestrian traffic. And we will continue to enhance and focus on safety at these intersections. So this final alignment that we're proposing with the vacation of this right of way and bringing in the WUNRF, this was not how we came in with this application. There were some other various configurations, but this is the one that everyone agreed upon, including your planning staff, public works, and the Department of Mobility. So we worked closely with them to get the right layout here. And by maintaining the mid-block crossing and really enhancing it, making it safer, making it more efficient, and making it much more attractive with what will be the WUNRF design approach, we feel that this is really a win-win type situation. The city maintains the mid-block crossing, but in a much more efficient and safe function. Here, if you remember from some of our previous applications of the WUNRF. It's a multimodal corridor. It is intended for cars and bikes and pedestrians. However, the focus is really more on the bikes and the pedestrians. Cars are allowed through there, but they are not the focus. So there's a lot of design strategies utilized to really slow down the vehicular traffic and put the focus on bikes and pedestrians in the WUNRF design. So I'll go around and address and give you some additional information to address some of those criteria for approval that Mr. Calderon also pointed out. So the loss of this alley will lead to a mixed use project. The Campus USA Credit Union that is there will come back into the building, and part of the garage here will include a drive-up teller window. So there will be a mix of uses on the first floor. The WUNRF there, that is how the WUNRF will fit into the design of the building. On the west side of the WUNRF, there would be some space for some scooter or bicycle parking, as well as some utility infrastructure. Here's a little different look at how the project will further enhance the multimodal characteristic nature of this block. As we pointed out earlier, 12th and 4th are already designated bike routes. There are transit stops also along 12th and 4th. What we are proposing to do is enhance the public realm between the back of curb and the building, and also creating some courtyard spaces, which will really make this corridor much more friendly to the pedestrian, and really focus on the pedestrian scale much more than it does now. So safety is another major improvement that comes along with this redevelopment. Here you see all the current curb cuts and potential pedestrian automobile conflict spots. So we will not only reduce the number of the overall conflict spots, but we will more evenly distribute them around the block. So there will be access points on either side of the WUNRF. There will be an access or an exit only coming out of the parking garage. And then there would be one access point on both 4th and 12th that would be both entrance and exit points to the garage. So essentially you have a parking garage here completely wrapped with the rest of the building so as to hide that structure. So now we'll show you some renderings. I think that, maybe looking back to the plan board, if the special use permit item may have even come first, things may have gone a little differently. Of course, I don't want to speak for the plan board, but that's just my opinion, because I think once they actually saw the redevelopment project and saw what the vacation of the right of way was actually going to lead to, they were in favor of it and voted to approve the special use permit. So here are some images, and you'll see that the building is stepped down to 4 stories to be compliant with the code. We have included some architectural elements here to break down the facade to make it look like smaller buildings and more compatible to the scale of what's across the street. And here's a view from 4th Avenue, where again, you can see all of those elements in one shot, along with the streetscape enhancements. So that concludes our presentation. And in addition to Jerry and myself, we also have Christian Okendo, who is with CBA Architects and is the architect for the project. If you have any questions along that line, he is available, as well as Michael Augustine, who's representing the developers group. Between the 4 of us, hopefully we can address any questions that you have.
Yeah, we really thank you for your time. We wanted to show you both daytime and nighttime renderings, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, because we feel that in an area where we are coming back that's adjacent to campus, it's so important how these spaces function both in the daytime as well as the nighttime. They're pretty dark and desolate today, but there's a tremendous amount of glass around the base of this building, as well as you can see enhanced lighting that's been placed all along 4th, 12th, and 5th there to really brighten up this area directly north of the College of Education. So we thank you for your time tonight, and we really hope that you'll support this right-of-way vacation and foster this infill redevelopment and reinvestment project. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Commissioner Hayes Santos, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question just on the sidewalk configuration. Mr. Dimbach, you on your last slide that you put up, you had, I think, sidewalk and then the landscape zone. Under our code, and then the renderings, it shows that the landscape zone's on the road. I just want to confirm that that is what's getting built.
Yeah, and I guess I could put mine back up here. There are a lot. Restart the share here.
There's kind of a hand-drawn picture that you had on your last one.
Cross sections like that?
Yeah, so we're having the landscape zone directly on the road, correct?
That's correct, because there are certain areas, as you can see today, there are existing street trees out there.
Yeah.
So some areas, and we were actually out at the site today, some areas we're going to be preserving the trees that are out there.
Okay.
In wells, and in other areas, we're going to have to come back and add landscaping in. And I will say that there will be more than what's depicted here.
Yeah.
But it's a balance between preserving some of the healthier, larger trees that are out there along the roadway edges today, as well as accentuating. If I get to this one, see this whole line of trees coming down 12th here?
Yes.
This is where that 2-foot sidewalk exists. We're hoping, and there's also a very large grade change here. We're hoping to be able to save some of these along here. It's really exemplified here when you see this shot with the young lady jogging to the north. It comes up about probably 4 to 5 feet up here from grade. So yeah, we're gonna have some challenges here, but the opportunity of saving some of these trees is pretty good here.
All right, great. Yeah, I'm usually not in favor of, or it depends, I guess, on favor of right-of-way vacations, but I believe this project meets the parameters, being a mixed-use project. Also, I think having the connection, the north-south connection that's being added, I think creates another opportunity for pedestrians to move around the block. So I'm supportive of us moving forward with this ordinance. Thank you.
Over to you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to know, I didn't see any renderings or anything to address the sidewalk for 5th Avenue and 12th Street, because we know this is a traditional neighborhood. It's very mature, and the sidewalks are small, as you showed us with the 2 feet. But I did not see anything in this presentation to address the east-west 5th Avenue corridor and that north-south right on 12, right on that corner, because that's so congested. And that was the main concern for me. How would you address that for us, the site? Because it was like a blind spot, and I don't know if Melissa is here and she can speak to that, how that would be addressed. If Melissa McCready is on the call.
She's not on the call, but I'm happy to address that. Okay. Because as I stated at the beginning, I left my points up there from the last agenda item. Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, when we contacted Commissioner Simmons, because this is her district, and talked about it, that was one of the primary concerns. Do you all have my screen share here of Google Earth Pro?
Yes.
And one of Commissioner Simmons' concerns was today, the sidewalks are only favoring the north-south movement along 12th. And of course, you know, it's extremely logical that here's the College of Design, Construction, and Planning. We've got a tremendous amount of pedestrians that are moving in an east-west manner. And it would probably be my fault and my excitement that I failed to stop and show you this is the intersection as proposed of 5th and 12th. So instead of only favoring the north-south movements, in our work with mobility, now we are favoring, Commissioner Simmons and through Mr. Mayor, of course, we are favoring all 4 legs of the intersection to provide safe crossing as people migrate from these apartments here, westerly, either to Norman Hall or further west into campus. So we've done that on both the 5th Avenue and 12th Street area, as well as on the 4th and 12th. So these intersections now have all 4 legs of the intersection with full pedestrian crossings being added in. Thank you for bringing that up. I must have gone too fast.
Because I didn't see that in the presentation. I just saw the 4th and 12th. But
Jerry was excited. He went quick.
Okay. So that would be replicated on the other end as well. Okay.
Yes, and thank you for that. And we were happy to do that, and that was coordinated through Ms. McCready.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. That was one of my main concerns. I don't see a problem with the vacate. I think it's the intended use is what it's for, mixed use. That alley is pretty dormant. It's not doing anything. I've seen it all my life. I've been in that area, and it's really creepy. So to bring it up to a good use, well, it is creepy. To bring it up to a good use, I think I can support that. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that's right in the spirit of the season, right? Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 191126 on first reading by title only.
All right, is there a second? Seconded by Simmons. All right, Adam, over to you for public comment.
Thank you, sir. We do not have any public comment on this issue.
Okay, back to the commission. Yeah, I'm in support of this. This is, I think, a good opportunity for the bill to create a higher best use for this property. And I think especially for the Wooner that's going to go through, that will make a highly functional area between 2 colleges that get a lot of traffic, a lot of pedestrian and bike traffic. So I think it really improves the livability and walkability, bikeability of the area. So with that, we'll move to a vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent.
Thank you very much. Happy Halloween.
Thank you. Booey boo to you. All right, Madam Clerk, I think the only item we have left that's left over from the afternoon is commission comment. And I had just 2 quick things. First of all, Mr. Manager, I'm getting a lot of questions, both formally and informally, about Halloween. While I don't think it's probably the best idea for a bunch of adults and kids to be running around in close contact and exchanging items, I think that people are going to do what they do. So I think it's important for us to put out good recommendations and advice. The CDC has very specific advice about how to safely conduct oneself on Halloween. And so I'm hoping we can just use our communications efforts to promote what the CDC is saying. And I think even taking people right to their site, but we could probably also break up those recommendations into more digestible sort of Insta and Twitter pushes. But I think we do need to have something official on our site that says, this is what the CDC recommends and for them, it's 3 tiers. It's like super safe, which is basically don't go trick-or-treating, stay at home, carve pumpkins, decorate your house. And then relatively safe, but some risk, which is, putting out candy at the driveway on a table that people can come get out of a little, little baggies where they can come pick something up, but there's no sort of direct human to human contact, wear masks, stay 6 feet apart, all the sort of normal stuff we've been talking about. And then risky would be sort of standard, typical Halloween every year. So anyway, unless there's objection from the commission, I think it's important that the city help educate people on what the CDC is saying is, somewhat risky and very risky. And if y'all want to comment on that, you can. And the other thing I wanted to suggest is I had a conversation with the city manager, and we're all concerned about access to voting and the polls, especially on election day. And so the city manager has informed me that we could use some of RTS's marketing budget. It'd be about $1,500 to provide fare free service on election day. But he would need some direction from the commission. So hopefully we could give that direction to the city manager to provide fare free service on November 3rd and just use existing RTS marketing budget to pay for it. With that, I'll turn over to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to talk about, in my opinion, unintended consequences for some actions that we have put in play. And I wanted to just hear your thoughts, the commission thoughts on some things that I'm concerned about, and I'm sure you all are equally concerned as well. And that's large gatherings that's been taking place, particularly in one particular neighborhood. And I know that we had the ordinance, the open container ordinance that allow, you can be out in the right of way in the public with an open container. So I wanted to know, do we have any one unofficial survey results, or have we been looking at how that has impacted some behavior that we have been experiencing throughout our vulnerable neighborhoods or our communities? I know that University of Florida just canceled the LSU game. There's relatively not as much tailgating going on, but you are still having large crowds gathering. And, our police officers and they're just at the max. There's not too much that they can do. So I wanted to know if you all feel like I feel that maybe some of this may be part of the ordinance that was passed allowing some beverages, alcoholic beverages, to be out. It's been seen just riding around town in various areas of increased trash, bottles, things that it's just becoming visibly upsetting to not just to me, but people in the community. And so I really want us to maybe rethink or address that ordinance. I'm not saying that, but that's the catalyst for a lot of the behavior that's being exhibited throughout the communities. But I think that may be a part of an unintended consequence. So I don't know how you all feel about it, but I'm very concerned about the large gatherings, people not wearing masks, not practicing social distance, and we pretty much have our hands tied. So I just wanted to bring that to the commission and get you guys' thought on some of the behavior, some of the things I know you all have been hearing, and what are your thoughts on that? And do you think this ordinance, we need to look at this ordinance again?
Mr. Feldman, thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Feldman, what are we seeing as far as uptick in large gatherings? I've heard of some outside the city, especially, but I don't know. What is GBD seeing inside the city as far as open container on public right of way and large gatherings and some of these other concerns that Commissioner Simmons has?
Well, and I'll certainly defer to Chief Scott, who's also on the call here, if he wants to chime in as well. But what we are seeing is outside the bars, as you and I observed on that Thursday night a week ago, there are lines that are occurring because we are strictly enforcing the occupancy limits within inside bars. So they are counting their patrons going in and out to make sure that they don't exceed the legal occupancy. I think the event that Commissioner Simmons is referring to is an event that candidly occurred before COVID and is occurring now during COVID, and that's the gathering in the surrounding the Fletcher's bar off of 5th. And there's certainly drinking out there in what we'll call the red cup drinking that's occurring, but it was also occurring before COVID during that gathering. So in that particular situation, what we have is a bar that's in the middle of a residential neighborhood that has a negative impact, both in terms of noise and traffic and trash. And during this COVID time, where they are certainly not practicing social distancing, they're not practicing wearing masks when they're in close proximity. And that is a concern of ours from spread. So whether you maintain open container or not is certainly a policy condition or policy issue. But when you did have a restriction on open container, you had the same condition out there. And as we pointed out during the open container discussion, we have not been enforcing open container throughout the city in the past years. And Chief Scott's, I'm going to defer to him about what GPD is seeing on the street.
Okay. Chief Scott, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you today?
I'm good, thanks.
I want to echo in part what the city manager said, that this has been an ongoing problem because you have a bar in a residential neighborhood, and it's really the main attraction for quite a few businesses, or really people from all over the region. We have people from Ocala, from Williston, Newberry. They all come to this one location. It is the place for right now for a certain segment of our community. I will say that I believe that the alcohol open containers is a contributing factor. It is not the factor, but it is a contributing factor to the increase in noise complaints that we receive from the neighborhood, because people are parking along the side of the road. They don't have to go to the bar. They can open their cans of beer and do whatever they're going to do, and do it right there in front of other folks' homes. And they get the neighbors are getting concerned about that and communicating that to us via email and or calls. And I've gone around and talked to a couple of the neighbors, and they expressed an exasperation. And we have at least one that leaves town on Friday night and comes back on Monday because they don't want to deal with it. And there's a fear, quite frankly, of the volume of people that are on the streets, and they can't. The parking is not sufficient. They are parking throughout the neighborhoods, and it's 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning with loud car stereos, and they are keeping folks up with their children and everything else. So it is definitely a growing problem. We had to put 17 officers on that location. We had a total of 19 officers working, and 17 were there. That meant that there were 2 officers available for the rest of the city. And that was something that we spoke with the management, that we advised them that that's not something we can continue to have. We thought we had some cooperation from them. That kind of dissipated. And so we're looking at other alternatives to try to address the issue.
What are those alternatives, Chief?
We have to get with the city manager, and we're talking right now with legal about trying to come up with change an ordinance that deals with really, quite frankly, nuisance properties. But we have to get with legal to mesh this out as something that be picked up from somewhere else. And we need to see if it's applicable here, looking at really getting to the point where people that cause the nuisance have to pay for it. We would like to have something that was initiated by the citizens. And so that's not necessarily something that GPD initiates, and it might even be something that's a code issue. But our proposal would be that we come up with something that says if you have so many violations, something similar to what the city manager put forth before, reference businesses that are unusual drain on our services. And the same thing would apply with this. But we're in the draft. I mean, this is the infancy. We just found it today. Haven't had a chance to sit down with the city manager and discuss it. We sent it over to our legal advisor, and we're going to be pursuing it from that angle.
Okay, thanks, Chief. I know that we've sort of discussed this already, but Ms. Shelley, is it possible to amend our open container to just be applicable to certain, say, entertainment districts or, you know, the downtown district?
Yes, Mayor, I believe you could target certain areas where it makes the most sense, with the commission believes it makes the most sense to have those restrictions lifted.
Okay, I think that's worth discussing because honestly, that has worked well in some areas. People are taking advantage of that. It's actually keeping many of our bars and restaurants in business. You know, we've talked to several of the owners who have ceased indoor service completely, and they're using our outdoor street seating and sidewalk seating to great effect. And so, you know, I would hate to, you know, sort of use a sledgehammer approach to this, you know, and I take Chief Scott's words very deliberately that it's perhaps a contributing factor. But yeah, this has been a problem long before we changed the open container ordinance and long before COVID-19 hit. And so, you know, if we're able to more specifically target what we're trying to accomplish with our open air sort of streetery program, but give GBD a couple more arrows in the quiver, so to speak, you know, I think that's worth considering, but we'll see what everyone else has to think. But Commissioner Simmons, thank you for bringing that up. I think it's a good discussion to have. And I know that you're having some tech issues, and so I think that Commissioner Simmons will probably be calling in to continue this conversation. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a number of items, so if we want to stay privy to this conversation, I can pivot to that and then put my hand up later. You know, this is exactly what I was talking about when I raised opposition to the ordinance. Again, I'm not opposed to open containers in certain areas of the city, but if you just give carte blanche, people are going to take advantage of it. And so I can only imagine what some of those neighborhoods have had to go through, having no recourse with people drinking on the side of the road. So I think we need to make it more strict. I think we need to restrict it to only certain areas, completely banning it from residential neighborhoods. So that way there's actually recourse so that people can be removed if they need to be removed. As far as the general issue with bars packing, I think it's time we consider the bar curfew. Whatever Florida state law will allow, I think we need to put it on. People obviously aren't listening. There are bar owners who are being dishonest and spreading misinformation about COVID-19. And, you know, frankly, I'm done dealing with people who are lying about this pandemic. And so I think we need to be very strict. And I understand that there's the added issue of, well, you know, if it's not going to be at the bars, it's going to be, you know, on private property. I don't think that's as prevalent as you may think. You know, it's a lot easier to congregate at a bar than it is. And certainly most, and I mean this, most of the sort of college age crowd, they're doing the right thing. It's just a subset that continues to believe the lies that are being peddled by the President of the United States. And so I think we need to be much more strict, and I'd really like to see us go in those directions. So I, you know, before I make motions, I want to hear y'all's thoughts on those things because I want us to reach a quick consensus. But those are my feelings and thoughts on that particular matter. And I will go for a second go around to bring up my other issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Concerning the open container, and really, Fletcher has been, that has been an issue for years and years and years, and kind of has ebbs and flows. And I think that's the issue is one place that's having the issue. I think we should look at, maybe it's a nuisance ordinance, maybe it's things like that. I think one of the things we should rezone that so it doesn't even allow bars too there. I think that's one thing we could do. It would still be a non-conforming use and they could keep it, but at least if they stopped using it for a little bit, it would change it. But in terms of open container and stuff and having it kind of restricting it further, I'm not in support of restricting it further because I don't think it will change it. People are already drinking there. They already will do it. They'll put it away and somebody will go around. And like even tonight, like I was planning on a friend of mine who we're socially distancing and we're gonna walk on the sidewalk and be socially distanced and have a beer. And that was our way, but we're not like actually getting, it's a way for us to be able to interact and not actually be socially distanced, but still go out for a drink. So walking in some residential neighborhoods, people are still doing that. I've seen pictures of people doing that, walking down the street and interacting and still being able to socially distance. So I'm not in support of putting in further restrictions on open container. That's like a sledgehammer thing. I think we should deal with the situation we have, and that's the problems around Fletcher's on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm of multiple minds on that. I recall that the one of the first meetings that I had with residents after I took office about 3.5 years ago was about exactly this problem and exactly that location. And there was we had an open container ordinance at the time, obviously. So I have no doubt that this makes, this might exacerbate it, but it isn't the proximate cause of the issue. But I am willing to, if we get maybe a draft ordinance back to so that we can see what it looks like and what a map might look like to draw an entertainment district, I'd be interested in having that conversation. I'm not saying I'd support it, but I'm interested in how it might look and what the ramifications of that might be, because I am sensitive to the problem. But as Commissioner Santos said, it's a pre-existing problem. I'm not sure what exactly to do, but that's been a problem for folks trying to get some sleep in that neighborhood for a very long time. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Well, it doesn't have to be an entertainment district. There's, I think, other language you can put in there. You know, I know noise violations are a thing, so you don't, I mean, if the issue is noise, that's one avenue. You know, we can specifically delineate what is loitering with an open container and define that. We can block it on certain right-of-way. I mean, it doesn't, you know, there's just, it doesn't have to be one avenue. There's a number of strict measures that we can impose. And I think we've got to do something, and doing nothing to me is not a good option. And then I didn't hear any comments on the bar curfew, so I suppose there's no appetite for that as well, unless you all just forgot.
Well, I'll tell you, I think for that, you know, I don't know. I did bring it up before, but I really believe with these few bars, these small number of bars, that what would happen is if we shut down at 11 or 12, those folks would all go to somewhere, to some after party. You know, so I think that the people that go to those bars are uninterested in the dangers of COVID-19. And, you know, they're the 5%, you know, they're the few that are just, you know, along with the, you know, the folk, the folks promoting it that are just not complying. And so I don't know. I mean, I maybe it does some good, maybe it doesn't. I think we're so limited in what we could do that actually would be effective that we're nibbling around the edges at this point. But you know, that's where we are. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Earl, I really do. I want there to be something that we can do, but I don't know what the thing is. I vividly remember being 21, and I'm fairly certain that I would have found alternatives if the bars had closed at midnight or whatever. But we have an unacceptable situation going on right now. And several of you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Manager, I know, did the rounds and checked in on places. I have not done that, but goodness knows I've seen all the photographic evidence, and it's obviously deeply concerning. So I hate to be vague about it. I'm not interested in a curfew solution, but I'm not convinced that it fixes the problem. And I think it's a hard, I think it's a hard thing to enforce in a good way, in an effective way, let me say. So I don't know. I'm not uninterested and unsympathetic to it, but I need something actually on the table to know exactly what we're going to do before I'd commit.
And I highly recommend that y'all don't do what we did. I don't and say you did, because it's not a comforting situation to be in. I'm just curious, is 5705, is that you, Commissioner Simmons?
Yes, that's me. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah, thank you. Have you been listening to our conversation?
Yes, I have. And what I would like to see happen, and I agree with everyone, we cannot do anything. We have to do something. I would like to have our GPD officers or people that are supposed to keep us safe have some type of net or something that they can have in their hands to do their job. If we can look at a noise or nuisance ordinance, something that I think the city manager was speaking about, if we can have his staff and legal bring us something back that can that we can put into effect. But I do want to say, prior to COVID, yes, we have had issues in the past for as people hanging out, people being loud, noises in and around the Northwest Fifth Avenue area, but it has never been to this extent. The open container has aggravated it. It has made the residents increasingly more, some are afraid, and I have never seen it to this point where the residents are just have had it. I know in the past we've had people come and voice their opinions and their concerns about the surrounding area, but not to this degree. And what I'm afraid of is we're opening up the park. Things are already being circulated on social media about another location, TB McPherson, a location that we're all very well aware of. And yet again, you have an open container law ordinance in place. And so I am anticipating this weekend a heavy crowd. And so what that does is once they leave the park, they head towards the Fifth Avenue area. And so what I'm afraid of is going to be some type of eruption of some sort. And that's what I don't want to see. And I think it's incumbent upon us to at least be aggressive in looking at ways that we can equip the folks that's supposed to keep us safe, give them some tools to act on violators or people that's going to be causing a nuisance. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. I think we need to give staff some direction tonight to look at certain ways and how to effectively address this situation. And nothing is going to be perfect, but if we don't do anything, I'm just afraid of the consequences. So thank you for hearing this, and I want to keep the discussion going if you had someone else, Mayor, that wanted to make a comment, because I can't see, I don't know what's going on, but
Yeah,
I'm very interested in seeing what our next steps should be.
I think we all shared those sentiments as everyone else spoke to this item. And so, as we work to some sort of motion, which I hope will include my item as well, I think if we can direct the city manager and Chief Scott to work on some suggestions to bring back to us at our next meeting as to how we could address this issue. Hopefully then we can give them some tools to deal with it. They have, it sounds like they've been talking and have some ideas. And so we're not starting from, zero here. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the majority of the commission wants to go down a route of restricting open container, I would just ask that we try to be surgical, because this is really the only place that we're having any issues in the city. And it's only on a few certain nights. So we could just put in restrictions saying in a certain number of blocks and whatever in this area, and then only on certain nights too. And then allowing in the rest of the city, but restricting in this area where we're having issues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I did intend on moving your item as well when we finish this round of policy discussions. My first thing is thank you, commissioners. I would like to move some pretty simple staff direction that we ask our staff, our charter officers, to come back with recommendations to regulate large open container parties, and also to come back with options for alcohol sale curfews.
Can you include mine in there?
I second that. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna stack. Okay, then yeah, and that we also include
Fare free election day.
The RTS fare free service for election day.
You don't have to do the other one. That's just for staff. They're cool. Okay, and Commissioner Simmons seconded. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So could we repeat the motion, the part about open container again? Are we implementing a curfew?
There's two parts to that. It's bringing back options for a bar curfew, bringing back options to regulate large open container outdoor parties or gatherings, I guess was the term, and also provide fare free service on election day.
Okay. So my concern is similar to Commissioner Hayes Santos. I think it should be a more tailored approach to certain nights and certain areas, or creating a certain district where we allow this open container to continue. That would be my preference, because there's no point in punishing every restaurant or bar because of a few bad actors. So I just wanted to echo Commissioner Hayes Santos, and I don't think that's necessarily in the motion, or if it could be the will of the majority for staff to hear it from the majority.
Yeah, Commissioner, we're not going to decide that tonight. We're just asking
Okay.
them to come back with options at our next meeting, and then we can make a final determination about what we think best fits our needs at that point.
Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Okay, any other? Okay, Adam, let's turn to you for public comment.
Sir, we have no public comment on this issue.
Okay, let's move to a vote.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Whoa,
Dude,
whoa. Language, my friend, language. Adam, it sounds like we have an angry constituent on the line who would like to speak.
Well, last time we checked in with that constituent, he said he was hoping for commission comment at the end of the meeting. We've asked him on a couple of occasions if he had a comment on this particular issue, and on FR1 and other things. He said no. So if you want to call for commission comment, that's different than this issue.
Well, yeah, we are. This is to the motion, which is to bring back some suggestions from staff about regulating large gatherings, outdoor gatherings, about what we could do about bar curfew, and also fare free bus service on election day.
Okay, so are we opening comment on this issue at this time?
On this motion, exactly. Yep.
Okay, one moment, please. Mr. Scott, you have the floor. 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor Nathan Scott. Apologize for the language, but this has been an ongoing problem. Again, I made my comments to comment on any motion made during commission comment, contrary to what was just represented by the moderator. So you can understand my frustration getting passed over is routinely the case. It's part of the virtual environment. I get it, but I've been on hold and I called back in right before the motion was made. So, and I spoke to someone, being the other moderator, who understood my request specifically. So with respect to this motion, and again, I apologize for my comments, but I wasn't going to be bypassed because I think you ought to take the time to hear from the public. The open container issue, that is basically an unintended consequence of the commission's own failed policy. You guys, instead of narrowly tailoring open containers to help businesses, made it citywide, which would ostensibly allow somebody to come get a 6-pack, bottle of wine, camp out in front of City Hall, and have happy hour, So my point being, if you want to narrow tailor it, then maybe it should be within 100 yards of any bar or restaurant or something reasonable like that. Commissioner Ariola had concern about it. Many citizens, including myself at the time, had the same concerns. And no one wants a few bad apples to spoil it for everyone. But when you go broad like that, what did you expect was going to happen? So again, you guys need to listen to public input. You might benefit from that. With respect to the other parts of the motion, and I forgot what those were. I had some other related comments. Certainly we want to get people to vote. I think we ought to, instead of waiting until last minute to do that, ought to take some public comment as to the reallocation of funds on the fly. That should be, broadly noticed for the citizens, so there could be appropriate discussion, not just decided late in the meeting by the commission. I think there's one other item, but again, I commend Commissioner Simmons for her concerns and bringing those forward. But again, this is a problem the commission's own making that could have been avoided had you listened to citizen comments. And again, I apologize for my concerns that I expressed when I was getting passed over, but I clearly indicated my desire to speak on any motion made during commission comment. Thank you.
Adam, anybody else?
No, Mr. Mayor, the floor is back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to make 2 points. First of all, this was a pre-existing problem. It was not created because of this commission's action. And if we were to limit it within 100 yards of a bar, this would not affect this situation at all because they are gathering within 100 yards of a bar. And so it's a more complicated issue than that, and it's not easily solved by a stroke of a pen. But we're going to work on it. We're going to bring it back to our next meeting and hopefully have some suggestions from our law enforcement professionals and attorney as to what we can do and hopefully make a difference. Commissioner Sacco?
Sorry, that's an old hand. I'm on my phone and I'm not 100% sure how to bring it down.
Okay, no problem. Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
All right, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson and Simmons absent, correct? Yeah, she's no voted. I'm sorry, did you?
No, she voted.
Yeah, did you vote?
Yes, I said aye.
Okay, thank you. I've got people live. I mean, I got people I can see, people I can't see, and people on the phone, and then people not here. So I'm just like trying to figure it all out. So that motion does pass unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent. Commissioner Ariola, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's no fault. Having run some virtual meetings myself, it certainly is not as easy as it appears. So 2 things. Number one, back when we had a joint meeting with the CRA, I brought up, and other commissioners too, as well, brought up wanting to get more information on the CAPER department. We didn't have an agenda review for this next upcoming one. Without objection, can we put that update on the next agenda to have a discussion on that?
Sure. Did you just, I'm not clear on what information you want. You want to know who's in it and what?
I want to know everything there is. In the past, when city departments have been created, we've received full fleshed out detailed memos on operational procedures, policies, staff, everything. In this case, we haven't received that, and I'm interested in receiving that because it's a department for the city. And I understand we've been given an organizational chart, but that was back in February, and it's not the kind of detailed information that I'm looking for. If this is going to be something that is a critical part of our CRA plans, I'd like to know more about it, and I'd like us to have a discussion about the policies in the event that we want to make policy for that department. I'm not trying to get into the operational weeds here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to disagree with you on that. We get updates on organizational details. It's fine if you want it. I have no problem with that. But you know, this is to me, you know, pretty straightforward, sort of streamlining and efficiency of different functions that were disparate around different parts of the organization. But I'm not going to argue with you about it. I don't think it's worth anybody getting upset about. If you want an update about who's in it, what their role is in serving various parts of the organization, you know, that's fine. We can put it on general policy as a mod, Madam Clerk, and get an update there. Madam Clerk, we good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. We'll look forward to that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize if I sound like I'm getting upset. I'm certainly not trying to. That's maybe just my tone of voice, as my mother likes to say. For another issue, I just want to go back to the moratorium discussion. I don't want to get back into the weeds of it, but I did have a procedural point that I wanted to raise, which is that since no action was taken, all of the original motion that was made by Commissioner Johnson and I should still be standing, including the request to bring back a drafted moratorium. Now, I understand that two members decided to not support that going forward based on the findings of fact. That's fine. But, you know, in terms of the motions that I make, you know, I'd like to see there be on record votes either to affirm motions or to reverse actions taken by previous motions, because in my mind, it just leaves way too much ambiguity for motions to be forgotten. And maybe that's how things have been done always, but I just don't want that to be the case now that I've had at least a term under my belt and I see how things go.
Yeah, I don't know what the inference is there, but in the absence of any action, you're correct. The previous motion stands, and we'll look very carefully at that and make sure that everything that was in that motion continues to move forward. Commissioner A. Santos.
Just on the CAPER, I think there was a memo that went out somewhat recently. I just saw it today on the email too, on kind of going through that. I don't know if you saw that. I just saw it earlier today. Thank you.
Okay, well, that'll be good background for us to get familiar before our conversation next week. Okay, seeing no other hands, everybody, thank you for a good meeting. Be safe and well out there, and we will see you in a week. This meeting is adjourned.